in discussion the position of women in our society, especially in Indian society. Well, when I talk about position of women in our societies, I feel that women are organizer, they are teachers, they are health inspector in the family, they are administrator, and top of it they are of course queen of family, right? So to discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been associated with many women entrepreneur during his work as fair. A part of this, he is also connected with radio broadcasting in a very in a very important way. So, without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing? And today we
Thank you,
have an
Kanchan.
important topic to discuss, I guess.
Yes, a topic which is very close to my heart. And thank you so much. I'm doing very well. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good, good, Kanchan. Kanchan, I always believe one Sanskrit shloka, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devtaah. Wherever women are worshipped, gods wander those places, frequent those places. So it has been a great conversation series with you always. And this subject, woman empowerment for the nation building, is more and more important from an Indian perspective. And we have taken some great steps. In the politics, we always had some great luminaries, some leaders, Sarojini Naidu, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur, was a politician. Then who does not know about Indira Gandhi? And there were a couple of chief ministers, women chief ministers in India. But what I want to emphasize and discuss is the larger role of women in the smallest unit, that's called family. And some of the women have done wonderful jobs despite the uh, being part of the conservative family or even progressive family, and then all the other stuff that comes with the raising a family. And that is something which needs to be talked about, that needs to be celebrated, and that needs to be propagated. What do you say, Kanchan?
Yes, I feel that when we talk about, especially in Indian tradition and culture, I feel women always played a very, very important role, right from very beginning, from very antiquity. But even in if we discuss in freedom struggle, we have names like Queen of Jhansi, you see, and all these Sarojini Naidu. So all these women played a very, very important role during all along. You can take movement Satyagraha, Swadeshi. They have played an important role. And when we see after independence, though there was a little decline to in women's position in terms of having a position in the offices or in any private sector. But in spite of this, I feel now after coming to power by BJP, when BJP is power, I see that there are 38 MLA currently in UP, in UP government. So that shows again a kind of a rise in women power. Now many women are joining army. They are also into administrative work. They are handling like Sushma Swaraj. She was a foreign minister, handled the portfolio very well. So this is my what I have noticed. So what is your what are your points in this?
So, Kanchan, yes, Kanchan, I mean, the names that you have taken, they are very respectable names, are great motivational names. But I think, Kanchan, that in a population of 1.3 billion Indians, it's still very, very symbolic when we see women progressing and reaching at the glass ceiling, breaking the glass ceiling and going even above that. And therefore that statistics needs to improve from, and it starts from the home. It starts from the lowest unit, which is called family, which is no denying that is still we have lot of bias towards girls, lot of negative bias towards girls. They grow up with lot of negative sentiments, negative statements, and a feudal mindset. And I would also blame the Indian television serials not to do enough in this aspect. But if I see from the sports, from the jobs, from the opportunities available within government sector and in private sector, we have done well, but still from the 1.3 billion perspective, is still a lot needs to be done. The way some of those bad incidents are taking shape in the northern India at this point of time and other parts of the India, it sometimes is very surprising how can these two poles exist at the same time simultaneously. We have Menka Gandhi, not only a minister but also a great animal welfare activist, and of course we have ministers also, and but I am more interested about women who are excelling into corporate sector, into the jobs, into the mid-level, senior level jobs. What are the challenges they face while they grow up? So on one side, we have people who have broken the glass ceilings, and they have reached by their sheer hard work. And then there are some who still complain that there is not enough, that their families have done, their spouses have done, and the family pressures have not led them. So as a woman, you have been also doing so many things. Do you feel things have improved in the last at least 20 years, Kanchan?
Yeah, I come from a thought where we believe as a family, we believe then in the equality, and we always in the family from my childhood, it's always stressed that you have to be excel whatever you do. So that is a thought which always been taught as a family, because we are a joint family and there are a lot of girls and a lot of boys, and we grew together. Now when I see other families, so sometimes I feel the basic cause of this ignorance, or not taking girls seriously and just want to give them away in a marriage. So I feel that main cause is education. If you're educated, like new government has introduced Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, so people should have that idea, which is kind of germinating now, that a girl can uh, give uh, better results as compared to boys when they infuse pairs. So though there's no comparison, because all boys and girls, they are into a set of different role. But then when we think about girls, so we in over of the period of time, the girls being given a backseat. So I think in new India, this thinking is day by day changing. So I think education plays a very main role, and the change, whatever we see in the society, though it is very slow, but I feel it is somewhere people are thinking that girls should need to to get out of the house, have achievement of their own, and so that's how society is changing. What do you
Yes, Kanchan. Yes, Kanchan, and I started realizing this, Kanchan, when I cleared my secondary examination, 10th, and then the higher secondary 12th. And in those days, it was always said girls have scored so and so percentage in CBSE or ICSE. This has continued till today. Now it also includes girls top UPSC list. I have met some wonderful Indian Foreign Service officers, the women, and managing the relationship between India and those respective countries. Very powerful, very impressive, at the same time, very persuasive and very graceful at the same time. So I feel this more and more homes, family members, elders in the family need to realize this about the importance of educating a girl child and giving them the best of the education. Sometimes I still see some old feudal mindset advertisements on the television, and I always feel the guys who are still in the old school guys, they develop such kind of advertisements. And I'm very interested in seeing a coordinated approach. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is something that is goes very deep into the rural India, and where still a lot needs to be done. Uh, and therefore, we have a lot of luminaries. I mean, I can talk about a Lieutenant General. I recently saw on a program Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar, who is Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, a serving Lieutenant General in Indian Army. Then PD Nitya is an Indian Police Service officer, IPS officer, and Superintendent of Police in North Jammu. She was the only lady posted in Jammu and Kashmir last year when the abrogation of Section 370 was underway. I mean, you can imagine at such a sensitive place a woman IPS officer. Then Dr. Sehrishi Asgar, she is an IAS, she is a Director of Information, Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, we know how sensitive Jammu and Kashmir has been over the years, and there is still a lot of unsettling emotions after this abrogation of Section 370. Then the first for Karnataka, I think probably for India as well, D. Rupa is an IPS and the Home Secretary. I mean, the first Home Secretary for the Karnataka state. And to Kanchan, more surprises on the way. In the Cabinet Committee of Security, which is such an important committee, we have two women on that committee. So while before 10 years back or 15 years back, we had ministers, chief ministers, and Sushma Swaraj was, foreign minister, which the country would never forget. But they were very, very high level. So there was a big gap. I think now this gap is being filled up in the mid layer, in the corporate, in the government sector, and that needs to be celebrated.
Yes, and I feel that in recent years we have seen more women voter casting their vote. So that shows their interest in the politics. A part of this, if there's a gender equality is there, then the role which will be played by women in economic policy and politics, I think the effect will be far-reaching. Now, when we come to economics, now a woman is a caretaker, she is a family builder. So when a woman has the capability to build a whole family, why not add more contribution to the nation building?
Yes, Kanchan. And even on the sports side, we see, thanks to Amir Khan, we get about the stories of the Fogart sisters.
Right.
And that was an amazing story. Priyanka Chopra did a story on Mary Kom. Though the funny part is that Priyanka would have earned more than Mary Kom. And and interesting part about Mary Kom, I would say, Kanchan, that she comes from the Seven Sisters northeastern states, which are still struggling to find a name in the mainland India. and they have given amazing boxers, amazing weightlifters from that part of India. And Mary Kom
I'm
is
here
a
with Ayman
5 times,
Kohli,
if I'm
and
correct,
you guys
world
know what this
champion.
is.
And this
Rubik's
year she
Cube.
was the best
So
hopeful to
I'm going
bring
to
a gold
scramble
from
this
the
and give
Tokyo
it to him.
Olympics,
He's
which
going to
has been
solve this
postponed for
blindfolded.
next year.
Let's try.
And Mary Kom is right now a Rajya
Are you
Sabha
ready?
member as
Okay.
well. So there are amazing stuff.
Okay.
PT Usha,
Here we go.
remember in
I
our times,
memorized it for some
Right.
time.
You take your time.
Usha was a
You're
great
on camera.
sensation in the athletes. So I
By the way,
think
just for your knowledge,
we
he's a
need to talk
Guinness
about
record
this
holder.
in time to
An
time
Indian
in the
guy.
Indian society.
They're all proud of him.
Whenever we see some injustices being done, as we are seeing some spate of events, we should at the same time stand up and talk about and propagate about these stories at the same time, where the repressive stories don't take the front seat. It is really bad in the modern India.
Yes,
Shocking.
and I feel I just want to add here when we
Unbelievable, sir.
see
Thank you.
and hear such
Look at
stories
this.
about women.
Well
So
done.
I
Thank
think
you.
we should be ready
His next
to
challenge
really
is to
call
teach me.
bad things bad and good things good, rather than arguing and doing a discussion, endless discussion, where it doesn't reach anywhere. So we'll be discussing more about women entrepreneur in our next series, and we'll discuss the profile of few names in the industries. So till then, bye bye. Take care.
I would only say the closing remark that there used to be those days when I used to like what great poet Mahadevi Verma said, uh, मैं नीर भरी दुख की बदली. I think it is time to change that. Thank you for this conversation, Kanchan.
Thank you so much, Sitesh. It was wonderful talking to you. Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Very good morning to you. Day 7. We've made it.
We made it. First week passed through like a breeze. We got a few more days to go.
Well, that's the first start. So let's look at this word feedback here. Let's give people a bit of feedback and ask some questions. So 7 days in, what have you done? Have you got a routine in place? If you've got a routine in place, tell us about it. Tell us what's working for you. So, CK, you've been in this routine for many, many years now. So this lockdown really hasn't stopped you. But what have you seen that you've done differently over the last 7 days? Because everyone else is on lockdown and you've never seen that before.
Yes, you're right. None of my generation people have seen any lockdown. Even during the war with Pakistan, I was born after that. So there used to be lockdown. So personally, my generation people have not seen the lockdown. This is the first lockdown that we're going through. And to answer your question, I had a routine which was Monday to Friday, working from office, and weekends off. And right now, that routine is gone out of the window. So you are right. I have built a new routine. My colleagues and my company workers are all working for the company that I head from home, and we are using the technology. We are ensuring that all people work for 8 hours minimum for the company. So we are ensuring that the support to employees is given in adequate form, So we are actually using a concept called virtual office, using whatever tool. I don't want to talk about tool, but there is a virtual office. So people actually finish their household chores, sit in front of their PC on a broadband, and they work very similar to the office environment. So in the software that we are using as a company, we can have multiple windows on the screen, and I can literally talk to each one of my employee face to face without losing any time. And I can call some of them into a closed room meeting as well. Sometimes I have a coffee break with people. I say, hey, what you doing? So I call them, hey, let's have a coffee. So he bring his coffee, I bring my coffee, and we basically have coffee in front of the screen. So we have worked out a very nice system of 8 hours. And so people don't have to travel also, but they are spending 8 hours to the work for which they have been hired for the company. So that is my way of doing things. This is not perfect. I'm sure a lot of my industry colleagues will have some other bright ideas, and I think we should ask them as well what they are doing to create a routine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, like anything else, sharing means that we can pass something on to somebody else. And this isn't rocket science. We're not sharing the crown jewels here. We're not having any intellectual property that we're sharing. We're just sharing some really good practice of how to communicate, how to negotiate with each other. It's great that you've become a real virtual company. It's just, imagine, it's as though you're in the office, but you're not in the office. And it'd be good to hear some of the feedback from your employees, how they feeling about this, not spending 20 minutes to an hour to struggle into work every morning, and then thinking of leaving at the right time in the afternoon so that they miss the traffic. And, I see you've got a beautiful background there, but just what it's doing to the environment. All of these car fumes that are no longer there, all of these motorbike fumes that are no longer there. We might even think about buying a bike and cycling into work. I don't know, you do on occasion, because you've told me. But this is going to change. This is actually going to change our lives completely, and a lot of it could be for the better. So, yeah, it's lockdown, but let's hear some feedback from other people. Let me give you a little bit of feedback about the UK. We're on lockdown too, and equally, we've gone through something called Brexit, which means unless you're earning a particular salary, which is, they're saying, about £25,000, you can't come into the country from overseas. That includes Europe. Okay. One of the biggest problems now is that we need food. We need to get food into the economy, and we've got millions of tons of food in the ground maturing, because the sun shines every day, and it's raining as well. So the fruit and vegetables are maturing, but we've got no one to pick them. So the feedback I've got, literally, is for if you have got any families in the UK, any friends or family in the UK that's actually suffering from this because they haven't got a job, they can apply to go and pick fruit, pick vegetables, and get an income, because they're crying out for people to pick this fruit and veg. Otherwise, billions of tons of good quality food will lay in the ground unpicked. It'll die. Now, that's real sad news from all of this, but it could be of a real opportunity for people that are living in the UK, that are potentially listening to this, that could sign up and get paid to go and do a decent job. And then it'll be a restricted profession. So they'll actually be able to move around a bit freer. So there are some benefits as well. So that's a bit of feedback from the UK. We need to share all of this good stuff that we're doing. And I'm sure you've got other really good things that are happening, but because they happen to you all the time, CK, you just assume they happen elsewhere. And one thing with feedback is, do not assume anything.
Right. So, like we have changed ourselves. So we are a small company. We actually deal in business consulting. So we are a small group of highly knowledgeable professionals. So since we are small, we could immediately change the way we do business. The challenge also, I think I should also talk about challenge. It's imperative.
Yep.
The challenge that we are facing is our clients are not as quick as we are. So they are wondering what to do. Sometimes they are shy to come in front of camera, and continue working as we were doing in the past. So I think the challenge is this process of making your routine and becoming virtual is still not gone in fully. But I think eventually I have a hope that people will start getting used to the virtual platform and start doing business on the virtual platform. Maybe next week, maybe. I think I can share that feedback after a week. We can revisit this subject again.
No, I think that's a good idea. And again, reaching out to anyone that's listening here. Let's know your feedback, how you're doing, what routines you've got into that are really working for you, because they'll work for somebody else. How you're keeping in touch with your supply chain, because they are part of your business as much as the people that you employ, or even your networking partners, the people that were introducing you to other opportunities elsewhere. What we need to remember here is, although parts of the world are on lockdown, other parts of the world are now getting back to work. So this started, the epidemic started in the East. Those manufacturers now are going back to work. So look at the opportunities that those manufacturers are giving. The world needs what they call PPE, personal protective equipment. And there is a shortage. No two ways about it, there's a shortage. And as the East, China opens up, there's millions of opportunities that come from looking at who's got what. And like anything else, it's not necessarily the manufacturer that's got the relationship with the customer or the client. You might have that relationship. So, for instance, if you've got a relationship with anyone in the health arena in the Western world today, then you can buy and be that middle person that's buying from the manufacturers in China. Get that supply chain, shorten it, be smart, be the entrepreneur. This isn't about people making money here. This is about people getting back into business and making things happen and doing the right thing. So there are opportunities. Get out there and start to do it. But the main thing is, be focused on who you are and what you're doing. Be the opportunist entrepreneur that you always were, prior to this pandemic. Who were you before? Get back to that person, because you might just have missed it in the last week. And in fact, probably a couple of weeks before, because people, even before lockdown, people were talking about the prospect of lockdown, which meant that we were missing opportunities. We were missing the entrepreneur values that people on here listening can be doing. So feedback, give us feedback, guys. That's what we want to hear. Want to hear some good news stuff, that it's working for you, it could work for somebody else. How's that?
Yes, in fact, I would like to share some ideas from my
Brilliant. Yeah, let's do.
See, there are the big chunk of our society are basically called financial advisors, and
Yep.
the people who are driving the investments from high net worth individuals or public by and large. The usual method, at least I've seen in the US and in India, is there is a set expectation of a high net worth individual that the person should come and meet me. So the whole idea is that the financial advisor will seek an appointment from an HNI and go and meet him and him or her in the customer's favorite place, like a club or some in a nice place, a golf course, stuff like that. So now this whole thing of meeting HNI and the financial advisor can straight away get onto the virtual platform and see how many HNIs one financial advisor can handle, because now they don't have to spend 3 hours driving or taking a flight, spending one day to meet an HNI. They can just do it in 5-10 minutes. So the productivity announcement can happen rapidly.
Equally, the beauty about that is the HNI doesn't have to put up with a really crappy cup of coffee. They're in their own home. They're in their own study.
Right.
They've got their own cake, coffee, tea, orange juice, whatever it is, in the comfort of their own home. And they will be more appreciative of it. And the thing is, we're having a conversation here over 7,000 miles. We haven't flown. I haven't got jet lag. You haven't got jet lag. We're refreshed. We haven't stopped drinking in front of each other.
Right.
We are still seeing each other face to face. The only difference is you can't smell me and I can't smell you.
It's safe. We are not spreading viruses.
Exactly. That may be a good idea that we can't smell each other. But we've taken one sense. All I'm saying is we've taken a sense away.
Right.
But it's only one sense. We've put other senses back because now, hopefully, we're more relaxed. As you and I do this on a regular basis over the last, say, 15, 20 years that you've been doing it and I've been doing it and traveling around the world, we are very relaxed. We do need to breathe when we're talking. We need to think when we're talking. And the more you do this, the easier it becomes. But going back to what you were saying, you've only got to start to do it and know that this is the only way that it can go forward. So I've got to get good at this. So you have no option currently. If you want to keep that connectivity going, this is your only option. So start using it, because the people that start to use it are the ones that are really going to benefit coming out the other side.
Right.
I mean, just imagine now one high net worth individual that has had a couple of these conversations and they feel really happy about it. And then the next, we come out of lockdown. So we're into November, say. And the next person that may have a great opportunity, and that HNI turns around and says, oh yeah, well, let's go online and talk about it. And that financial advisor says, well, I don't do it online. That person's going to say, bye.
Right.
Instantaneously, you've lost that client, and you've lost that client for good, by the way.
Right.
So it really is, we're being forced to use this, so use it, get on there. And a lot of it, as you and I know, is free. FaceTime is free. WhatsApp, in the majority part of the world, is usable and free. They use WeChat, Zoom, WebEx, lots of these free opportunities are out there. Skype has been free forever. So use the tools that are available. Get used to it.
So even if you take a licensed version for the branding purpose, you can display your logo, etc. The cost of taking the license is so insignificant in front of the physical expense that you would eventually spend in traveling and waiting and the time. So I think for businesses, it makes a lot of sense to migrate into virtual world immediately. They will save cost.
Absolutely right. You know, in fact, it boils down to less than a cup of coffee a day in most instances. Again, it depends where you buy your coffee, but it is putting it into perspective. The one-off payment. It's a bit like Netflix. Netflix here is $7 or $8 a month. Now, in the first instance, you think, "Oh, that's if I only get one film, that's quite expensive." But as soon as you start to use the likes of Netflix or Amazon Prime or any of these other premium type arena, and you use it 10 times, all of a sudden, now each of those films cost me 70 cents. Use it 20 times, it's 35 cents. And it comes down to, it's less than a cup of coffee. You know, I don't know where you buy coffee, but you know, it could be, you know, some coffee over here is like £3 a cup, you know, and it's not coffee either.
In fact, Netflix makes a lot of sense even without lockdown, because if you go to a multiplex, at least I can share my experience in India, you would end up spending something like, about $100. A family of four goes to a multiplex, because
Yep.
multiplexes are not a movie theater. They are the restaurants and F&B outlets. So they don't allow any food from outside. The water,
Yep.
the water
Yep.
bottle costs more. So you eventually go and watch that experience in an environment, and you actually end up paying more. Whereas you can see the same movie on your large screen TV with surround sound at home with just 70 cents. So
You know, if you're really nitpicking over money, then yeah, of course it makes sense. I mean, there is this other, you know, if we don't want to go on that Disney ride, you know, and we just want to see the movie at home, then do it. But like anything else, it's an experience, isn't it? You know, we go for that experience. We don't want to let ourselves or our children miss out on those experiences. Just like as we've been talking, I've noticed the sun is really shining coming through my window, because you can see that this pop-up banner. You can actually see the line down the middle here. Look.
yes, I can see that. Yes.
So it's a beautiful day out there. It's sad that we can't go and utilize it even more, but you know what? You can put your head out the window and you can take in those sun rays. So literally, to wrap up today, it's about feedback here. You know, we've given a little bit of feedback. It's day 7. Hopefully you've got yourself into a routine. If not, come and ask CK and me to help you get into that routine. But more importantly, come and tell us what you've done. The good stuff about how you now feel about working from home. What difference it's made to not just you, but your family, but also to your customers, your employees. Let's get that feedback coming in, and we can really pass that on, share it with other people, because sharing is what entrepreneurs do. We're not sharing intellectual property here. We're just sharing a bit of common sense. So let's make common sense common practice, eh?
Yeah, right, Neville. So thanks for your advice. I'm hoping that a lot of my industry colleagues will give their comments, give their feedback, and hopefully join us in the conversation in the next few days.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Be safe, everybody, and we'll get through this together.
Have a safe and nice day. Catch you tomorrow, Neville.
Catch you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from United Kingdom, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Bright and sunny London, as ever.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon. Yes, it is good afternoon to yourselves. So the beauty of international date lines. And today, what we thought was we'd do a bit of a follow-up of this, catastrophic impact on some businesses where a number of apps have been banned by the government. We don't need to go into the reasons why, but they've been banned. So now what we need to do is to deal with it, deal with the consequences. So TikTok, WeChat, there's a few direct organizations, small businesses, large businesses, that have really been focusing their advertising money through these two particular apps. So what are the direct implications for these people?
Naval, there is a huge direct implication. The direct implication is to these companies in a lot of revenue, not only from India, but the neighboring countries also. The videos were very popular into Indian market. So all of those are not playing anymore. In fact, the biggest superstar on TikTok is from a neighboring country, and he is not an Indian. So his videos are very popular here, and his business is going out of the window. So TikTok is losing revenue. The small artists or artisans or whatever the small real-time music or videos these guys make, they generate revenue using TikTok advertising channels. So their revenue will disappear, not only in India, but also in neighboring countries. And there are a lot of film stars. They have their own fan followers on TikTok. So they have fan followers on different media, and TikTok is also one of the fan followers they have on TikTok. So they are going to lose all their fans on, especially on WeChat and TikTok. And I think the direct implication is the enterprises. They lose a big chunk of advertising credit or branding credit because TikTok had 800 million subscribers within India itself. So 800 million subscribers is like twice the population of European Union. That is a kind of segment, the merchandise revenue or in terms of branding and advertising, these guys will lose. So there is a huge implications.
You're absolutely right. And this isn't just India centric, because there's a lot of people that use TikTok around the world that rely upon these 800 million users in India for their audience, their market. So I've seen the noise, and it is noise because this is not good news. This is almost like feedback from a guitar that goes through the amp. It is wow. It really has reverberated around the world. But the point is now it's happened. Will it come back? We don't know. We're out of control of this particular arena. This is down to a government's issue, government restrictions. So the knock-on consequences for any business now you need to start to think about the consequences of these things happening that are completely out of your control. Just like COVID was completely out of your control. You didn't know it was coming. You didn't do either. So what we need to be doing is focusing on our business processes. So as a small business, just look at your business processes. What are you doing? Where are you doing it? How are you doing it? More importantly, what third-party software, what third-party trust, reliance that you have in your business that allows you to do what you do. And the obvious one in this digital arena, this video type arena that TikTok operates in, is go to YouTube. Look at what YouTube offers. It's been around longer, and there's more comfort potentially around using that particular product. So now just look into it. So if video is really important to your organization, you may be using Zoom, you may be using Skype, you may be using anything. But what if one of those went down? What is your backup plan? So if you make a plan, then you can execute the plan in order of preferences. So just like COVID was a huge shock to the world, TikTok is a huge shock to the advertising world. So let's just think, let's take a step back and look at our businesses, look at how they operate, who we rely upon, who we trust, what's an integral part of our organization that we need to make sure we've got an alternative. And it's as simple as that, really. So this is a shock that's reverberating around one particular industry, but the knock-on effects are everywhere. Ultimately, there's a consequence of it. It could be your child that, you know, likes doing TikTok videos or using WeChat or one of these other apps that have been banned, and they've had their world taken away. Well, just look at what happens to them. And you don't want your business to go into that black hole. So take a grip, just take a step back, relax, look at the alternatives, and have contingency plans. It's good disaster planning anyway. And I know, CK, you know, if one server goes down, you've got automatic backup plans. When the electricity goes off, and it goes off, you know, far too often in your country in certain areas, there's always a generator that kicks in. There may be a 5-second delay or a 5-minute delay, but there's always a generator backup somewhere. So other people are thinking about it for you. You need to think about it for yourself. So just be a little bit more resilient and don't go into panic mode. Because there's no point in going into panic mode.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, you know, we can suggest certain alternatives to some of these people. And the very fact that TikTok was very popular around the world is because most of these Chinese mobile phones came preloaded with TikTok app. So people are, you know, spending not too much of money, and they get a whole lot of Chinese applications like WeChat, TikTok. So it was learning by buying the mobile itself. So that is why it became very popular in, you know, in the villages and you know, in the outskirts of the country. And the other alternatives are still there, but you know, it will require a little bit of efforts of downloading new apps. For example, YouTube can be a very good video platform, and it also has a lot of advertisements. So not as friendly as TikTok, because the ticket size for TikTok was very small, whereas YouTube ticket size runs into thousands of hours of the viewership. Only then they start making money. So I think the backup is there, but at the same time, TikTok not being present will create a vacuum, and I'm sure there will be some Indian player who will jump into it within few days. So technology behind TikTok and WeChat is not rocket science. It can be replicated. So I'm sure there will be some entrepreneur somewhere in India across the length and breadth of the country, and very soon we will have a replacement.
Well, like anything else, you know, we haven't seen competition come to the likes of TikTok, and I'm sure lots of people have been thinking about it. But like anything else, once you get that brand name out there, the barrier to entry is really high. But there's no barrier to entry now. You know, here's a great opportunity. If I had a software company, I know what I'd be going to do currently. So come and, in fact, if you're an organization out there which is looking at this arena, come and talk to us, because we'd like to know, you know, what you're doing and how you're doing it, and, you know, perhaps even promote you. So the message of today is be resilient, build resilience into your business, because actually you never know what's going to happen, which is completely out of your control. But there's always a backup plan. You might want to call it plan B, plan C, plan D. As far as I'm concerned, it's always plan A. You just need to be agile and move around it, because then it's always plan A. It's nice and simple. As I say, be resilient. That's the message today. Don't worry about things happening out there. Just be resilient.
Thank you, Neville. And as you said yesterday, never put all your eggs in one basket. I think that is so true. I think it's a learning for most of the
Exactly.
entrepreneurs. We will catch up with you tomorrow, Neville, on another edition of Top Brass. Bye-bye.
Good speaking with you, CK. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and as you all know that we have a platform which is helping a lot of companies worldwide for their lead generation and branding activities. The platform is called Topbrass, and in order to enhance the offering on this platform, we have started a new video initiative called Likeable Leaders. Under this initiative, we interview the popular CEOs or the budding CEOs who have been successful in their own way, and they've got a lot of experience, who would like to create an inspirational story around themselves and inspire their own team as well as their industry colleagues. So the likable leader section of Top Brass gives the opportunity. In this section, we will ask certain questions which will help you establish yourself. You can share your stories of success, of failure, how you basically overcome any bad feelings if you have. How do you discipline your life? How do you bring focus to your own activities? What sort of books you read? How do you motivate your team? And there could be any other thing that you would like to share about yourself. And this is something which is very good for all the CEOs to start with, to start sharing their ideas and reaching out to their own team as well as their peers in the industry. So I personally like to talk to you and look forward to this opportunity. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Very good morning to you, CK, and another bright sunny week starting in London.
It is quite hot in India as well, and we are still in lockdown. It is day 27th today. So I have a bit of information for you that some of the states have extended the lockdown in India. Earlier, the lockdown was up till May 3rd. Now, some of the states in India have today announced the lockdown will extend till May 7th. So I think some of us are going to be in lockdown for a very long time. But the good news is that so far, India as a country is conducting a lot of tests, and the fatality rate is lower than the other European countries in India. And also the number of cases, positive cases that the Indian government has announced are lesser than the European and the American numbers. So we have not yet flattened the curve, but I think we have to wait for another 6 to 7 days to really see the curve being flattened. So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news, and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
It's worth smiling about because it's really good news.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm smiling.
excellent, excellent. And we're on S, so why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is going to hit the word smiles. Okay, because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're crying their eyes out, But most babies have got a smile on their face. In fact, if you look around the web currently and you look for GIFs of babies, they're all smiling. Whereas the adults don't smile a great deal. But let me ask you a little quiz. What's the longest word in the world?
I've heard this word. It's quite difficult. I don't really remember, but I think it goes into 2 to 3 sentences. I think that's one word. That's the longest word that I know of. I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't know the answer.
no. Someone said to me, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
Are you sure this
which
is
is
the
a long
longest?
word. And it begins with S, amazingly enough. But very simply, the longest word in the world is smiles. Because between the S at the beginning and the S at the end, there's a mile in between.
Right.
Yeah, that brought a small smile on your face.
Right.
But it could. Joking aside, we don't smile enough. But let's do something. Let's do something really simple here. And you're my guinea pig of the day. You haven't even got a choice whether to volunteer or not. You are the volunteer. What I'd like you to do is to look up up to the ceiling. Get a firm look on the ceiling, and I want you to have a big smile on your face. That's it. So, big smile on your face, and big beaming smile. You've got to look up at the ceiling, and a big smile on your face. And what I'd like you to think of is something negative without losing the smile. Now, the thing about that is, it's not easy, is it?
I can't do that because I am thinking about smiling right now.
Exactly. So if you're smiling, trying to think of something negative while you're smiling, your brain is now confused and it says, well, actually, I'd rather smile because that's happier. That's easier because we don't have to think much to smile. So consequently, if we smile, we can't think of things negative.
Right.
And it's one of the simplest things you can do to start reducing your what we call behavioural waste, which doesn't begin with an S, by the way. It's a B and a W. But the thing is, by smiling, we can actually start to reduce some of the negative. So when you're working with your team, especially on this interactive arena that we are today, when we're locked in at home and our only real communication is digital with our team, smile. It's infectious. Even by me just saying smile, you smiled. So it's illogical, really, but it's really simple, and it gets things moving. And if you've noticed when you're walking down the street, I mean, we notice all the time when we're walking around, people that don't normally talk to each other, if you smile over and say, good morning, they're forced to smile back. It's an automatic reaction. It's very difficult not to smile at someone that's smiling.
So, Neville, I think what you're trying to tell us is that always be happy, and that is infectious. I'll share some experience with you right now. So, when I was in US, people always say, "How are you?" Right? But they don't ever smile. It's like it's a very stern, very, very stubborn kind of expression. If you meet somebody, "How are you?" without smiling, right? So I think that's, and they are not waiting to hear your answer. They will simply say, "It's like a custom. How are you?" and they walk away. So I think, I think another thing we need to learn from what you're saying is that we need to be always happy within ourselves and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, But when the team came in, and I would wander out and just say, "Hello, how are you? How's your weekend?" and have a smile. It's infectious. People will respond to it. So, although we're under lockdown, and the majority of the time you're just looking at a screen, smile, because that comes from within. And the more you do it, it's not just an issue of being happy, it's being content, and if you're content, then you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, the faster you can think about things. And all of these things they're almost syndicated together. So if I'm relaxed, I'm actually incredibly productive. If I'm under stress, not stress that I'm enjoying, because there is an enjoyable amount of stress. That's another letter S, by the way. Not one that I would recommend. But for some reason, a lot of students like to put themselves under stress because they hand in their assignments at the very last minute, for whatever reason. But some people work that way. But if you smile your way through it, then life is a lot easier. This isn't difficult. It's not rocket science, and it's very simple. And you think, well, it can't be as simple as that. The answer is, that's another S, simple. There was a phrase, I don't know if you recall this phrase, keep it simple, KISS.
Yeah.
And some people would keep it simple, stupid might be on the end, depending upon where you were in the world. Because it didn't mean stupid. It meant keep it simple, stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to. We will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a T.
Yes, I wonder what that T is.
Well, it won't be tea. Anyway, enjoy your day, CK, and smile, everybody, because life's beautiful.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville. Be safe, be positive. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
High five.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. About 10 days back, there was a news that in UP, which is one of the province in India, there is a discovery, or the scientists have found a huge stash of gold, or rather, it's 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton of gold have been found deep inside the forest in our state called UP. Now this is going to change the dynamics, the global dynamics, and so far this much gold is available, and it was sort of hidden out of plain sight for centuries. Nobody knew that such a big mountain of gold is there. That will change the dynamic, as I said, because this finding of the gold will bring India number 2 after United States in terms of the gold reserves. So why this is so important? Let me very high level. Let me draw your attention to how economy works. So basically, economy works based on average person sees these currency notes, and these are issued by the central bank of each country. Like you go to Kenya, there will be a central bank there. They are responsible for printing the notes. Likewise, we have in India Reserve Bank of India, which is responsible for circulation and printing of the notes. It's not that anybody can print these currency notes. Now, how much currency to be printed? That is a question mark. That it is basically based on certain economic facts, and the starting point of this economy, which is like foreign exchange reserves, how much what is the size of my GDP, etc., etc., and how much currency I have in circulation. All that really started maybe 1,000 years back, maybe 2,000 years back, but wherever it started with gold. And in ancient time, the India was known for the gold. Everybody had gold. In fact, today the Indians love their gold so much that it is part of. It's like it's the ultimate investment. It's considered as an investment. It is also considered as ultimate inheritance. So while the Indian government does not have that kind of a gold in reserves, but the people, which is 1.3 billion people, with whichever religion they all love their gold, and all of these people have some gold or the other. So if you bring all of this into organized sector, we will be much ahead than the global any country, even United States. We will surpass them. But let's not talk about that part, because those that gold is privately held with individuals in the country. But this one, which has now been found out, is a mountain of gold, and the estimate value is 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton in state of Uttar Pradesh. If that is added to the Indian gold reserve, we will be number 2 after United States. You can straight away imagine, as a layman, I'm just not talking too complex things here. I'm not talking about inflation. I'm not talking use these, difficult terms. I'm just saying that if you have gold, you will have better economy. Your ability to invest increase, your ability to spend increase, there will be more currency in circulation, and blah blah, and so on and so forth. So this has a very very profound implications in years to come. Right now, the status of this gold is the UP government is going to do e-tendering, and by way of e-tendering, they will select the companies, whether government or private companies, who will basically excavate this gold and produce it. After that, what will happen? Whether Uttar Pradesh will have access to this gold, or whether they will have a joint ownership with central government and the Uttar Pradesh government. So will it belong to India as a whole, or will it belong to Uttar Pradesh? That is what something that needs to be seen and ascertained. But right now, the way it looks like, and in fact, because of the Shaheen Bagh protest, this particular news was totally buried by all channels. But this is going to come up in a big way. It is going to transform India in next 10 years. It will become, India will again live the past glory of being called the golden sparrow, Sone ki chidiya. So with this, I will end this video, but I will meet you tomorrow with some more interesting facts. Until then, bye bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Sauti Wednesday. Let me welcome my friend from London, Mr. Naval Goon.
Good morning, CK. It's a cold and miserable Wednesday in the UK at the moment, and yet later on today it's going to be 30 degrees. So it's a damp start, but the sunshine's coming. And that's what SOTI Wednesday is all about. It's to show you that you may be apprehensive, you may be scared about joining this competition because your communication skills aren't that good. That's the whole point of the competition, to come on board and improve your communication skills. And the reason why CK and I are running this is he knows, and I know, and every business owner out there knows that when we go and employ people, we want people that can communicate, can have a conversation, can be invested in the conversation, can get their message over, and at the same time, listen to feedback so you can improve your message. And this is just one simple skill set. It can be really complicated to learn, and you can be fearful of learning it because you think you're not very good. Well, guess what? I wasn't very good either. CK wasn't very good, were you? You know? Were you the best speaker in the world when you were sort of 19, 20, 21?
Well, not at all, Neville. In fact, today's tip in SOTI Wednesday is, this arena of SOTI awards not only expose you to improve your speaking skills, it also gives you an opportunity to basically expose yourself visually. So this is an audio-visual platform where you are being watched by senior entrepreneurs, senior industry leaders, and who knows, some of these people may like your delivery. And what these companies are looking for is basically the best communicators in India. Because going forward, if India is going to drive the business, then the people from India should be able to talk comfortably with thousands of other different people. So I think this is a platform, and the tip today that Naval is trying to give us is, this is a platform for increasing your visibility. So the tip is increase your visibility, join and get watched by thousands of industry leaders globally. This is what I have to say, Neville.
That's brilliant, CK. And as you said right at the very beginning, no, you weren't. You weren't a good communicator. And the point about this is we're going to show you not only what it takes to be a good communicator, but to get you to go and practice and then put your video out there so you're showing the world. Today's big earners are not the Jeff Bezoses of this world that own huge organizations. It's the vloggers. It's the YouTubers, it's the influencers that actually are really enjoying what they're doing. And all of our sponsors, of which we're a sponsor to, MindFit is a sponsor to, we know that our best ambassadors out there are people that can really communicate, can hold a conversation, can go and talk to other people, extol the virtues about our organization. And remember, we have IBM in this as well. IBM, if you've not known, Google them, IBM.com. Really difficult name to remember. See how big these are. Why are they sponsoring what we're doing? What do you think they're sponsoring this for? Because they believe in your success. They also want to attract the best employees. You're going to be on show here for IBM. But IBM are not stupid. They know that Microsoft are listening, even though Microsoft isn't sponsoring. They also know that Oracle will be listening. These are big names. They also know that Apple will be listening. So here is an opportunity to put yourself in that interview slot. Now, they haven't asked you to come for interview, but they're going to be watching. And the reason they're going to be watching is because we're going to tell them. That's why we're running a competition. It's not a lot. You need to have skin in the game, but it's not a lot of money just to put your name on an entry form. But your learning, your development program will actually be far more beneficial than your degree. And don't listen to that from me, because even now, Elon Musk is saying your degrees are useless. and he lists 4 or 5 top skills, soft skills that are useful. And guess what? Communication is on the list. It should be number one. Without you being able to communicate, how can you get your message over? If you can't speak, how can you get your message over? And again, it comes with body language as well. So it builds confidence, it builds a can-do attitude, and I'm going to stay with the letter C. You'll be in control, you'll have clarity, you'll be committed, you'll be comfortable, you'll be calm. And it's a competition. That's another C. So come and collaborate with us, another C. And we'll show you how you can win. It's as simple as that. Can't make it any simpler than that, can we, CK?
In fact, your tip for today for the contestant is very clear, very straightforward, and you have used very simple words and you have used very powerful words. So I think the message is very loud and clear that going forward from 2020 till 2030, the people who will succeed in the industry would be the communicators. And that is why Top Brass Sortie Awards is to bring that quality upfront for the industry leaders to watch and select their workforce for the next decade. So I think, thank you very much, Neville. It's a great learning for all of us and all of our contestants, and also a lot of youngsters who are watching this video. Come and join Sortie Awards. I will give the link at the end of the video. Please come and register yourself.
Yeah, please do, because actually it's a bit like being in the lottery. You've got to be in it to win it. We're not going to guarantee you get a great job at the end of this, but the likelihood is you will.
Well, the top 100 people definitely will get recognized across the world through Top Brass Sortie Awards, because these 100 people will be the best communicator across thousands who will apply. So I think there is a great opportunity for everyone to not only get recognized, but also to practice, learn new tricks, networking with peers and also with industry leaders. So a whole lot of advantages for people who are participating in this contest.
Absolutely. And it's a silent network because they don't know it's happening, but we do, because we already know the response we're getting from organizations, employers all the way around the world. So again, the message is get on board, improve your communication skills, get yourself in that shop window, and it's that silent interview that you've done once, but thousands, tens of thousands, and probably hundreds of thousands will be watching. Simple message.
Thank you very much, Neville. And I think it's a great learning for all of us. You have put it so simply, a great message. So thank you very much. We will catch up next Wednesday on the Sortie Wednesday. Otherwise, I will catch up with you tomorrow on some other subject.
See you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the wonderful king, Lalitaditya. He is the most powerful king of Kaista, ruler of Kolkata dynasty. And it is said that in few chronicles that he is a world conqueror. And his empire included not only Indian parts but also Afghanistan and Central Asia. To discuss more about this wonderful king, we have reputed historian, Ms. Meera Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm also good.
Yes. And today we are discussing a wonderful profile of great King Lalitadit. And I just want to share one thing. I happened to visit his Avantipur in Kashmir. And since that, I'm mesmerized the kind of structure I've seen there. So I would like to listen more about this wonderful ruler of India.
See, Lalita Ditya belonged to the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir, and it is also said that this Karkota dynasty evolved from the mythical Naga dynasty. Okay, and he was termed as a word conqueror by one of the writers of Kashmir, Kalhana. So Kalhana wrote one account known as Raj Tarangini, in which he describes Laitaditya as a word conqueror. And to tell you, Kanchan, the meaning of Raj Tarangini is rulers of the river. Okay, rulers of the river. So Kalhana has explained his reign as such that he was ruling all the extents of the rivers of India, not only in India, Afghanistan, Central Asia also. And if you view the historical accounts, not only in Kalhana's Rashtarangini, we get the mention of Lalita in the book of Tang Dynasty of China. So that means he had relations
many
with
happy
China
returns of the
also
day.
that time.
And from all of us
Some
from Akulmach,
historical
we send our
accounts they
best
put
wishes
up
to you.
that one of his
May
ministers,
the new year
Count
bring
Kun,
all the happiness and
was
all
of
your
Chinese
wishes
origin.
come true. Enjoy.
So that means he had, extent till China. And if we see his time period, it is from 724 to 760 CE.
Okay.
Why he is termed as a world conqueror is that he was the king who not only stopped the Arabian and Turkish invasions in India, but also established his empire in most major parts of India, Afghanistan, and the Central Asia. He is also termed as the Alexander of India. So why? Because Alexander also boasted to be a world conqueror. So same way, the Kashmiri author Kalhana, he wrote about him that he was a world conqueror, not only a world conqueror, a person who built the empire, who developed all the areas of art, architecture, and he was a great builder. Apart from a military general, he was a great builder. Why he is termed as a world conqueror? Because first of all, he defeated a very famous king, Yashovarman of Kannauj.
Right.
And finally, Yashovarman, submitted to him, and not only Yashovarman but other rulers that time, they all accepted his suzerainty. And why he is, praised in all the records is because he was the one who stopped all the foreign invasions. That time, all the Arabian, the Turkish invasions which were happening in India, and the time period in which he ruled. He ruled for around 37 years. So that time period in which he ruled, they are free of foreign invasions. Otherwise, before that, you find lot of foreign invasions happening, because 326 you get Alexander coming to India, and many other Arabian and Turkish invaders also,
Right.
but his rule, that almost 37 years he ruled, that was free of invasions.
Okay.
That means his army was very strong, his empire was, huge, and he was a good administrator because he was able to manage this huge empire sitting at Srinagar, because Srinagar was the traditional capital, but he developed his new capital that was known as Parihaspur.
Okay.
Still, it is there, Parihaspur. Parihaspur means a smiling place.
Okay.
So he developed his capital there, and he controlled the entire India, Central Asia, and Afghanistan from there.
Okay.
Not only in terms of his military conquests, he is also known in history because of his, love for temples. So many temples he built,
Yes.
and one of the temples, which is 3 miles away from Anantnag in Kashmir,
Right.
it is the Sun Martand Temple. It is the Sun Temple.
Yes.
We only get the ruins now because it was ruined by one Islamic invader. He ordered rather to destroy the temple.
Right.
So this Sun Martha temple has a huge temple in between, surrounded by 84 smaller shrines.
Right.
So, and very beautiful architecture. Very beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And not only this Sun Marthan temple, he built temples of Shiva, Vishnu, all deities. He built the temples, but unfortunately, the invaders who came, they destroyed all the beautiful architecture which was left by Lalita Aditya. Not only this, because that time, there was scarcity of water probably because of, as we know, Kashmir is very, very cold. So he built many bunds. Bunds means small water bodies for the purpose of irrigation, and canals which he got built from the rivers, canals for the irrigational purposes.
Right.
So not only we can remember him as a military general, but a builder who has left a good legacy. But unfortunately, as I said, the invaders, the Islamic invaders, they ruined it. They rather gave orders to ruin it, so, which is very, very unfortunate. And see, it has not only happened in Kashmir in the reign of Lalita Aditya, but if you move down to Gujarat, Mahmud Ghazni, he attacked Somnath temple many times.
Right.
Why? Because it was a very rich temple.
Right.
Very rich temple.
Right.
So, to tell you the fact, Ghazni, he invaded India 17 times.
Right.
From 1000 to 1017 AD. So not only in Kashmir, so many places these invasions has happened, which have, destroyed our heritage, because all these temples,
Hello,
monuments,
Mike.
they
Many
come
happy
under
returns of the day.
heritage.
And from all of us,
and they tell us
from
about the
Akulmach,
history.
we send
Right.
our best
Right.
wishes to you. May
So
the
so
new
much
year
of
bring
destruction
all the
was
happiness
done
and all your
in
wishes
the
come true.
previous
Enjoy.
years, in the past, and now I will divert from the topic, Kanchan.
Yeah.
Now, when I'm not talking as an individual, I'm talking as a common person. Now, when we want to undo that which has happened, so lot of
Hello, Mike.
communal
Many happy returns of
questions
the day.
they come
And
up.
from all of us, from
Many
Akulmach,
communal
we send
questions
our
they
best wishes to you.
they sprung up.
The
Yes,
new year
actually,
bring
we
all
don't
the
realize
happiness
this is a
and
part
all
of our
your wishes
heritage
come true.
and we should be proud of
Enjoy.
it. As I told you, when I visited Avantipuram, it was so mesmerizing because even the ruins, the architecture on the pillars and the stones which I've seen that point of time, which were really very artistic, and you really feel and you have that kind of greatness when you touch any of these stones, and it is spread on in a vast area, and that unfortunately it is all in a stone. I mean, ruined.
You are just getting the ruins.
Right.
And just imagine if we had the original temple, how grand, how beautiful it would be.
Right. Right.
Main temple surrounded by 84 small shrines.
Right.
And it was the temple of sun god, because Martand is another name of sun. So not only for the sun, but he built temples for Shiva, Vishnu, and other Hindu deities. And why Lalitaditya is also praised in the pages of history, as I told you, not only for his military conquests, but for the work which he did for his subjects, for the public, because he cared for the public. He built those water bodies, bunds, canals for irrigation, and not only that, we in Kallana's Rajtarangini we get account that the statues which were built, they were huge, and maybe that was exaggerated also, because seeing the time period you feel little confused at how they were able to erect so huge statues of gods and goddesses. But Kalhana's Rajtarangini, which was written in the 12th century CE, gives us a very detailed account about his reign, about Lalitaditya's reign. Though he, see, now if you do a comparison, because some people they compare Lalitaditya as a word conqueror, and they also compare him with Alexander, because they say he was the Alexander of India. But one unique thing about him was he was not into brutal killing, which Alexander did. So that difference we have to understand. He was not. He just when he went for conquests, there was always this option given to the king, that if it is your wish that you submit to us, or you have a battle or fight. So that way treaties were also done, and many agreements were made. So it was not all that brutality. So when we compare him with Alexander, it is good, because as the history portrays Alexander as a great king, Alexander the Great. So we should also call Lalitaditya the Great. But unfortunately, Kanchan, mention of Lalitaditya is not in our history books, which is very, very sad.
Yes, very sad. And any who doesn't.
Why our children are deprived of the heritage and the great times which our kings had in India.
Right.
So this is little unfortunate, actually.
Yes, really very unfortunate, because any king who has ruled such a vast empire, and so for so many years, he should be, and without benevolent or without caring of subject, no king can rule in such a vast area and such a long time. And of course, Lalita, that has to be taught in school, and of course in colleges also, because he is a part of our rich heritage, and he was a great king.
And even Al-Baruni, even in Al-Baruni's accounts, he is mentioned, because his name was Laitaditya Mukta Pida.
Okay.
So Al-Baruni mentions Muttai, which is an upbranch of Mukta Pida.
Okay.
Tang dynasty of China, they mention his name.
Okay.
So that means he was known far and wide.
Okay.
His glory was far and wide. So,
Yes.
but unfortunate that foreigners knew about him, but now our generation, they don't know about, the great kings. And I should be thankful to you, Kanchan, because at least you have taken up this task of, exploring the great kings of India. So at least through this series, we will be able to tell our students, the common public, about the great kings which existed,
Yes,
who were really great.
yes, and actually, it is something which really makes us proud, which should make us proud that we belong to such a great country, that we have so great people like Lalita Dette, or like maybe Harshvardhan, maybe Ashoka, Chandragupta. So, and then we should have pride in this aspect of our culture and traditions.
Yes, and see why India was known as Sone ki Chidiya that time, because of the prosperity.
Right.
And it was this wealth and prosperity only which lured the foreign invaders to come to India. Alexander, Gori, Ghazni, they all came to invade the wealth.
Right.
So,
Yes.
and how India was so much wealthy and prosperous because of the rulers, because of their policies, because of their administration. Because see, when if a head of the family is not good, you cannot expect a good family. Same way, if the ruler is not good, you cannot expect a flourishing country.
Right.
So that means our kings were great,
Right.
who were glorified even in our Puranas, Vedas, all the ancient texts. They sing the glory of our kings.
Right.
So we should be proud of that heritage.
Right.
As Indians, we should be proud of our culture, of our heritage, of our history, which is really magical, mesmerizing,
Yes.
beautiful.
Definitely. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, today and discuss one of the greatest King Lalitaditya. We'll be discussing more about his period in our other series. Till then, bye.
Yeah, I will cover about his military conquests
Yes.
in detail.
Yes, we'll be discussing military conquest in detail in our next series. So till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Tobras Nation. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and he is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show. Sitesh, how are you doing?
I'm well, Kanchan. It's great to catch up with you after some days. And I'm here for another interesting conversation. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And today we are discussing about immigration. You see, 3 days back, we have celebrated International Immigration Day 2020. And the theme of this day was reimagining human mobility. You see, Siddesh, throughout human history, immigration has been a courageous expression of individuals' will to overcome adversity and to live a better life. You see, from antiquity, individuals, humans are migrating, immigrating to different continents, to different cities. And globalization today, together with the advances in communication and transportation, has greatly increased the number who have the desire and the capacity to move to other places. So, what is your idea on this?
Well, Kanchan, I agree with you that we as a humans, we have always been a migrant beings, migrant species, and we have always traveled from one place to another place. Only in the modern history, modern world order, which is our today's democracy or whatever crazy we can say, we talk about migration more and more. And I have been seeing this migration from various angles, and I would be really surprised to ask some people, some of the authorities in the United Nations, some of the experts in the immigration and migration, that this migration was always the hallmark of the humans. But in last 50 years or 100 years, we have been hearing about migration. When we talk about India's case, we have hearing about Bangladeshi migrants. When I live in Africa, I have heard about lot of North African places. From there, the poor people from North Africa, they get onto the boats, they try to get into the coast of Italy or Greece, and that 300 mile or 300 kilometers of the sea stretch is very, very treacherous, very, very dangerous. Many people have died. Then America's history, USA's history is full of migration history. From 1776, they proudly say that they are a country from built by migrants. So, but my thing is that with the today's world order, how much is the migration story a crisis story, or shall it be turned into something which is a innovative story? It's a mixing of cultures story. How we have to take it in that way? So, what is your take on a generally when we say about a migrant's story?
Actually, as I see, because even in new era, there has created challenges and opportunities for the societies who are migrating, and that is throughout the world. It also has underscore the clear linkage between migration and development, as well as the opportunity it provides for the co-development, and that is concentrated improvement, economic and social conditions at both places like origin and the destination of migrant. But lately, we have been seeing that migration has created a havoc. When we really see the number of international immigration or people living in a country other than their country of birth in 2019 has reached around 272 million. Women immigrants were 48% of the total number, and the estimated 38 million were children among them. And among all these immigration, though this is a as I told you, it has a history of a centuries. We have been migrating as a human race, but 3 out of 4 international immigrants are working at age that is between 20 to 64. And we also seen the kind of depression, the kind of atrocities being seen by the immigrants. And of course there are some countries who are also facing problem, especially in economic and social development of their own country, and that has created a problem for the destination countries. Now, approximately 31% of international migrants worldwide are Asia, 30% are in Europe, 26% is in America, and 10% in Africa, and 3% in other countries. So, what I feel is that though this is kind of a trait, human trait, but nowadays, due to the crisis, it has become a crisis, and it also exposed by COVID-19 pandemic, and that has created a real problem, a real situation for both immigrants and for the destination countries.
That's right, Kanchan. You are so bang on with the data, and I am really happy that you spoke about that data. My take on the migrant challenge, which is termed always as migrant crisis, whether it is a migrant crisis in Europe, people coming from the troubled regions of the Gulf, or it is a migrant crisis of the southern Europe, people coming from the northern Africa, from Libya, Algeria to the European borders, or it is a migrant crisis at the Mexico border with America. Last year, or in 2018-19, I have read that there have been a lot of trespassing between the Mexico border and American border, where even some Indians were also there, between that border. There was a story of a small 6-year-old girl dying while trying to cross the border with her father. And these are the stories all across the world. The challenge is that how do we face it as a country? How do we facilitate it with the people who are trying to enter? Generally, the migration has always been a human choice. But last 100 years or so, we have been seeing, rather than being a choice, it has been forced upon. I have met a lot of people from Asia Pacific in Japan. I have met them in Africa also, who have no choice than to apply for asylum. They are the typical migrants. For people like us who are into the working field, we choose migration based on our choice, whether I would like to stay in Europe or Africa or Japan. But that is my choice, and that is not a challenge. The challenge is the crisis that happens when people who do not have options and then they cross. So there is a United Nations International Organization on Migrants. I think they keep a record of the migration happening. During the COVID, they have figured out that there have been almost like 3,000 deaths in the last 10 months of this pandemic on all the migratory routes. And it is, maybe that is just half the data. So every country today, which a big country, small country, they are facing this migration crisis. And I would say, as per the United Nations Human Convention on the human rights, the migration has to be taken as a human right. But at the same time, with all the checks and balances that a country would like to be put on those migrants, like in India, we are facing the Bangladeshi migrants issue on the Assam side, and they came around 1971 war with Pakistan during Bangladesh liberation. Now that has grown; it has become a challenge for us. Similar is the migration in the European countries. A lot of people from the Gulf, they moved on to Germany, France, and other European countries, and we are seeing some challenges on that front. A lot of migration happens in the Southern America. So we need to have a human approach towards migration. Probably we need to speak about it, talk about it. We try to see if some migration has already happened. Can those people, rather than deport them, can we bring them into the mainstream?
Yes,
What do you?
yes, I feel there are mixed element of unforeseeability and emergency and complexity, because what happens, immigrants come to destination countries, and I've heard a lot of stories regarding they are not able to mix up with the destination population due to their belief and due to their social structure. And apart of this, there are other difficulties of these international immigrants, because they require a lot of, as you said, lot of cooperation and collective action among the countries. And as you mentioned, the United Nations is also playing an active and catalyst role in this area, with the aim to creating a dialogue and interaction within the country and the region. But again, the problem still persists, because there has to be some experience and some collaboration in this particular field in this subject, because this is a human nature. We have been migrating. Even here also in India, we do migration from our home to Bombay, for example, to get into a city of dreams and get our means and our dreams fulfilled. So, but when we talk about international immigration, so that has become kind of a talking point nowadays, because there are some tensions within the communities, and why they are moving from their home country again, because due to in search of a good life, definitely, and there are some wars going on, so they have to escape from that. So all these things, what I feel, require a lot of collaboration, lot of help, and lot of understanding among the countries how to deal with these immigration issues, migrant issues in the destination country and countries, as well as in their home country, so that these people can remain peacefully, happily at their place. And this is what I feel. This is my point today.
Yes, Kanchan. Yeah, I think, Kanchan, that you are talking about the inclusiveness of the migrants into the society which they go in. And that's exactly what my thinking also has been. That there are very few places in this world which we say they have been melting pots of cultural assimilation, amalgamation. India has been one of it. For thousands of years, we say a lot of people have come, a lot of communities have come, whether they came as invaders or they came as traders. They have always come and they have assimilated into our culture. So more or less, we are our Indian society is also a migrant society. Then in our country, we have so many different cultures, languages. As I would like to say, every 500 kilometers, the culture changes in our country. Similarly, I would also think one very interesting way, when we talk about the migrant crisis internationally, it is important to see the structural facilities available to the migrants to be part of the country where they have come. Plus, they need to contribute to the not only to the economy but also to the cultural assimilation of their new acquired country. And nothing best comes to my mind, Kanchan, than to share our Indian migration story that is very interesting to my heart. And I have been studying Indian migration in last 100 or 150 years in various parts of the world. In South Africa itself, there have been almost 1.4 million people of Indian descent, which we call South African Indians. They all were taken by the British system in the indentured times, and they have lived there to tell the tale in 3 generations, 4 generations. That is the same story in Mauritius, Fiji, Gibraltar, Suriname, and other places. And the stories of the migration shall, if we tell to the current citizens of any country in terms of the success brought by the migrants, success brought by the migrants' children, I think those stories will push lot of migrated population to contribute positively in the economy of that country. And today, one of the great examples is Kamala Harris. a first generation migrant's story, a child. And there are so many such stories across the world. And I'm sure not only from the Indian population, but also from the other populations, other communities, other nationalistic populations, we have great migrant stories. One of the great breakthrough COVID vaccine is from a Turkish migrant in United States, I'm told. So if we talk in those terms, I think the migrant crisis can be handled in a better way, and the incidents that we see all across the world, not only incidents, we also see the fallbacks, we also see some pushbacks by the migrants, by the acquiring country. All those things can be minimized.
Yes, point. I mean, it's a good point. And what I feel is that we have to think about these migrants, and again with the theme 2020 theme, which is reimagining human mobility. I think we should stress on that. We have to be creative, responsible, and collaborative in providing opportunities to immigrants, opportunity to migrants. So it was so good to talk to you today, Sitesh, and we'll meet again with some other good subject in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead, and let's migrate to Mars now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for that. Very soon it will be. But we should have a kind of a real setup. You see, we can't be Martian just like that. Okay, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye, Kanchan.
Bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very interesting discussion about a person who is in news for some time, and he is Arnab Goswami. Arnab Goswami is Assamese and is born in Assamese family of Colonel Manoranjan Goswami and Suprabha Goswami. So to discuss about his personality, his kind of journalism, I have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been working in different continents and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day on this side for my side, and I'm sure it is a good day for you as well. I am really well and very charged up, just like Arnab. How are you?
I'm fine. At my side also, things are good. Weather is well, unlike there's no pouring of rains now. So things are perfectly right. And as you know, we are discussing about Arnab, who is trending. He was #1 journalist at the moment in Indian subcontinent. I can say he's also a recipient of Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism. And as you know that he started his career in 1995 with Telegraph and NDTV. And later on, he also joined from 2006 to 2016 in Times Now. And currently, he is heading Republic Media Network, which is trending and also having highest TRP. So, what do you think about the TRP and other aspect of this news uh, giving away
Well,
people?
well, Kanchan, first of all, I do not believe in any histrionics. I come from the great legacy of the Doordarshan news reporters, All India Radio news reporters, Shammi Narang of those days, if you remember, and Salma Sultan and others of Komal GB Singh, Gitanjali Iyer, and you name it, you have it, including Pranoy Roy, who is now the chairman of NDTV. And so I believe that ratings don't last. Good journalists do. And the other thing is that journalists should be watchdogs and they should not be lapdogs. So in today's life, it is more about the room is filled up with so many journalists, so many media people. And one of the sure shot way of to be heard is to be loud. And therefore, I believe that Arnab is doing a great job. He's really loud. He is overboard. Decibel levels are too high. Really tests a television's decibel limits. And therefore, he is doing a great job. Content wise, I will have my reservations. The content, the presentation, yes, histrionics, 10 out of 10. Content, I will have to keep it for some more deep thinking. So yes, that kind of journalism is flourishing, has been flourishing. I mean, today it is Arnab. Some years back, we had someone, few other journalists like this. But as I said, in a crowded room, the loudness is a great skill. And therefore, Arnab is doing a great job. Republic TV has been compared to, I mean, a lot of some criticism is also there, which is there, I mean, part of parcel of the game. There is criticism about it. And at the same time, he, as you said, he has got Ramnath Goenka award, but that was in 2008. And he has been, some news broadcasting agency, he has been president as well. But to say that he is not articulate, which I would think, because I always come from a belief that the argument has to be better rather than the voice, rather than the decibel. Whichever debate it is, whether it's a debate on a television or it's a debate in a parliament. What do you say?
I believe some part of your argument at this point of time, but I feel one aspect which is very crucial and very solid when we talk about Arnab is that rise of nationalism, which is I think is a requirement of this hour, because we somehow started saying that India is not bad, it is a bad country, and there are no facilities. And we have somehow, the young generation especially, left the feeling of proudness about their country, their culture, their tradition, and the various things which India offers. So I think in one way, Arnab has ignited this issue and this very crucial aspect to feel proud and rise of nationalism. I agree that he is loud among all journalists, but then I also feel that the choice of topics, especially the controversial topics like through defamation case, or we have remarks on Keralite or Palghar mob lynching. These are few crucial issues which he has discussed. And one more point is that he is the one person who is responsible for starting debate on news channel. So that is also goes, I think, a plus point when it comes to journalism, especially in India. What are your views on this?
Now, I agree. I completely agree your point about the rise of nationalism. But I would say, Kanchan, that nationalism doesn't come with one label. Nationalism is not about one label, one political party, one ideology, the most popular ideology, and it is also something. It cannot be claimed that one is a better patriot than the other, because there is no scale for it. There cannot be a scale for it. Ultimately, everyone functions under the Constitution and the words written in the Constitution. So to say that nationalism's rise, yes, it is being seen, it is being observed, but to say that that is the only brand of nationalism, it is incorrect. And therefore, I always recommend to my family, to my friends, to my colleagues, sometimes please go and watch Doordarshan news as well. You will be happy. You will feel peace. You will feel at par with what is happening in the country, and you will not see anything that is only sensationalizing 24 hours by the time. And I am so proud of Doordarshan that even in today's hullabaloo of all these, branded journalism, Doordarshan still remains, Doordarshan News, English or Hindi or whichever, they still remain the best news channel. And at least the moment you watch all the other news channels and you come back to Doordarshan, you will feel at peace. You will go and have a cup of coffee and you will think, oh, the world revolves anyway. It doesn't stop. And that is my whole point is all about.
So I think that you are more on the presentation type of issues rather than news or how it is. You want.
So I want content.
Okay.
I want content, and I want balanced content on so many things happening in the world. If you see, one movie star's death has taken 100 days of television content 24/7 for one channel. You go to Doordarshan and you get the balanced news, what is happening across the world. You take up any international channel, there are sensitive news, there are progressive news, there are food news, there are leisure news, there are sports news, there are life. There is life beyond sensationalization, and I'm completely against. And that is the reason the same thing happens to the Fox channel in America. Fox News channel is just based on this sensationalization. And so whichever party one supports, it is about the belief of the journalists. Can you imagine of the journalists of Doordarshan days shouting on top, hurling comments, insulting comments, throwing words, and the words which are, even probably a person like Mr. I can really think of a person like Mr. APJ Kalam would have been offended being on Republic Bharat. So I think that it is important to have a great content. It is important to raise the pitch as well. We need to raise the pitch. We have seen everyone does it. It is not just Arnab. I only buy that content which gives me a balanced presentation, balanced content, a balanced news, and at the same time, they can after watching for 2 hours or 3 hours in the morning, I should feel that I got a whole dossier of what is happening around me and not just one topic.
I agree with your point, but there's one issue which I differ is that you mentioned about this film star who is kind of in suspicion that he's being murdered, but there are people who are saying that he committed suicide. Now, no other channel, but I have gone through various channels, has taken up this particular story the way Arnav has taken up. Earlier it was suicide. Later on it came out to be a murder, a cold-blooded murder. So now when you see, people only listen to you when you really speak loudly, and it should
Correct.
reach in your ear. It should make massive sound near your eardrums. So
Correct.
so I think I give full marks to Arnab to really taking up and coming out and giving a justice to a person who was claimed by many, not one or two, but most of the people, that he has committed suicide. But it came out that he has been murdered, that too in a very bad way. So I give full support to Arnab in terms of his journalistic research, his people who are working in his team and doing a great work. And apart of presentation, I agree. I fully agree. The presentation may be very loud when it comes to Arnab Goswami and the public channel, but as far as content, I feel any topic which he takes up or any of his team member takes up, they have some content in that, and they have the capability, and there are possibility which can really give dent in the journalistic outcome and then in the news itself. So that is one thing which I appreciate about Republic, and especially Arnab, because as you mentioned, though Republic TV has been compared with North Korean media, and of course Fox News in America, a TV channel, but apart of this, I just gone through all the criticism. I really feel that Arnav and his channel has that capability to reach to young mind and to really be listened by people carefully what he is saying. Unlike Doordarshan, though I appreciate, I worked for Doordarshan for many years, I understand that, and I have a soft corner for Doordarshan also. But though they are journalists, so they take a view which is like Om Shanti view. This 10% of this news, there's 10% of different segment news, maybe another 30% of news, and then sport news. So they are following a parameter or a sequence which I think need to change a little bit. What do you say?
Well, I can only pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Karan Thapar one day. I can pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Rajat Sharma, what he is today, what he has made of himself.
I think Arnav has left all these journalists behind. He is way ahead. I think because the kind of people appreciation he's getting, no other journalist has yet, except Pranal Roy when he initially started NDTV. I can agree on this point. But of course, there are Rajat Sharma who has a separate segment and separate fan following. But when it comes to comparison of Arnab Goswami with Rajat Sharma or any other journalist at this point, I think nobody matches him.
Yeah, I think that it's again, we live in a democracy, and like we choose our heroes and heroines, and we have to be choosing our journalists also. So probably Arnab has brought the stardom that was much needed in this space. So he has become like a angry young man of the news channel, and I wish he becomes Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism. If he really wishes to become an angry young man, he should choose to become the angry young man of the journalists of India. And I wish that he does what he does best. And I just wish that he raises his content quality rather than the decibel quality, just banking on that. Because decibel quality in Indian democracy, we know that decibel quality rules for a good amount of time, but it does not sustain for a long time. And that's what is the difference between when we say Rajat Sharma or Karan Thapar or Pranay Roy or MJ Akbar and all Sudhir Chaudharys and Shekhar Guptas of this world. So yes, we needed a star. We have a star. Arnab Goswami is a star of Indian journalism. I hope he carries on with this, and he reaches greater heights, and he becomes dependable, more and more dependable.
Yes, I also think that he has started a different trend, especially in journalism, where journalists are not scared of putting their point of view. And I also noticed in his program that if you are a good debater or if you have a point to really counter his point or anybody pro-government point, has been taken, appreciated, has taken well with the panelists. Have you noticed this kind of approach or attitude during his shows?
I have observed, Kanchan, that he doesn't take any comment negative. And that is the same thing as you have been saying. That's what you said. And I'm saying he's not taken even a pinch of salt from the other part of the argument. So that's why being the loudness means my way or highway, which works well because people are paid to come on his channel. People come on his channel. People also go to other channels also. There are spokespersons. So interestingly, I heard that for the political parties, they have chosen a spokesperson to go to all other channels and only very special spokesperson to go on our Bharat channel or Republic TV channel, because it is not easy to handle the heat and the salvo that he throws. So he is a great debater. There is no doubt about it. And I think that his unique selling point is his voice, his loudness, his decibel levels, and combined with his actions going ahead, launching FIRs and the kind of team he has developed. His team will become as our IPL team of Indian journalism. In that T20 session, they will run behind, they will do everything to get a scoop, a worth of news from each and every matter that they are looking into. They are choosing and going behind. But he is definitely riding a very, very thin rope in terms of choosing between the setup. And he must note, if he has to go very, very long way beyond the decades, where governments change, political masters also change, industrialists change, people change. If he has to go a long way, he has to be a really, really a long-term player rather than a few years short-term player.
Yes, actually, his parental grandfather was a lawyer, and his maternal grandfather was elected legislator from Communist Party and served as an opposition. So no wonder I can understand from where this discussion and debating skills come from. But at the same time, I feel that Arnav has a lot of challenges to face, especially if we see today's scenario. And I also feel that being journalist is one of the fourth pillar of democracy. It has to be powerful and has to show people what is right and what is wrong. And I think more than 50% of work which Arnab is doing, I think it's clearing mind of people and showing across what's happening, especially when we see mob lynching, Palgan mob lynching. And so I prefer and I feel that he has long way to go and a long way to really think about sustainability of this kind of journalism in India. What are your ideas?
Right. He has to be if he has to sustain, he has to be a long-term player. And that long-term player has to withstand many governments in a 40-50 year career, many governments, many ideologies, regimes change,
Right.
electorate changes, content also changes, tones change, but the core, the ethics remain. I believe what he is being seen today, his core and ethics remain the same. He has no doubt inspired a lot of new journalists, young journalists. I'm sure wherever he goes to address these graduates, he gets a standing ovation, and his courage is commendable. But at the same time, the sustainability factor is also needs to be seen, so that he can become MS Dhoni of Indian journalism or Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism, if he is being portrayed as such.
Yes, so all the best to Arnav, and let him keep giving good news and establish a good journalism in Indian subcontinent. So we'll be discussing more about different issues in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh.
Thank you. The nation definitely wants to know this, Kanchan.
All the best. Thanks. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, welcoming you all on Top Brass Spotlight. And today on Spotlight, we have Mr. Satya Madala, who is the CEO of Single Point Solution, a very specialized, innovation-driven company which is producing systems and solutions end-to-end for electric vehicle charging. And they are helping the new budding entrepreneurs to set up the EV charge station across India, across the world. Satya is also one of the top voices which is known in the startup fraternity globally. So without further ado, let me welcome Satya to the show.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra. So good morning.
Yes, Satya. In fact, you belong to a very special community which is pioneering the new wave of innovation. And as we know that we are under lockdown and we do not know the end date of COVID-19 to end. And I think what work your company and yourself in terms of innovation that you're bringing to the world is very, very remarkable. So why don't you talk about the EV charge solution that your company has developed, and now you're looking to market it?
Yep. Yeah, Chandra. So it's nice talking to you. On this technology. So basically, we as a single point solutions, we are providing a total EV ecosystem. Like ecosystem means actually we are providing A to Z solutions. In our A to Z solutions, we are providing hardware to till software. So in a software also, actually we are providing a software for our OEMs, and we are providing a software for our users, and we are providing some sort of embedded programming system for our hardware. So when it comes to EV ecosystem, we divide it into few parts. So when it comes to hardware part, so we develop a hardware. So we develop a hardware, and hardware components will sit in a charger. So which supports to communicate the EV charger to cloud. So that means by using this technology, so we can maintain the charger. We can maintain the charger remotely, and wherein actually the administrator can control the charger from his dashboard. So that is one part. When it comes to registration, so admin can register the charge points in a backend system. So the backend system will carry all the charging informations, charging station informations, and in a charging stations actually there is a connector information, and in a connector information there is a QR codes and payment details, wherein actually administrator can monitor so the payment part, and the he can control, he can specify the cost of the unit charge on that particular location. Say for example, if you take in a Noida, so Noida is the price is different from Delhi. So say for example in a Noida, depends on that electrical board. So they specify per unit how much it is, and in a Delhi it is different from that. So they can control those things in a backend system. So we are providing another thing is we are providing a mobile application for a user, wherein actually mobile application comes to user when he downloads, just he needs to register, and when he register that actually our mobile application will show them the nearest charging points. So we administrator can specify that it's a, if it is a 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers what it is, so he can find out the charging stations, and when he clicks on the charging station he can find out what is the chargers available in that particular charging station, and what is the price of that charging per unit. All these things will come into the mobile application now. So for this actually we use the OCPP protocol, and we are taking some EVCC technology, wherein by using this OCP protocol actually we connect to the charging stations, and we'll get the information from the charging station how much it is run, and today how much business happened by using the charging station, and those information we'll get through OCPP server. So OCPP means it's a open charge point protocol. So by using that protocol we'll get the information from the charger. And when it comes to EVCC, actually it is some battery management system which sits in a car, wherein actually it gets the information from the car, and what is the battery, how much it requires to charge, and what is the battery health, and how much it is consumed so far, and what it requires further. So all sort of information we'll get by using that EVCC. And when it comes to mobile application, so the mobile application is developed on a native platform. So the mobile application, when it when the user when the user he wants when he wants to charge his car, so he needs to find out which distance the charge point is, and he the mobile application will route that by using a Google Maps, routes to the charging station, and when he goes there, then just he needs to open his mobile application and scan the QR code, and it redirects to payment part. And in a payment part actually we are specified 3 items. One is a cash payment, and bank payment, and time base and full charge base, something like that. So when he says okay cash payment, just he needs to enter the cash, and it redirects to like a payment gateway. So he needs to pay the amount, and he can start charging by using a mobile application itself. It doesn't require any human interaction to charge his car. So sometimes actually charging stations used to be in a remote areas. So the infra companies who is maintaining the charging station, they don't need to maintain any people to collect the money or to charge the car or to maintain the charging station, all this stuff. So this sort of technology we are providing, and we are implemented in some places. We are succeeded, and actually we wanted to come into this domestic charging and and what do you call like um, this big chargers, so which can be installed roadside. So like we are providing A to Z solutions. That means actually from charging station installation to till cloud maintenance.
So
So
if I
this sort of
yes,
yeah.
Satya. So if I understand this as a layman, your company, which is Single Point Solution, is
Mhm.
providing a end-to-end solution to
Yes.
somebody who wants to invest and set up a business around charge points. So
Yes.
is that correct? My understanding is correct.
Yes. 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 Correct. Correct.
And
Correct.
for enabling that business, you have end-to-end life cycle of this whole business, starting from hardware to monitoring to consumer base, a
Yes.
lot of analytics,
Mm.
and also the customer database. So entire solution is available from your company, which is Single Point Solution.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So I have this
So
one question right now before we get
yeah.
on to the second phase of our discussion. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so this is a solution which is used by a business who sets up a charge point. Now it could be a coffee shop, it could be a charge point station, or it could be a parking lot, or it could be just a provision store who's providing one-off car charge solution.
Yep.
Is your solution also available for individuals for home purpose? Is it scaled down for a home purpose as well?
Yeah. Right now we are working with some OEMs who is manufacturing the electrical cars. So we are providing a domestic charges for them, wherein actually the person who buy this electrical car, so they will get a charger. So where we call them as a domestic chargers. So by using the domestic chargers, any plug can be used to charge their car. So that means actually with the 200 to 260 watts or 150 watts plug can support to that can support the charging charger which we provided. So where we called it as a domestic charger. So we are providing those chargers also to OEMs, wherein actually even individual person can directly buy from our store. So where we are coming up with the store with some electrical chargers, electrical charger store it is. So where they can buy the components from the store also. But we are giving some warranties to OEMs. So when you buy a car from Tata or Suzuki or Ford, so they will come up with the domestic charger. So that charger is developed by us, and which can be controlled by using your mobile phone. So the charger will communicate with your mobile by Bluetooth technology, wherein actually anywhere if you are connected to this internet, so you can control the charger. So that means actually how much time, like if you wanted to charge your car, so you can control from your mobile. So you can come to know what is the electricity consumption by using your charger also. So those analytics also we are providing on a mobile application. So that is a domestic charger we called.
So in
So
this,
there is a charges which we are working out with which we are working for governments and infra companies. So any infra company wants to establish any charger, so we are providing those chargers also, which is a commercial chargers.
so in case of domestic chargers, there is no apart from just seeing the charge statistics on my mobile, there is no billing component, right? So when it comes to domestic charger, there is no billing. But when it comes to business charging solution, there will be a billing component, which will be integrated
Yes.
with the payment gateways, and a user can pay from variety of platforms like credit card,
Yeah.
UPI payments, etc. Excellent.
Yes. 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 So when it comes to domestic charger, actually domestic charger can be controlled, but not a payment part. So the payment part actually, the electricity consumption comes to your meter.
Right.
So that are working out with discoms, that discoms will provide you some slabs. So according to the slab, actually, if you right now, actually, Telangana government is trying to introduce some sort of slabs if you are using some EV. So they wanted to give some subsidies. So those sort of things will be managed by discoms, so electricity boards. So yeah, that we are not touching. Actually, we are touching only the adapter part, adapter in the sense the domestic charger part, and the connector. So there is some various varieties of connectors available. So according to your type of your car, so we'll provide that connector, domestic charger and connector.
This is very exciting, Satya. In fact, the world is moving towards the electric vehicle, and
Yeah.
it could be a car, it could be a tricycle, it could be a bicycle. So I think the world is moving towards the electric. I think your company is coming out with the solution at the right time, and in a country like India where there is a huge requirement, and people who wants to set up this business, the end-to-end solution is available from your company. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about the analytics part of it? If some, say for example, from a point of view of a business person who wants to invest and set up a charge point, how you can actually help that person to set up this business?
See, this to answer this question, actually, it is depends on the governments. So right now, central government is introducing some sort of subsidies, wherein actually, they're inviting infra companies. Infra companies are individual people to come and participate in the in some programs. Actually, fame is giving some subsidies to infra companies who wanted to establish a charging solutions, charging points, charging stations. So say they categorized in three types. Actually, one is category A, so which covers total public, and private category B, and private and public. So when it comes to category A, so the charging stations will be established in government areas, wherein state government, along with the central and state government, they are providing some sort of subsidies on electricity and chargers and land also. So some registrations also they are providing, some discounts when you are registering the land for the charging stations. So when it comes to charging stations, so if you wanted to buy a charger, so up to 70% of price that charger will be covered, subsidized by government. Say it is categorized. Say for example, if it is a private category, so they are giving 25%, and if it is a public and private partnership, then they are giving 50% subsidy on a chargers, and if it is a public, then they are giving 70% subsidy. So likewise, so this state government discoms also, electricity boards also, they are providing slabs on each unit. Say for example, Karnataka government is providing 6 rupees 10 paisa for a unit, and AP government also providing some sort of 5 rupees 75 paisa, something like that. And Telangana government also coming up with some good subsidy to establish charging stations. When it comes to the person the company or person who wants to establish charging stations, so they'll get their investment within one and a half year, something like. So it doesn't require to maintain any human interaction. Like they can establish a charging station, then people will come and by using our technology without intervention of any human, so they can charge their car and they can pay and they go off. So that means if you work with a fame, so fame is already giving some sort of frames, subsidy frames. So if you fall into that subsidy frame, so max to max, so infra companies can get their ROI within 1.5 year. So that calculations are there with us. So it is a little big subject. So what is the involvement, and what is the cabling level, and what is the establishment type, and there is a concrete work is involved. So we calculated everything and we kept aside. So it's a big subject to explain. It's a very long, this thing. So that if anybody interested, then we can provide some sort of DPR, project report, and we'll help them to establish the charging stations anywhere. So even some of the government, like right now Telangana government, they Karnataka government and Telangana government, they wanted to tie up with this metro lines, and they wanted to establish charging stations in between that metro pillars, wherein actually if they have a space to park two cars, so they can come and establish that charging stations wherein they can utilize it. So this sort of arrangements are coming up with state governments. So we have everything. So we are ready to help if anybody wants to come and establish it.
So I think this is very exciting what your company is doing, and especially
Okay.
with the state government coming out with these innovative ideas how to establish new business, new ventures, and new way of doing things. I think one of the critical aspect of any business is the support. So since your company is specializing in providing end-to-end, which is hardware, software, and so my question is regarding maintenance. So what sort of maintenance plan that your company provides to the OEMs and the business who buy your products and your services?
See, the maintenance part, that's what I told you, right? Actually, when it comes to hardware, we provide some warranties. So it covers, the warranty covers everything. Actually, the critical components we replace directly without any problem, like, without repairing anything. But when it comes to data problem, actually that can be maintained by using our system on a basis. So it doesn't require to send any person to go and clean it. No. So the data can be cleaned by using our technology, wherein actually we have a separate maintenance system, wherein which will monitor the charging station on a day, on a every minute basis. So if there is any problem, actually it triggers back to administrator. So administrator can run some commands on the system itself. So it will clean the charger on air basis. It doesn't require to go and do any maintenance. So if there is any critical problem in a hardware component, we go and replace it. So it won't take much time, and I can guarantee the system for 3 years. So for 3 years, there won't be any problem in any hardware component in a charging station or connector. So if any, only connector will be exposed outside, so which will be handled by many other people, which sometimes some people will come and they handle it. So it's a connector, right? So sometimes on a regular basis we replace the connector also. So that means if there is any problem, we'll on a system they will come to know. So they'll send the service person and they'll change the connector. So there is no repairing sort of system in a charging station. So only replacing. So any part can be replaced. So that sort of maintenance we are providing.
So this is amazing. You are also providing the entire end-to-end support system, ecosystem, so that it is very easy for any business to establish and provide services with regard to charge solution. Now, as a layman, Satya, I want to ask one very pertinent question. The question is, in future there may be a lot of different types of vehicles having different types of batteries. So when somebody goes and want to charge his vehicle, it could be a bicycle, tricycle, quad bike, or even a car, variety of different makes, manufacturers. How the user will ensure that the charge is adequate or in line with the specification of the battery which is there in his vehicle? Because this is very technical information, not everybody will have it.
Okay, got it. It's a good question, Chandra. So when it comes to connectors, so the in a world, actually right now only 6 connectors are available. So 6 types of connectors are available. OEMs are depending on only those connectors. And the second thing is, battery, when it comes to battery, actually it doesn't require you know any information about battery. So the battery could be anything, but it is only depending on the connector. So the battery connects to the connector and connector connects to the charger. So the important component is connector. Now, as a layman, so you have some sort of you know, say for example Mahindra E2 H2 vehicle is there with you. So the H2 vehicle carries some CCS connector, okay, wherein when you open our mobile application, so when you click on some charging station, it gives you information of the connectors also, wherein charging station comes with a multiple chargers. So charging station is a bunch of chargers, wherein actually the charging station will contain 3.3 kV and 5 kV, 15 kV, and 30 kV, and 50 kV, and 150 kV. So 50 kV and 150 kV chargers are connectors, are chargers or connectors, whatever it is. So those are rapid chargers, which charges the car within a 20 minutes time. Wherein actually, you know, 30 kV you know, charges will take a little time, and the 3 kV charges is will take, you know, a little time to charge the two wheelers and the three wheelers. So the person who carries that, actually, say for example, if you are driving a Mahindra car, so it requires some CCS to you know, connector, the CC connector and type 2 connector. So the type 2 connector, you know, the mobile application will give you that information whether the charging station is providing that type 2 charger or not, connector or not. So as a layman, just by clicking on your you know, on a mobile application, and you can search on a connector basis also. So if the connector is CCS2 or type 2 connector, then just you filter it, and it will show you only the charging stations which is provided the type 2 connectors or type 2 chargers. So you can go there and charge your car. So we are not giving a much burden to the user. What, you know, it doesn't require to, you know, even by you know, when he is registering his model, car model. So we are showing them the connector also. We are showing them we are telling them what sort of connector it is. So it gives you only that information, and you can drive your car to the charging station and charge your car. So we created some sort of ecosystem, so which is very, you know, any layman can use it, and without any you know, not even it doesn't require a technical guy to understand the system. So directly, you know, any layman can use the system. So that sort of system we created. So
I have
it
one
is easy to use.
I have one question, which is based on my experience in SFO, where Tesla has made a lot of investments, and in
Yes.
order to support the infrastructure of their cars, they have built every few miles they have built the charge points, and these are
Yes.
again run by the private parties. Some are owned by Tesla.
Yeah.
But important thing I wanted to ask you is, say for example, if I go to a Tesla charge point, they have a supermarket, they have a coffee shop, they have multiple things to do. So while the car is being charged, the car owners can do multiple activities. But important thing is, when I put the charger in my car, I can choose the plan. The plan could be a long charge, it could be a mediocre charge, or it could be a fast charge. And the charging solution is giving me different pricing for different types of charge. So does your system also has this
Yes.
kind of a charging possible?
Yeah. Our you know, when I start our discussion, I told you, right. So by using our mobile application, so when you go to the charging station, just you need to you know, there is some sort of mechanism used to recognize the charger. So some sort of connectivity we are used. So the connectivity is something like a RFID technology, or something like a Bluetooth technology, something like a QR code technology. For example, QR code technology. When you open our mobile application, so there is a QR code. So when you scan it, so the QR code will recognize the you know, the charger, So what type of charger and what is the connector placed in the charger. So that is one. And once it is recognized, it redirects to the payment options. So we provided three types of payment options. One is a time-based charger, and money-based charger, and full charger. So time-based charger. Say for example, if you wanted to charge your car for 20 minutes, so there is a it automatically calculates the price and tells you what is the price for a 20 minutes. So just it deducts the money from your bank account and redirects to the charging screen. So when it comes to price, so if you say if you wanted to charge for 1,000 rupees, just you mention 1,000 rupees and pay that, and it redirects to start charging. If you say full charge, then it redirects. It depends on the charging station and connector. So wherein actually it was maintained by the administrator. So we are providing some backend system. So in a backend system, he will manage everything. He will say, okay, for a rapid charger, this is the price, and this is the price for a unit, and this is a time to charge the car. So all sorts of information we are providing through backend and mobile application.
So I think
So I think
one
I.
last. Oh yeah, you have answered the question very thoroughly, and I'm getting a feeling that it's a beautiful solution and it is ready to use anyone who is interested in setting up this business. But I have just one last question. When it comes to pricing, there are some business people who would like to invest a lot in setting up the facilities in such a way that the customers, when they walk in into their charge stations, they enjoy the experience. Some guys can come out with a bowling alley, come out with some shopping, supermarkets, etc. So different experience can be provided to the people who want to charge their vehicles. Is it possible to set the price differentially so that one business can have a set of prices than the other? Because the whole experience of charging your car is provided by how much investment that particular business has made in that facility. Right now, is it available?
Yes, it is available, Chandra. So how it is calculated, some sort of, like, I'll give you an example. So say for example, if you wanted to establish a charging station in municipal areas, GHMC municipal areas. GHMC means like or Hyderabad GHMC,
Urban areas, like urban areas.
Urban areas. And there is a different sort of investment for rural areas. Okay, now coming to urban areas. So it depends on the location where you are right now. So say for example, if you are near to Madhapur, the land cost is very high. Excuse me, land cost is very high. So wherein the prices may slightly higher than the other places. So when it comes to, say, now we are trying to establish one charging station in front of Silparamo, which is near to Cyber Towers. So in that area, actually, we need to charge nearly 18 rupees per unit, because so the unit cost covers this area, and we need to pay some money to GHMC, and we need to maintain some people to maintain the charging stations, all this stuff. So when it comes to rural areas, land cost is very less. Actually, they can establish some other business. Say for example, if you take a Hyderabad to Bangalore corridor, so we thought to establish charging stations. Say for example, if you charge your car in the night, full charge, so which will run for 300 kilometers. Say for example, 300 kilometers. Now you start from your home. So at a distance of 150 kilometers, we wanted to establish a charger. So there actually, you can create an ecosystem wherein actually other people can sell their products. Say some agriculture products that they can sell in that point. And you can maintain some gaming stations over there. You can maintain some restaurants, and you can maintain some marketplace where people can come and come with their products and sell their products and share some revenue with you. Some sort of business we are created for rural areas. And sometimes in a rural areas the problem is providing the electricity. So in that case we are suggesting to go with the solar
What's
systems.
new?
So the green energy, total green energy, so they can maintain some solar systems which will go for 5 years and which with no maintenance, so no electricity charges. Some
We
sort of
have no privacy anymore, do we?
that
Let's face
areas
it.
if you select, then
Someone
the
sent me a
RO
chart
will come
yesterday. There are
little
8
earlier than
elements of
the
privacy, and I said, no,
urban
there's only
areas.
one.
So
It's
it is
mine.
depends on the area to area and
If I want to use these
city
platforms,
to city and
then
town to town, something like that.
if they
So
want my
end of the day,
picture, I
the
have to put a
maximum
picture. If
ROI
they want
we
my
are
date
showing
of birth, I have to put a date of birth.
1.5
You know?
years.
So
If I want to put my
I
real
think
picture
after
up there
talking to
or
you,
my real date of birth, it's up to me.
I'm quite excited.
And
I
frankly, that's
want to
then
tell my viewers
an issue
that
for my
the
transparency,
single point
not for
solution EV
the
charge
issue
system,
about their
I would call it a
platform.
system, is fully
Anyway,
scalable,
yeah, let's go.
is very innovative. It fits variety
It's always
of
good having a proper China
different
anyway.
business requirements. It has a lot of analytics. It has a lot of different types of charge models when it comes to getting the money out of the business. It integrates with multiple types of payment solutions. So it's a complete ready to use application with complete maintenance, back-end maintenance. So I would really appeal to people who want to set up a new type of business as the new opportunities are opening up, the oil prices are crashing, and the world is
VCK,
moving
good morning,
towards
everybody.
completely
Yeah,
renewable
let's have a
energy
discussion
source. I think
on something
your
that could
company
be
is
interesting,
definitely playing a
but
pioneering
might be
role.
quite
I
distant.
will leave your
So what is it?
email address so that whoever watches this program can reach out to you directly. It was really my greatest pleasure talking to you and understanding the technology, the hard work, and the sweat that you and your team has invested in this system and solution.
Thank you very much, Chandra. So not only fuel charges, not only we are not looking at our fuel charges, and irrespective of fuel charges, we are looking at some global warming system. Like so if you use a fuel, then it emits some a lot of these things happen. So if you use electrical cars, so it is globally, and it is there is no pollution at all. So to reduce the pollution, so we encourage the people to use electrical cars, and even a government also, by the central government is taking initiations to convert all sorts of government vehicles into EV vehicles by 2022. But I don't know actually about after this corona what could be the way forward by government. But right now the situation, government announces that by 2022 all government vehicles needs to be converted into EV vehicles. So by taking that advantage, even we are manufacturing some sort of EV vehicles also, EV 3 wheels and EV 2 wheels, and EV scooters also we are planning to manufacture, wherein we are targeting some sort of
there's
rural areas, rural fleet,
government by
and we are
consent.
targeting
I
tourism
think this could be.
departments to use these e-scooters,
But let's look at
and
the
we are
positives of
targeting
this. Let's
municipalities
look at
to carry the
so
waste
if
material
someone
and
goes
to
missing,
carry the waste
then you could have
bins.
the whole nation
So some sort of
looking
oil,
for that person.
some sort of water tanks
Of
also we are
course, if the
converting
person
into
went missing
EV.
because
So
they
we are
wanted to go
coming up with
missing,
various products,
then
various
that's not really going to be
EV
fair on
vehicles
that
also.
person, is
But
it?
so
But
our major
there are positives
contribution
and
is
negatives
EV
with
charging
regards
solutions,
to
EV
anything
charging
in life.
ecosystem. So we are
This one
purely
hits
concentrating on
privacy
it,
law right
and
smack
if
bang
anybody
in the
wants
middle of your face, really.
a different
And I
business model,
suppose
so
a
we
question
can
we should be
establish and we
asking
can
here
suggest them, and we can
is not what they're
give a
doing and how they're doing it,
consultancy
but
to
why.
establish that business.
Why
So if anybody
are
wants
they doing this?
to come
Is there
into
a thought
invest
process
in this
that's
area,
going through them
so
that
we'll
is
provide all
in
sorts
line
of
with
information,
the author
whatever
of
we have,
Minority
and we
Report?
can give them a
In other words,
total hardware and
stopping
software
crimes
support,
happening,
and
making it a
it's a
safer
ready
community.
to go products
is it
available with us. So
1984
that's what I
H.G.
wanted to
Wells'
tell to
version
our viewers.
of life? In other words,
Very nice,
someone's going to
and
be
I
watching
think
you
this is
wherever you
a
go.
solution with a lot
You
of
can't even go to
innovation,
the
and the
bathroom
possibilities
without
are
a
immense.
camera
It's
being
just
on
up to
you.
the imagination of the
And I suppose in some
person
respects
who
it's probably
wants to
somewhere in
establish a
between.
business
It's
in the
truth be
area of
known.
EV charge, and that is where the
But
future is.
as you
So it
said,
was
this
really
isn't
my
a new
greatest pleasure
phenomenon. This
talking
has
to you,
been
Satya,
tried
and
and
I
tested
believe your
back in
contact details,
nearly 10 years ago.
and I hope a lot of people
And they've
talk
rolled
to
it
you,
out. So
reach
what
out
do
to
you
you
think
directly, and take
China's
advantage of your
reasons for
expertise
doing
and
this?
innovation.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thank you.
Nice
you.
talking to you, Satya.
Pleasure is mine.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Okay, Ritu, now, as you know, this is the second phase of lockdown, and we call it 2.0, and today is the 7th day. So what is
I'm glad they've got nothing else to do. I mean, it may
second phase
even
of
be almost
lockdown,
like China's,
and how people are
China's
reacting,
offer of
and
a
anything new
reality
you
show.
observe?
You know, just watching what other people are
Well,
doing.
this is the second phase of
Which is quite
lockdown,
sad
and
when you
people,
think
I
about
find,
it.
they're very positive
And it's
about
hardly
it.
productive,
They
is it?
are like
It may stop
ready
the
to
odd
cope up
crime.
with anything,
It may
and they
identify,
are doing many things to
someone
keep themselves
that's gone
away
missing.
from
It
any
may
kind of
identify,
tension. People are
a criminal
cooking, they are
somewhere,
doing,
or a
creating
pickpocket.
jobs for themselves inside the house,
I think
and
the interesting,
most of the people I see have become very health conscious. They
comment
are
around
doing
shark
whatever kind of
bite
exercise they can do in the house,
is
and
probably a bit more poignant, to
walking
say the
and
very
going to the
least.
terrace, doing some kind of
I
exercises.
mean, let's face it.
And
I
some
mean, let's
people, they
take
have their own gym on the
take our
terrace.
mind off
So it is
China
very
for the
good.
moment.
Keep the
There isn't
exercise
a
or
capital in the
taking
world
care of
that
your
you
body
can't go
keeps
in
you away from all
where
kind of
there's
anxiety and tension. I think this is something which
not
is very good.
some sort of
People of all
CCTV
ages are into
surveillance
some
on
kind
you.
of exercise.
I mean, I know going
So,
around London,
do you
which
feel
apparently
is any
a couple of years
activity
ago
which is a
was
kind of hit
the most
in your
CCTV
neighborhood?
country or town,
I think talking,
city in the
people are
world.
talking a lot.
Couldn't go anywhere without a
And I think
CCTV
it's
camera
very
being
good.
on you.
Healthy
For good
gossiping
reason,
is always
frankly,
good. People
because
are
it was about
talking, getting to
security.
know
It
each
was
other.
about
Or obviously, they are in
the
their
threat
balconies or they are
of
calling each other
dissidents,
up,
about the threat of
and
ISIS,
exercising, which
and
is
it
very good.
trying to,
And people have become more
monitor events
conscious,
so
and they are
that
reading a lot. I have
the
noticed
police
over
and
the
the
time period of
response
few
services
days that many people known
literally
to me,
get ahead of the
they have
game.
started reading a lot.
So if there's a
Reading,
security principle
e-novels
around it
or the
all,
novels they already
I'm all
had, or
for it,
books or magazines. But I
frankly.
think it's a very
And
good
I can't believe that
exercise.
anyone
It's a
would be
very good
against
brain
it if it was just
exercise.
purely for security.
So,
Yeah.
But the issue
now
comes
coming
is
to
what
you.
happens with
So,
the
how
tapes?
you are managing
What
your
happens with them
days
afterwards?
in this
Is there
2.0 lockdown?
a Big Brother, a 1984
Well, I'm doing lots of household
NSOC,
work, which every one of
view of life,
us is
where all
doing.
these tapes are
Then
being
I'm
filed
doing
away,
lots
and
of
then there's this
cleaning work
huge
also.
AI
And
program
like
that's
I
going
am
on
doing this show
that
with
then
you,
says from
and for
Minority
that I do lots of research
Report,
work,
in
for
5
lots
years'
of
time, this
study
person's going
thing,
to be a
and
murderer, so
I
we better
watch
lock him up
TV.
now.
Yes, I listen to music. I love
I
listening
don't
to
think that's
music,
happening
and
for one
yes,
moment,
I am
but
doing also. I'm into walking. I
it does
walk a
play
lot
with your mind,
because I think
when
it is
governments
required
are
right now to walk
doing
a
this
lot,
type
since
of
we are not
surveillance
having
and they're
much of
not being
physical
open
activity.
with it.
That is what I think. And what about you, Kanchan?
It does
Yeah,
make
I
you
also
wonder
do
what it's there
exercise
for.
in the
I think
morning.
the
We have
interesting
our
thing that
own gym
you're saying
in our
here
house
Right.
where
is
we
that
do
China's
exercises,
attempt
and we
here
have
is
kids,
to make
so
it open,
they demand
to
different
give it to
dishes. They are bored
everybody,
of eating the
so that
regular
anyone can
kind
watch it
of
on their
food.
TV.
So I
I mean, they're pretty sad
prepare
individuals. They're
good
going to be
food for
watching
them,
lots of
and then
people
we have some
moving
classes
around
which are
China.
going on. So I do
To be
that
honest with
also
you,
online. Then I'm also
moving in
trying
and
to
out of
learn
shops. Oh, look what
painting.
that person's
So
doing.
all this is happening.
I wonder if it's still available.
Yes.
Keeping
So
up with
I
the
think the
Joneses
online thing is a
approach,
big hit
really.
with people right now,
Maybe it's
because you
supposed
are
to be a
finding
reality
everything
show.
online
I mean,
these
who
days.
knows?
Correct,
Really.
correct.
But the
So
fact is, I
I
Yes.
think
suppose by
this kind of arrangement of online will
openness
going to
here,
stay here for a longer period of time.
they're
I think so.
saying, look,
Yes,
it is free.
absolutely.
You know, we're not
So,
hiding
Yes.
anything.
so all the best
We're
to you,
keeping it.
Ritu,
We're keeping our
and
citizens
be
safe,
healthy, stay
and you
safe,
can help us keep
and
our
eat
citizens
healthy.
safe
So till then,
Yes.
by tuning
if
in
with
every now and again
a new
and
topic,
sending
we'll
us your
meet you
messages.
again. Some
But
other
can you
Thank you,
imagine all the
Kanchan.
messages that you
And
can
you
send?
also stay safe, and you also cook nice food, because I see you are making lots of nice, yummy food.
Thank you.
So I will get to see more of such things. Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you.
care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Today I would like to discuss why did Mr. Jyotirtha Scindia left Congress. Now, as we know that he's not just an emery level person. He's a dynast. He's the pedigree of the royal family of the Gwalior, and he has been with the Congress for many years now. His father was also with the Congress.
It does make you
Then,
wonder why,
if he was so comfortable, why did he leave? So,
I'm
before
sure
we answer that question, let's understand this more in a more
for the life
realistic
of me,
manner.
I don't. I'm not
Let's
a criminal,
compare a
so
political
I
party
don't
with
think
any other
in
organization,
that sort of
any other
way. I don't
company.
think that this is going to be a dark
Let's
web
say if
for
there
me
is
to
a small
read.
company, and
But
then
it makes
the
you wonder
promoters or the people
why.
who
Why is
actually
all
run the
this
company
surveillance?
sitting on a platform,
Is it
and which is
to
slightly
reduce
lower
the
because they
cost of
have
the
less
police
number of people.
force?
So
You
they are
know,
sitting on the top of a small
is it
pyramid.
to identify
Now, when they're when they're small, they
uprisings
can actually
before they
monitor each and every
even
person who is working
got the
for their
thought
company.
process? Is it to
As the
identify
company
the
grows, more
coronavirus
people join from
problems?
the in
Some
the bottom
people's
pyramid,
behaviour
and hence
might
the
be
size of the pyramid increases,
a little
and
weird
then
or a little funny.
ultimately
I'm sure they're going to be, as
the
you say, there's
floor
AI
where
in
the
the
promoter
background, so
sit
I'm sure they're going to be
becomes very
monitoring
high,
people's
and
behaviour.
that gives room for the junior people
Is it
to
to design new roles?
join in, basically have a career,
New
and also
pathways,
build their own small
new ways of doing
pyramids.
things.
So all
And the
the
thing
leaders
is,
in any
the
organization
questions
will
are
have
just
their own
endless, really,
pyramids
and
with their
we
own
really don't know why.
own
But from the
value
Western
proposition,
world,
etc.
we would
Now,
be a
any
little
political
apprehensive
party will also have the
of
same
the fact
methodology.
that
It
I
cannot
can't
have
go
any other
anywhere
methodology.
without being on a camera.
So the thing is that if
Because it's
the
got to be more.
party grows,
There must be more
there is
behind
a
it.
room which is
Maybe
created
that's
for more
our
people to join
intuitive
and
mind
work
saying,
for the party, work for
because
the
they're not
country,
being
work for
open with the reasons
whatever
why,
task has been given to
our
them.
imagination is now running
And
away.
if the party does not grow,
And
that
boy, have
means
we got
it will
good
be a few
imaginations.
member party,
You know?
so it will be a smaller
And you
pyramid.
don't need to be in
Now
the
let's
street
look
and
at
make me
the biggest
CCTV
competitor
to
of
have your imagination.
Congress
You can
party,
close your
where
eyes and sit
Jyotirtha
on the
Raje Scindia
sofa
was
and you can
as a member,
imagine all the reasons
is
why
BJP.
this is happening.
Now, if you look at the top
But
BJP
what do you
players,
think is the
it is Mr.
fundamental
Narendra
reason
Modi,
here?
Mr. Amit Shah,
What's the big
Mr.
why?
Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, and late Mr. Jaitley, late Sushma Swaraj, and the list goes on. None of these people actually, were put in this position. They actually joined at a very low level when the party was growing. They were opportunities, and they joined, and from there organically they grew. And all of them, except Mr. Narendra Modi, all of them had been promoted and elected. I would use in this context because we're talking about political party. They won the internal election to become the president of the party. So all of these people whose name I have taken just now have been at some time the presidents of the party as elected as conducted by the internal election in the organization. And now if you look at the leadership role in the party, they have all come from down below. They have not
So you think that
acquired that
they've
place. They have not come
transcended
from outside
the
and so on and so
surveillance
forth.
of an area
Now, if you just simply compare the
into
Congress
surveillance of
party,
individuals?
so
You think
in
they've
Congress, these
moved
small
over a mythical
pyramids
code,
are also there.
perhaps,
These
even
small
if the mythical
pyramids are
code
also
existed.
sort of a
I'm not sure
dynasty.
it did.
So the
But as
leadership
you're
role
bringing it up,
of
let's
Gandhis,
investigate
they had
that.
their
You're,
own
you're suggesting that
top
the ethical
pyramid,
code has been
and they
broken.
controlled
Is
it
that right?
by saying that, hey, I will give you opportunity to build your own pyramids. There has been no election in that party, whereas in a democratic setup, the election is the baseline for any activity. So they Gandhis allowed different pyramids to develop, to nurture. So all these leaders, if you see in Congress party, they are basically dynasties because they actually allowed their own children to replace them, to acquire important position in their respective pyramid. So the system was working fine, and that is why there is a blame on the Congress party, even though they are the largest and oldest party. But it's a party of
me too.
dynasts, because if there is a person who's reporting to the Gandhis, who forms the top pyramid, uh, below him he will have his own people. So the leadership actually allowed this to happen. There has been no election in the party or a fair election, and even Jyotirtha Radhe Scindia was a part of a dynastic politics. He has his own pyramid, his own followers, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Now, what has happened? Since there are no jobs for the Congress party, there is no activity. They are losing elections. They are now, having agreements with the regional parties to stay in some sort of relevance. This whole structure which they have created over last 70 years is now crumbling down because there's no opportunity. People in the top of the pyramid, even though they are dynasty, they don't see an opportunity because the pyramid is not growing. When it was growing, there was room for people to build their own pyramids. But now, since it is not growing, the top pyramid is coming down. That means the below pyramids have nowhere to go. So, and of course, this is a business of politics. Everybody is a politician, and characteristic of a politician is that they have to be really opportunistic. So these people who are hardcore politicians, and they are also part of a dynastic politics in Congress, which was working fine. But now, since there are no opportunities to grow, obviously these people are opportunistic, and they will find some opportunity. So I'm not saying that what Jyotirtha Raja Scindia did is wrong. It is actually part of the nature. If a human being sees an opportunity, and when he sees on the other side there is nowhere to grow, and when they also see as per their assessment that they are already 50 years old, and when they are not growing, there will be no future for them after 10 years. Obviously, they have to jump the ship and find some opportunity, and take the decision at the right time to jump to the next ship where they have an opportunity to grow. So if you look at the HR functions of these two different parties, the BJP ecosystem provides the meritocracy for the growth, and hence even the people who are dynastic in nature will find a platform. If they perform, there will be opportunity for them to grow. Whereas in the Congress party, since it is a dynastic nature, the top pyramid is coming down, and hence there is no space for the below the pyramids which are below that to go to either get crushed or to basically get out or jump ship.
Yeah.
So this is my analysis on this whole incident of Mr. Jyotirtha Raja Scindia quitting Congress and joining BJP. And this is my own analysis. I would welcome your comments and see whether you agree with me or not.
It's an interesting issue.
I will meet you tomorrow with more facts and more analytics. Until then,
why
bye-bye.
is that? It's for my own security, our own safety. The majority of people, certainly in this part of the world, have now got what they call the Ring doorbell, the video doorbell, and it picks up people that are getting close to your doorbell, even before they ring the doorbell. And why is that? Well, you're protecting your property.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And friends, today is Sortie Wednesday. Let me welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Khan.
The issue is, it is for our
Good morning,
security.
CK. Good morning, everybody. Sortie Wednesday. Yes. Another insight into helping young people put their message over.
There's
So,
a lot more to it than security.
shall we have a quick recap of where we
I
got
think
to
for
so
today,
far?
Maybe that's where we
Certainly, Naval. So, this
Chinese,
contest, Sortie, is all
upper
about
management
making
level
videos
here. We
and making
really
sure
do
that
not
it's
know
about
why they're doing
the
it.
people who are making
But
the videos.
there
So,
has
we
to be
are
big questions
covering
asked
how to
about
make
the increase
good,
in
engaging
surveillance
videos.
that's
So far, in the tips section of
the
Sortie
purpose of
Wednesday,
surveillance.
we have covered how
Is it
to
protect
prepare
us?
your technical stuff
Or
like
is it just to
background,
find
your
out what we're
camera,
doing?
your lights,
Perhaps
etc.
they're one and the
We have
same
covered
thing,
how you should
if truth
groom
be known.
yourself, how
I mean, if
you
you're an
should look
honest
in front of
individual
camera,
and you're going
how to
about
maintain
being
eye
a
contact.
law-abiding citizen,
We've also covered how to
are
make
you bothered?
presentations. So today,
And in many respects, I
we
take
would
that
like
point.
to
I'm not
talk
bothered, really. You
or
want a
probably
picture
give a
of
tip
me,
to our viewers how
fine,
to
good luck.
popularize your
I've got a
videos. I
face
think
for
that is the
radio,
most critical part of
it doesn't matter to me.
any video session, because if people
But
are
it will
not
to
watching,
criminals.
I think there is a trick
But
behind
not the
it. How
people
do
that
you
want to
take it out
be
to
away
the masses where
from the
people
public
actually
eye,
start
that want
seeing
to
you
pass
and engaging
around
with you?
without being
So today's
noticed.
topic is how do we popularize our
So,
videos?
Yeah, you're absolutely right,
The fact is
CK.
that
And a
it's
lot of
now
this is about
live,
doing things
It's on
consistently.
screen. It's on the
So,
big
as you
screen
see,
at
I
home.
put my Sortie Wednesday
You can watch it.
shirt
It
on,
is reality
my
TV.
flamingo,
It's-
because
I
this is how
expect
you stand
you're saying
out
it's
from a
even got its own
crowd.
channel.
A good
And
friend
it's
of mine
probably a
called
red
Rob
button
May
where you
runs
can report
an
questionable activity.
internet-based organisation which helps
Maybe
organisations
it's to
deal
cut
with
down
their
on TV
cybersecurity,
production. I mean, who
etc.,
knows,
etc.
really?
And this is his calling card. He wears
Still trying to be a
he's
bit
got a
light about
fantastic
the
array
arena.
of shirts. So whenever you see him
But as I say,
on the
if you've got
internet,
something
you'll
to
see
hide,
him
then you're going to be
in a
worried.
different
If you
shirt.
haven't got
That's
anything
his
to hide,
calling card. That's his
then
consistent
what's the point,
behaviour.
really?
And what we're talking about today is that consistency for you. So there's no point in making one video and just sharing it with a few friends and that's it. Because this is a competition. This is about popularity. This is about getting your message above everybody else's. And part of this competition is to do that, to help you
Well, I think
develop
the
your social
reality-
media
I think the
skills
reality
and
is
put
people are
your
happy
message
watching us
out
all the
there so
time,
that
you know?
all these
Imagine the
great
Cold
companies
War,
that want to employ you,
where you
they
had,
really
you
do
had
want to
lots of
employ
spies.
you. So how are they going to
People
see
employed
you?
by
Where are they going to see you?
respective governments.
Will they see you
And
there
they were literally on street
consistently?
corners sending messages
You
back.
know? Will you
Now,
be
maybe that was
groomed,
snail
as
mail,
you
maybe,
call
maybe
it,
it was pigeons.
CK, in the same manner?
People have been
Will you
watching
be
all of us for
articulate
ages.
in exactly the
The
same
issue here
way?
is that this is overt now.
And the thing
This
is,
out in
people
the
don't
open.
realise that social
This is
media has
so
got
out in
such
the
a
open, it's
powerful
on a
influence,
TV screen.
especially when organisations
It
are
will be
looking to
interesting to
recruit new
see if
people.
something really
They will
goes
look on
wrong
social media now.
that
It's one of the first
potentially might
places
undermine
that
the
large
government.
organisations
TV
will
screens go
look.
blank.
And they will find you on
That's when
YouTube,
you know
Facebook,
that
Twitter,
it's there for a different
Instagram.
reason.
They won't find you on TikTok these
But if the
days.
TV
It would
screens
appear
kept
in India,
open,
but
and there is
they'll
this
find you somewhere
free
else. Point is, they'll
information
find you. So
arena,
what are they going to see?
then
And this is the
perhaps it's a good
consistent
thing.
bit. So, CK, you're in this world. So you're the person here today
Let's see.
who can give these young people the best tips that are out there. And they are tricks, really, that not many people really work on. But come on, let's have a little chat now about 2 or 3 of the tips of the trade, the tricks that you employ when you're putting messages out there. So off you go. You're in the hot seat.
You know, Neville, the first thing any video maker should know is that he is already going to make it big. So attitude, I think the first thing is the attitude. In fact, it is written behind you, is that whoever wants to make it big in the video arena has to think big. You know, that is the first thing I would like to tell the viewers. Second thing is making a video is not sufficient, because if you just make a video and put it in YouTube or Facebook, you know, people will watch it who are close to you. But what about the people who are the intended audience for it? So you need to popularize using
Well, that'll put
giving
a
the
cat
right
amongst the
name to
pigeons.
your video. You should not say navel gunt, as the name of the video. It should be very meaningful name, because the search engine of these platforms, which are YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, etc., work on certain logic and certain algorithm. So make sure that you give a very catchy name to your video. That is step number 2. And also give right description, so that the people who wants to watch your video should know a little bit about what they're going to get after watching this video. So these are the 3 things you have to keep in mind.
Crazy. I thought you'd have
Very,
picked
very
up the old
important.
Elon Musk thing
First,
today.
let me
SpaceX
repeat,
blew up.
attitude, you should think big, and then you get into making a video. So you have to have a right attitude. Always think that you're going to make big. You're going to make, just by having one video, you will always have 1,000 subscribers to this video. So get that thing in your mind.
There's a big,
Give the right name, set the right description for your video. And number 4 thing, as a tip I would like to give, is that use the right hashtags.
Yeah, the first was a couple of months ago.
The hashtag. The hashtag. And that's probably the tip of the day, because you should have the right attitude. You should know what you're talking about. You should be able to give good content. Those are, if you like, givens. But the real trick here is use the right hashtag. Now, if you don't know what hashtags are, Google it, because it will tell you what hashtags are. We're not going to teach you what hashtags are, but they are like a little trail. It's a bit like Hansel and Gretel going into the forest that left the breadcrumbs behind them so that someone could find them where they were. And the point, unfortunately, those breadcrumbs were eaten. So what you've got to do is you've got to leave lots of breadcrumbs. And they're called, on the internet, they're called hashtags. So if you put hashtag Neville Gaunt, now that's going to have a bit of a meaning, if indeed Neville Gaunt comes up, plenty of times. Hashtag Akulmach, hashtag attitude. Go and experiment with other people's hashtags, because they're not really owned by many people. There are a few people that have actually physically owned the hashtag, but they're a trail, so you can find something. So if you can create a hashtag which is pretty unique, then that actually would be really good. But of course, you've got to promote it. You've got to get out there and tell people this hashtag is available. Otherwise, they're never going to find something that's relatively unique. So what hashtags have we got around the SOTI Awards? I maybe have given it away already, really, but what hashtags have we got for SOTI?
We have predominantly 2 hashtags which we use on all our videos. One is called Top Brass SOTI Awards, and the second one is live. So live is generic.
Live.
Yes.
And as we've got it there, live is just a word, It's just, and that's the whole point of these hashtags. They're just words, but they leave a trail, and that trail could lead right back to you. So that's the tip of the day. It's not just about thinking big, having the right attitude. It's not just about having the right content, the right headline to draw people into the discussion, and not just about the content. It's the hashtags. And they're so important in the world of digital. So create your hashtag, put your own flamingo on your particular video, get it popular, start the process going, and have fun, because you'll be amazed at how much fun you can have in this arena. So not a bad tip of the day, is it?
Not at all, Neville. In fact, I would like to say goodbye to you by saying just last thing to the viewers is that even if you have 10 subscribers to your YouTube channel, it doesn't matter. What you have to think always is that one day you're going to have 100,000 subscribers. So if you have that attitude, you're going to succeed in making your channel more successful.
Brilliant, CK. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Enjoy SOTI Wednesday, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
See you next week again, and I will catch up with you on some other subject tomorrow, Neville.
Will do. Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and in today's edition of Spotlight, I'm very thrilled and honored to have Mr. Jeremy Blaine joining us from UK. And topic of our discussion today is the upheaval that we have seen past 15 days across the world, especially about the free digital media. So, to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much for having me again, CK. Pleasure to be here.
Right, Jeremy. So, the first government which bite the bullet was the Australian government, and they have been. We have been hearing a lot in the news that they were loggerhead with likes of
CK? Good
Google
morning,
and
everybody.
Facebook
Yeah, let's have a
about the
discussion
advertising credits.
on something that
So, I
could
think we
be
will come to
interesting,
that
but
in a
might be
bit.
quite disturbing.
And that,
So what
by
is
the
it?
way, is the major portion of our discussion today. But lots have happened in France. There are new regulations in France. EU is also going to come out with a new regulation. After the Capitol Hill, there are a lot of debates going on in US. How the swing for Biden happened because of Wall Street Post handle was blocked for a week by Twitter, and that created a swing in favor of Biden by 13%. So there is a lot of debate which is locally happening. There was an influence on the presidential election. But let me update you what has happened in India in last 5 days. India has come out with a new, not a law, it's a ruling basically. We already have a IT Act, which is a law. So there is a certain section of IT Act has been modified, and there are new rules inserted to manage the digital media. And while it is not a law, so the digital media still remains free in India. However, they have added few small things, few small steps from their point of view. But for implementation, these are very large. This has very large implications on the social media platform. Number one being, you have to have a compliance officer posted in India. Now, this person who is a compliance officer must know the Indian laws. So he cannot be somebody who's just as a filler. He has to be somebody of a repute. Number two, there could be instances where a normal person may have a objection.
Well, there's
Some morphed picture has been
government by
used,
consent
or a
would
video,
think
a
this
clipping
could
of video
be.
has been used by somebody
Let's look at
to
the
create a
positives of
narrative
this.
or a
You know,
fake news,
let's
whatever you
look
call
at,
it. So to
so
prevent
if
that,
someone
there
goes
has to be a
missing,
grievance cell
then you could have
headed
the
by a
whole
grievance
nation
officer locally
looking for
present
that
in India.
person. Of course, if the
And number
person went
three
missing
is
because they wanted to go missing,
whenever
then that's not really going
government
to be fair
asks
on that
for
person, is it?
the handle
But there
details,
are positives and
I mean, who
negatives
started the mischievous
with
post?
regards to anything in life.
Those details must be shared
This
with the
one
government,
hits
and
privacy
the
law
social
right
media
smack
platforms
bang in the
cannot
middle of your
hide
face,
behind
really. And I
the curtain of
suppose
privacy
the
laws or
question we
privacy
should be
use policy
asking
that they
here
have. Now,
is not what
the
they're
number
doing
four
and
thing,
how
which
they're
is
doing it,
sort of an
but
umbrella,
why?
Indian government,
Why
unlike the Australian
are they doing
government,
this?
they have
Is
included the
there
social media
is there a
platforms
thought
and also
process
the
that's
OTT
going through
platform,
them that
because
is
from
in line
government point
with
of view,
the author
a
of
lot of
Minority Report?
unwanted things are happening
In other
on Netflix
words,
and Prime and
stopping
those kind of
crimes
platforms
happening,
as well.
you know,
So the
making it a
law or the
safer
new rule has
community,
been changed
or is it
to encompass the entire
1984
social
H.G.
digital
Wells' version
platforms,
of
social
life?
and
In other
digital platforms
words,
and media.
someone's going to be
So I
watching
think
you
this is
wherever
something
you
new.
go. You can't even
Uh,
go to the bathroom
I'm sure
without
as a
a camera
business,
being
people
on you.
like Facebook, Google,
And I
Twitter
suppose in
will
some
have
respects, it's
to
probably
make
somewhere in
major
between.
changes
It's
in their
true, you know.
legal framework
But
and use
as you
policies,
said,
and
this is
also with
a new
Australia, where
phenomenon.
there is an
It's been
arbitration. So I think you can talk
tried
more
and
about it. So
tested
over to
back
you,
in, nearly
Jeremy.
10 years ago now.
Yeah, well, it's a very
And they've
interesting point,
rolled it
isn't it,
out.
CK?
So what do you
And
think
it does stem
China's
from the
reasons
increase
for
of
doing this?
power that many of these media outlets, social outlets, digital outlets have, and the unfiltered stream of news, be it fake, be it
even
part
though I'm not
truths,
Chinese,
be it
but I'm
full
concerned
truths.
that
So be it in the
my
public
government
interest or
takes the
outside of
cue
the
and
public
starts
interest.
something like
And I
this,
think that
which
that
is
actually is really
officially
at the heart of it,
doing
is
surveillance on
public
their
interest
citizens. It is
journalism
going to be very
and what
precarious
is in the
situation
public
for
interest
me.
and the power
Because I feel
that
that when
comes
I'm
from
walking
some
on
of
the
these
road,
mainstream
nobody's watching me.
medias that are
And
able
when
to
I'm
do,
taking
as
a
you
stroll in
said,
the
with
park,
the
nobody's
election
watching
in
me.
the US
So it
and
is,
how
as the
Trump
program
before
also
Biden had
says,
used that and
so
is
imagine
continuing to use
situation
it,
of
even though
1.5 billion
he's
people in
banned.
China. The shark is
Just
always
shows you
watching
the
you.
frightening
You know, what
power
kind of
and the
mental state
sense
those people
of
would be. You know,
influence
everybody is
that it
watching
can have on
everyone.
others, and that's
So
really
it
at the
is, I
core of
think,
probably, you know, before everybody
it's
else,
a
you know,
very
I'm
it
glad
is
they've
going
got
through
nothing else to
Parliament
do.
in
I mean, it may even
Australia,
be almost
and
like
they're saying,
China's
look, you know, it
offer
goes
of
into
a
first of all the
reality
public
show.
interest and public
You know,
interest
just watching
journalism.
what other people are
So
doing,
a way to start to
which is quite
manage the
sad
news
when
that
you
is
think
filtered
about
through,
it.
but
And
also
it's hardly productive, is it?
critically, it's about the use
It
of
may
data.
stop the odd
And
crime.
we
It may
know that
identify,
Google
you know,
and
someone
Facebook and other
that's
big
gone missing.
platforms like that,
It
you
may
know, are building a
identify, you
business
know, a
on
criminal
data
somewhere or
and
a
selling
pickpocket.
data or selling information and insight
I
through
think the
that data to drive
the
advertising revenues, to drive very specific and
comment around
personalized
shark
content to
eye
people. You know, I'll be looking on the screen here. I'll be shopping for,
probably
I
a
don't
bit
know,
more
I'll be
poignant,
shopping
to
for
say the
some
very
running
least.
shoes, let's say, for example, and all of a sudden, like
I mean,
an
let's
hour
face it. I
later,
mean, let's
I'm
take
seeing adverts
our
for no
mind off
apparent reason. I'm
China
thinking
for the
in my
moment.
head for
There isn't
running shoes for
capital in the
other
world
sites,
you can't go
and I'm
into
like, oh, that's interesting.
where
That's
there's
coincidence. I was just looking, so let
there's
me click
not
on that.
some sort of
The power and the
CCTV
influence that is there is key.
surveillance
Now
on
that
people.
data.
I
That
mean,
data
I
is
know
being
going around
sold,
London,
or if
which
you like,
apparently
that kind of
a couple of years
that
ago
power of data
was
is
the
being sold
most
by these social platforms
CCTV'd
to all of their
country
customers
or
as a
town,
way of getting
city in
direct
the world.
marketing,
You
personalized
couldn't go
marketing,
anywhere without a CCTV
and for
camera
paying for
being on
brands
you.
or for
And for
individuals
good
to raise
reason,
their
frankly,
profile.
because it was about
So
security.
the point
It was
being
about
is that as
the
they are
threat
getting all of this data
dissidents,
from
about
different
the
sites,
threat of
like news
ISIS,
sites, particularly
and it was
Australia's
trying
around
to,
sort of the
you know,
news
monitor
sites,
events so that
they're using
the police
journalism that has been,
and
you know, kind
the
of fair
response
journalism that has
services
been
could
done, bringing it into
literally
their own
get ahead of
sites
the
and
game.
news sites and just displaying
So
that,
if there's
but they're
a
not paying for it.
security
And yet, on the
principle
flip
around
side,
it all,
they understand the power of
I'm all for
data
it,
and the fact that it's worth
frankly.
something.
And I can't
And
believe that
so while
anyone
there,
would be
interestingly
against it
enough,
if it was
was,
just
you know,
purely
quite a
for
lot of
security. But the issue
noise, of
comes
course,
is what
by
happens with
particularly
the
Google and
tapes.
Facebook in
What
Australia
happens with
about
them
this.
afterwards?
In the
You know, is
background, there's a
there
lot now going on around
a Big Brother, a
making individual
1984
deals with news
NSOC,
channels,
you know,
newspaper
view of
organizations in
life,
Australia,
where all these
to pay
tapes are
them a
being
certain
filed away,
amount
and then
to
there's this huge
recognize
AI
the
program that's
data,
going on
i.e. the journalism that's
that then
coming,
says
and
from
then
Minority
provide and grant
Report, oh, in
usage
5
for
years'
that.
time, this person's going to
But
be a
that
murderer,
comes,
so
I
we
think,
better
very
lock him up
similar.
now.
It doesn't go as far as what you're describing in
I
India,
don't
as
think
far
that's
as
happening for one
making
moment,
sure
but it does.
that, you know,
It
there
does
is
play with your
compliance,
mind. You
there
know,
is
when
fair grievance, and there is
governments
protection
are
of people that
doing
they're
this type
gathering
of
the news from.
surveillance, and they're
But
not
what they're
being
talking
open
about
with
in
it.
Australia is the measurement
It
behind
does
this
make
is
you
making
wonder
sure that the
what
pay,
it's
that
there for.
what the
I think
journalists
the
and the
interesting
media
thing that
organizations being
you're
paid
saying here
is being
is
used to
that
create public
China's
interest
attempt
stories
here is to
and
make it
news
open,
rather than
to
sensation
give
that
it
can
to
be sold.
everybody,
So misuse
so
of
that
what they're now
anyone
being
can
paid,
watch
you
it
know,
on
for
their
the benefit
TV.
of, let's
I
say, the
mean, they're pretty sad
shareholders,
individuals.
or
They're
to
gonna be
actually
watching
fuel
lots of
more populist
people
news
moving around
and going more
China.
into the public
To be
interest.
honest with
So
you,
that's one step. But
you
I
know,
think
moving
from
in and out of shops,
what
all of what
India are
that
doing, and
person's
certainly
for.
what the
You know,
EU is
I wonder
thinking
if
about,
I wonder if it's still
is
available.
making it a little bit
Keeping
more
up with the Joneses type of
robust.
approach.
A part
Really.
of, for
You
example,
know,
in
maybe it's supposed to
the
be a
EU,
reality
making
show.
it,
I
you
mean,
know,
who
bolting
knows,
bits
really?
of the
But the fact
GDPR, you
is,
know,
I suppose by
the data
their
protection
openness
elements
here.
into that, making sure that there is
They're
due
saying,
process
look,
for
it is
every
free.
citizen of
You know,
the
we're not
European
hiding
Union,
anything.
and then individual countries there
We're
also
keeping
thinking
we're
about
keeping
what
our
is their
citizens
country
safe.
legislation,
And you
because
can
we
help
then
us
need
keep our
to
citizens
negotiate
safe,
separately
you
with
know,
these
by
big
tuning
organizations,
in every
social,
now and again
to get our
and
own deals,
sending us
because of
your
course we've got our
messages.
own free press
But can you
in
imagine all
these
the messages
organizations,
that
let's
will be
say in
sent?
media outlets. So there's lots of things
Naval,
happening
you'll
in
be
the background
surprised.
here, but
I
it's
read in the
necessary because
article
it's
today
all
morning,
around, you
there
know,
are a lot of
paying for
AI
due
being used
data,
in
which they're
Starfight
doing,
program.
and making
The
sure that
government
it's
is now
regulated now,
claiming
because we
that they
see the
can do
power of misuse as
99.8%
well.
surveillance on all their citizens.
they have the tech available already installed. Jeremy, while I fully agree with you what you are saying and what the various governments are doing, don't you think that this is going away from the free press, free media, free digital media norms? Because essentially all these platforms runs on the data produced by guys like you and me. I mean, there are 1.5 billion people producing different types of informative or even nonsensical sometimes, TikTok kind of videos. But that is driving the whole the digital strategy of the world today. So if you start controlling that, are we not moving away from the right to speech clauses in the constitution of various countries?
But it depends on the country, though, you see, because I think, and it's also a fine line between traditional media, like the fourth estate, the traditional media and journalism on the right-hand side, and all of us as individuals who are driving data and actually are delighted when when sites pick it up and say, oh, we're going to run with your story because it gives us a sense of, it gives us an image, it gives us a brand, it gives us coverage, if we're in business, or it gives us notoriety or popularity or celebrity, until it goes wrong. So actually, even that sort of freedom comes with something that we like and don't like. We like to pick and choose, don't we, as individuals? It's like, it's all very well if I'm getting, look at all this great coverage that I'm getting, look at the TikTok video of me, kind of skateboarding with a drink and, playing Fleetwood Mac in the background and getting loads of views and suddenly getting a lot from it. However, when that's flipped and that's used for negative press, then there is a huge outcry based on that again. Or there's a lot of then the word that I've got to use is hatred. There's a lot of naysayers that are doing that, that go onto it and troll and follow these people. So you can't, you can't just cherry pick, even as individuals, the bits that we like and then complain about the bits that we don't like. Either we accept that we need to have some better policing and some better regulation about it, which I totally agree we do. But it also needs to come with some level of protection, because we've seen the power of fake news. And we continue to see the power of fake news and what it drives, and the acceptability of fake news. And where is this taking us? As not just as individuals, but as a human race. It's like, there's so much kind of information that is unfiltered nowadays. I just think we need a filter, and I think if this takes us partway through a filter, because the platforms that provide us this are having to now pay for selected content to provide then more of a public service and responsible public service, then I think that can only be a good thing. The problem will come, CK, and I agree with this, is that some countries will use that, perhaps some more authoritarian governments, or some where they feel that they need more control, over this area where they might feel they can make some money out of it, may use it for nefarious purposes, and I think that's the risk. So it's full of potholes, full of challenges, as well as the opportunities and the benefits that it can bring. So it's going to be very interesting to see, because of course in Australia this is going to take months to get through. A full year then to measure and to kind of figure out what's really happened. And in the meantime, lots of other countries are going to be making their own rules and regulations. However, I do think it's a very interesting and right perspective to have, is that ultimately that big platforms who are taking data from different people to use to drive popularity to their sites and to drive viewership to their sites, like TikTok, for example, pay for that data that's doing it. Why shouldn't they?
Illegal in my country. Well, that's the whole point, because people like you and me will make quality content, but we are not differentiated by the platforms in either way. It's a number game, and the threshold for making money has been kept so high, it is not achievable unless you make a very sensational content. And that is where the trap is, because most of the people either make some nonsensical sensationalized sanitize the video or
do.
make a fake news, which is again, creating sensations. So for those people, the thresholds are crossed and they started getting these peanuts. I think the Australian government, as a layman, I will just explain what I feel as a layman, that if you compare the digital media and with the traditional media, most of the traditional media was run by the ad agencies, because the media is actually making money by advertising. And if you look at the ad agencies, they will collect all the advertisers and publish on different media houses like print, TV, or whatever. And the pandemic actually changed the whole thing. The media and including news migrated to the digital platforms, and therefore the advertisers also shifted to the platforms, leaving behind the traditional digital media high and dry. And I think that is what the trigger of the decision made by Australian government, because now suddenly some of these influential people who are well known, and like guys like Rupert Murdoch, which is very big in Australia. My question again, I have given this all background because don't you think that the government may be under influence of these media moguls and trying to create a control on digital platforms?
Well, I think there's a balance, though. I think that's right. But I mean, ultimately, it's about, the question is journalism properly funded? Because what we've seen, exactly as you say, what we've seen is that as the digital agencies and large digital companies have come in, they've taken the big chunk of the advertising revenue away from the traditional media, and yet they're using the data from the traditional media to do so. So yes, there will always be the big conglomerates and news organizations which will have their own self-interest at heart, and we've seen that. We see how that plays out, and the power of and the decisions that they make around that. Look at Fox News as part of that, that kind of empire in the US, for example, and how that continues to drive a very different narrative, through there. And there's a rise also of, the problem is there's a rise of news organizations apart from traditional media that are now growing up here in the UK. There's two new news channels that have been raised, but the fear is that they become more right-wing and more nationalist and more protectionist in their focus. So the fact is that you've got traditional media, you've got the digital giants, and then you've got this new pocket that is feeding on the fuel and the need and for sensationalism. And I think it's got into a real mess. And so if for me, this is why I think that while there's lots of different nuance in this, it can only be a good thing that responsible government and responsible legislation is looking at this to think, how can this be made a fairer process, so we protect the right and just journalism and public interest journalism, at the same time as recognizing that there are things out of our control around the sensationalism, the fake news and whatever. But if we can actually shore up traditional journalism and those that are still standing up for the free press and responsible journalism that is in the public interest and for the public interest, then we will always retain the balance. Otherwise, the danger and the risk here is that traditional journalism and traditional media companies are just going to lose out, and then the power is in the hands of even fewer, who have self-interest at heart and who are using data in a really powerful, questionable way that we've seen, more recently, and that will continue to manipulate, not just in a positive way, but also potentially in a negative way, what news is filtered to certain people and how people view news. So I think we need that balance, and in order to get that balance, we need some level of protection for the traditional media and press.
There is one more issue, Jeremy. Any production costs money, any good production, because you need, script writers, you need a crew, and you need editors and stuff like that. And all of that cost money. So if you look at the traditional media, that money is paid for because there is an input and there is an output. and the advertisers basically pay per second, and these usually the advertising credits are pretty high. Unlike the digital media where the platforms get the content for free. Absolutely, I mean, they have created a platform, they spend a lot of decades in building it up, that is given for sure. But in order to make money on the platform, there is no incentive for a quality production house, because the cost is theirs. And after incurring all this cost, when they bring their digital content to the platform, there is no money back. And when the advertisers are paying these platforms, the return or ROI to the production houses is like 2% or even lesser. So what people get out of digital platforms as advertising credit is kind of very low today. So I think there has to be some regulation around that also, because they have kept the thresholds of monetization so high, which are not achievable if you just follow the traditional method. And hence it promotes sort of fake news. What is your opinion on this?
Well, yes, I do. I mean, I think that's the case. I think this whole, this kind of unfiltered deluge that we can get, that is, because it essentially, anybody now in the world, the billions of people in the world can be a journalist, or can send something that suddenly becomes viral that they will pick up and, and use on these platforms. And they want to do that so that they can curate a lot of that free news that's around there. But what's quite interesting is that, there is a recognition, even though, from these big giants, that there is a need to filter this down, particularly the more reputable ones, like Google and Facebook, that want to be seen to be doing the right things, while in the background making sure that their algorithms are absolutely evolving at the rate that they have been evolving at, so that they can go to the people that are advertising with them and say, here is the data that we can give you that will give you exactly what you need for your target audience. But the fact that, Google in Australia, for example, kind of stepped back from the edge, and launched its news showcase product just last month, actually, and has started to discuss this, and actually done a deal with Seven West Media already in Australia, which is it's not been confirmed, but it's been reported to be around a 30 million a year deal. And what the traditional media is saying, this is fair payment for responsible journalism. So I think what even these big giants are seeing is that they need to have some level of credibility behind this, as well as the fun stuff that can be there too. But also there is a price tag for it, and they also need to do some cleaning up of their own backyard, and probably rebrand and relaunch this. And then on the back of that, they're almost kind of sort of it's sort of reinventing it. So yes, it's kind of got to a stage where it is now. But I'm glad to say that they're actually taking a step back and saying, this is an opportunity for us to relaunch how we do this, how we use individualized content, how we use traditional journalism and so on, and how we recognize, the data that is coming into us, but how we can also use that to then sell to our customers in a way that some of them will be more comfortable with, potentially.
But will that solve the problem of production getting enough revenue out of it? For example, if I have to cover a story, let's say right now my channel is based on interviews, but if I have to take an interview of a big shot who's sitting in Chennai, and I have to send a person there, but there is no incentive for me to send a person or travel myself, because there is no revenue being generated. Will it solve the problem of the content producers? Because what will happen is that the digital platforms will strike a deal with large houses, and that may happen in India also. The largest one here is Bennett and Coleman. So the chances are the Bennett and Coleman will have the inside deal going on with the large houses like Google and Facebook. So they will have their deal. What will happen to the actual content providers on these digital platforms? How they will get compensated?
Yeah, but it's a good question, and this is not a solution. This is the almost like, kind of the beginning of the journey down here, because this will set a precedent that talks about, insightful and responsible content is worth something. So therefore, if you think about the gig economy, for example, small medium enterprise that you and I both both very passionate about, experts. I know you and I and a lot of my colleagues, we write a lot, we do a lot of research, and we put it out there. And at the moment, we're kind of putting it out there. Either we're trying to sell it on our own platforms, or we're putting it out there for free to gain, gain mentions, or to gain an audience behind it. But there will come a time, and I think what it takes, though, is a collective rather than individual approach. So, as the gig economy becomes a much bigger part of even our, traditional organizations, is that what are the bodies that are standing up and saying that? What are the federations of businesses? What are the federations of freelancers who are standing up and who are saying we are standing up for our members who have an income from the gig economy, who drive value from here, and who should be recognized in some way for what they produce and how they do it. And that might not be exactly it might not be, for example, financial remuneration. It could be coverage. It could be putting them on a platform. It doesn't need to be monetary, but it needs to be recognized in terms of value. So I think this is the beginning of the journey, and that has to start more or less, at some of these big corporations. It's starting at government level, and then it will filter down, because a lot of these bodies will then move up the line, ask questions like you're asking to government, saying, but what about us small businesses? What about us entrepreneurs? What about us gurus and experts who are doing all this research, and it's being kind of used out there? What about us?
Absolutely. I think this is a big question, because all the digital platforms like Facebook, which are the large ones, and Google, which is YouTube, is getting all the content from people like you and me, and maybe many senior people who are producing this content, not getting compensated for their knowledge and their efforts. So I think that is a big question. We don't have an answer for it right now. The good thing is that the Indian government has given 3 months time. They have laid out the rulings, and it's all public information, and they said that, hey, you get your act together. I'm sure they have started negotiating with the Indian government right now. So we will see. We will come back on the same subject maybe after 3 months again. Uh, but I think you have put the things in right perspective, because you have a global, outlook. You work with Australian companies, and you know what is going on there. You also know what is going on in UK and countries like India. So thank you very much for joining us today, and for your wisdom and for your suggestions.
Thank you, CK. See you next time.
See you next time, Jeremy, and take care. And wish you all the best for your ventures and your research which you are doing.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. It's Friday, it's day 10 of lockdown, and you've got some great news, I hear, from what happened yesterday.
Yes, today is day 10, and we got up early, and there was an early morning transmission on all channels across India. The Prime Minister of India was addressing the nation, and so he mentioned few things. He mentioned few ideas. He also hinted that this is going to be a long battle. But most important thing that he mentioned today was he, as Prime Minister of India, is grateful to the citizens for following the lockdown, because that is one thing which will defeat the coronavirus.
You're absolutely right. And that word grateful, which interesting enough, yesterday we had the word feedback, which was an F. Today we've got grateful, which is a G. So we're following the alphabet, perhaps. Maybe we're taking a weekend off, remember, because tomorrow's Saturday. So we'll be back on Monday. But being grateful is really important because we need to say thank you. We need to say thank you to our families, to our other halves, to our partners, to our friends, to our relations, to our kids, because working from home has not been easy. It's been a challenge for a lot of people. And equally, remember to be thankful to your team, because they're under lockdown too. They've never experienced this either. So be grateful to them. And there's another G there. Be gracious too. Be that boss that is thankful and mean it. Because everyone's struggling with what's going on. As you just said, your Prime Minister said, we're in this for a bit longer. This is a long haul. We're actually only delaying. We're buying time here. We're not stopping the virus. We're just buying a bit of time in many respects so that we can get better prepared for what comes next. And that's really important. And we need to be thankful for that too. So you've got your Corona warriors, and I believe, is it Sunday evening at 9 o'clock? Put a candle in the mirror in the front, window.
That's right. So Prime Minister urged the citizens to have another event to thank the Corona warriors by lighting, a candle or some sort of a light. Even if you don't have a light, use your mobile torch. Make light for 5 minutes while switch off all your lights in the home. So this is sort of a tribute that he has asked us to do for 5 minutes, 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Well, I think that's great. And, maybe that could be adopted around the world, although we're on different time zones. But we certainly light a candle. We had our clap for carers, we call it over here. Clap for our carers. And that's the hashtag. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, everyone went out onto their balconies and to their front lawns and just clapped for 5 minutes.
Right.
My wife regularly puts a candle in the window at the same time. So that's our little tribute, if you like. We can all do little things. But the main thing is, the message today is the weekend's coming. It's halfway through your day already. Pick up the phone and say thank you to your team. And in the evening, say thank you to the family. We don't say thank you often enough. And the very mention of the word thank you brings a smile on your face too. Because it's a feel good. It really is a feel good factor. And then the more you say it, actually, the easier it becomes. Simple, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great idea. I think, thank you, Neville, for, telling us this idea. I think it is important. I'm going to do this as soon as this call is over. I'm going to organize a video call with all my team, whichever part of the country or whichever part of the globe they are, and I will say thank you to them.
Yeah, and I bet they say thank you back. Because we're humans, you hope so. Well, you soon find out, and it's okay. This is not weak leadership. People think, showing your vulnerabilities, showing your real self is a weakness. It's not weakness at all. It helps your organization get stronger. And people can say, I see what you're struggling with there. I can help you. Then you say, well, thank you. It's not difficult. You just have to start.
It's a great idea, Neville. It's very nice. I think, thank you. I would like to say first, thank you to you for spending time with me and also giving such great ideas. So first, thank you from me to you on a Friday.
And the thank yous returned. And everyone out there, thank you for what you're about to do, because that's the really important thing. So enjoy the weekend. Day 10 today. We'll be back on day 13, which is unlucky for some, but let's make it lucky for you. Have a nice weekend, CK. See you Monday. And good luck, everybody.
Have a nice weekend and be safe, Neville.
And you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And today is a very fine Monday, start of the week. And with that positive note, let me also invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gunn.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's Monday morning. What are you going to be doing for the rest of the week, CK? Got a plan?
Well, I have a lot of activities which are official in nature, so I've got things piled up. But I think there are certain things which I would like to do, but not finding time. So, in fact, things like building some furniture, for example, or planting a tree, things like that. So it's something in the arena of DIY which I've been planning to do, but not finding time, or for some reason or the other, I have some excuse for not doing that.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, actually. For some reason or another, you have an excuse. You're putting something else in the way, because if it was really important to plant a tree, if you put it down as your priority of things to do today or this week, then it will be a priority and it will stay on the list until you do it. And then when you do it and you take it off the list, you can actually celebrate something that you wanted to do and you did. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So I think there are a couple of factors which are responsible. Number one factor, which I feel is the procrastination. So, that is really where the problem is. And there are other secondary issues like resources and time. But I think the number one reason is procrastination.
You're probably right. You see, we put things in the way. Let's face it. Things don't get in the way. We deliberately put things in the way. We put things there so we look at them and we don't trip up, and we go around and avoid them. And that's procrastination too. So the simple fact of life is, if you have something that's really important to you, you'll do it. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's something to do with the family, something to do with you socially or professionally, something to do with you and your business. If you've identified that it's really important to do, you will do it. And we start the week, it's Monday. Some people actually plan the week yesterday, in their quiet time, in their relaxing time. If they've got a normal 7-day week where Sunday is a day off, day of rest, they will have just been thinking there, even watching TV, with a notepad and pencil, and just writing a few things down, getting themselves ready for the week. That's good planning, It makes you be prepared for the following week, because when you wake up Monday morning, other things happen out of your control. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But the key thing to this is, if you're putting something in the way from something that you want to do, but it isn't happening, it's no one else's issue apart from your own. as you said at the beginning, it was excuses. Oh, we are really good at making excuses. And over time, because we make so many excuses, we get really good at making more excuses. So we could have a fantastic book on excuses that probably would be a world's bestseller. Here's all the reasons why I didn't. There you go. There's a title of a book. And the thing is, what we would love it to be is a lot of blank pages, a bio up the front and a lot of blank pages, 5,000 blank pages, because you didn't find a reason why you didn't want to do it. Procrastination. You mentioned procrastination. That's a fascinating one. So what is procrastination?
Well, I think it's the English word, and it has a very clear meaning in the dictionary, which is like, you have that in mind, but you don't getting yourself to do it. So I think it's like always postponing things for some excuse or the other. I think that is what the procrastination is.
Well, there's a great saying that I heard many years ago. Procrastination is the thief of time. And the thing is, you are the thief. You are stealing your own time. I mean, in our leadership programs, we call it behavioral waste. Procrastination, there's a fine line between people thinking they're doing something and procrastinating about it. And you'd be quite surprised that the thin line is almost like jumping off the end of a cliff. And when you realize actually that you're not thinking about it. And let's give people some tips here, okay? The difference between thinking and procrastinating is when you're thinking, you're always moving forward. You're always saying, what if? You're putting things in the way. It's always a progressive opportunity. When you procrastinate, you tend to do this a lot. Round and round and round in circles. You may still be moving up, but that's because you're thinking. But the procrastination is going round and round here, not growing. And it's the thief of time, because sometimes you can say, I can do this in 10 minutes, and it takes you 50. But what if it took you 10 minutes? How much? You'd have 40 minutes to go and think about something else.
In fact, you're making a lot of sense because as a human being, you are always thinking, and the procrastination is also a thought process. So it is actually spending your gray matter in actually planning your procrastination. So I think it's very well put by you. It's a thief of time. You are actually spending more time and less productive time.
It's simple, actually, but only when you realize what you're doing can you get out of it. So this excuse, putting things off, the easiest way to stop putting things off is to make a list of things that you must do. Not a nice to do, things you must do. That might be putting the garbage out. How many parents struggle with one of the chores that they've given their teenager
from
of
Akulmach, and
once a week put the garbage out,
one of the
and
key
you put it
items that
out
is
on a
being discussed
particular
in social media
time
is,
of day,
a program
because
started by
the
China
garbage
called
guys come
Sharpai
a little
Initiative,
bit later in the day.
and it's very
Monday morning is our day for
disturbing
garbage.
and also astonishing
Do I
at
put
the same
things
time.
out
So
at Monday
let me
morning?
invite my
No, I
friend
put things
from
out
UK,
on Sunday
Mr. Neville
evening.
Bond, to discuss this further.
Even if it's raining, I will put things out on Sunday evening, because then that's a chore done. Something that could be interesting.
These guys
may not
be quite
come
disturbing.
at
So what is it?
7:30. They may come at 7:10.
Well, this is a surveillance program.
And I'll
started
miss
by
them
the government
if
of
I haven't
China
put it
to
out the night
do
before.
surveillance on all their
Such,
subjects.
these are such
It's
simple
actually in Chinese called, if
things,
I'm not,
but
please
like
pardon
anything
me,
else,
with
if
my
it's
Chinese
important,
pronunciation, I don't know Chinese.
put it
I'm
on a
doing my
list
best. It's
and
called
do it.
Zhu
And if it's
Liang
something that's important on a
Initiative.
regular basis,
And in other words, it's also
we have
called
this thing
Sharpai
called
which is
Practice,
literally
practice,
started in
practice.
2013 as an experiment
So you
in
can
a small
practice
village.
getting really
But
good
now it
at
has been
being
extended
stupid,
to the
if you
entire
like,
country.
or you can
And
practice
recently, what
getting
I've read
really
in
good at
the
being
media is that
really good.
they have converted
Whatever you
entire
practice, you'll
Beijing
get good at.
into a
So
good
isn't it
amount of
obvious to
surveillance
practice the good
and all that.
things?
And now the authorities are
So
saying that
therefore you need to go and find out
they
what the
have the
good things are
capability to do surveillance
and
across
practice
the
those
China,
first.
across everyone,
Again,
and they
this
can
is all
cover
common sense.
99.8%
And we
population
learned it
under
very,
this
very young
program.
in our life.
And
But we, for some
interesting
reason,
part, Naval, is
we
that
seem to forget it.
the
You know,
cameras are
a lot of
running.
people
There are
that
failover
say, "Oh,
procedures,
I'm
and
going to
the
enter
feed
that
is
competition,"
available on the TV also.
and never
So if
do.
you're a citizen of China,
You
you can
know,
actually
they
watch these
go
surveillance
and say,
tapes.
"Oh, the X Factor's
If you,
on. Oh, yes, that's
you know, if
wonderful.
you,
I'm
if
going
you
to
can
enter
get
next
that
year,"
access to that frequency,
and they never
you can
do
tune in and get
because
that
it's
feed
not
into your
important
TV,
enough.
and you can also become a
So
surveillance agent.
make it
And if you see
important in your
something
life,
peculiar, you
and
can
then
report it.
you will make it
So
happen.
literally,
That's the simple
you
message
know,
for a Monday morning.
30% of the population
So what are
is
you
under
going to do for the
surveillance
rest of the week?
by
Make
each
it
other,
happen?
by the government.
I will
by
make it
everyone.
happen, Neville.
So
In
this is so
fact, you
interesting.
gave us a very
So
good
start conversation.
idea about writing a book on
Well,
excuses.
there's
In fact, that reminds me
government by
of
consent.
one comedian, a South African comedian. I don't want to mention his name, but he has written a book, and he has simply compiled the tweets of Trump. So it's like somebody else has written it, but he has just compiled it, and it's now a bestseller.
Well, he probably had a good laugh at all the tweets that were put out there. I mean, I see some really good people out on social media, and I tell them, you should put this in a book. And they say, but I've already published it. And I said, yeah, but you haven't published it together. You know, you've got like 50,000 followers, and maybe those 50,000 people would be interested in seeing it all in one place. You know, and my point to that is they're making an excuse. You know, someone's come with a suggestion to say, why don't you put it in a book? I mean, you don't have to do much, frankly, as you said. You know, some South African comedian has put all of Trump's tweets together. Well, I could do it. You know, if I was that interested.
And he has given a very interesting title to the book, which I'm not able to recall, but it's become a bestseller. But the reality of the whole situation is that the Trump has written all those tweets. He gets up at 5 a.m. in the morning, probably from the loo. He sends those tweets, and this person who's based now in US, but he is a South African origin. He has compiled it, and he has written a book. It has a very catchy title, but I think the message that you are giving is find out what are the excuses. So sometimes when you sit and plan what are the excuses, you may end up compiling other people's excuses. So it's like compile a book of excuses and then publish it. It might become a bestseller.
Well, the thing is, we're all very good at excuses. So perhaps we should just go on social media and list down all the excuses. The book will be endless. There'll be variants on variants on variants on variants. And as I say, we get really good at making excuses. Some people make it a pastime. Your 14 or 15-year-old son or daughter that sits there in this COVID, lockdown arena has probably come up with every excuse under the book not to do things digitally, not to build relationships, not to look at their future and be responsible for their future. So, yeah, we're all good at excuses. The thing is, stop it. There's your first hour session of that psychologist that you go and see, or psychiatrist you go and see, and they turn around and say, okay, I'm going to give you a bit of advice. Stop it. It's pretty simple. For a Monday morning, stop it.
Yeah, Neval, I think it's a very good advice. I think we can start this week by stopping all the procrastination and planning our days ahead. And I'd like to thank you for giving us this tip on a Monday morning. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Pleasure. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
one book a week. But not many people have time for that.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And as you know, we are discussing about the Lalitaditya, the great king of India. And you know, we can safely compare him with Alexander, though he is far ahead of Alexander in terms of carrying the empire, conquest, and he was a very, very good king with who is somehow not being given due credit. To discuss more about this wonderful king, the great king of India, Lalita Ditya, we have renowned historian Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, Saint College for Women. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I am fine, ma'am. And as you know that we are discussing Lalita Dit the Great in our this episode. So I would like to hear more about his conquest, his ability as a general, how things were at that point of time when it comes to army of Lalita Ditya.
See, we all know that Lalitaditya was a great king. Okay, and what makes him great is his military skills which he possessed. He had many Chinese mercenaries and generals in his army, which made his army more, superior. And if you see the conquests, at one point of time, his empire was from Uzbekistan to Sundarbans in the Bengal. So it was a huge empire, a huge empire. After defeating Yashovarman, the king of Kanigupt or Kannauj, he headed towards the south, which is known as Dakshinapatha in the pages of history. So Dakshinapath was a trade route. So he went through that route. He even in the records in the book Raj Tarangini written by Kalhana, it is mentioned that he even went till the Ratta Empire. Ratta means Rashtrakutas, which were in down south. So he had the extent till there. And after Dakshinapath, then North, East, then as I told you yesterday, Central Asia, Afghanistan. So his reach was far and wide. About his military skills, if we see, one thing which makes him very, very unique from others, like as you mentioned in the introduction, that we call him the Alexander of India. But remember one thing, Kanchan, Alexander was a brutal, king. He killed innocent people, he burned their houses, his army. They took women as slaves. They did all sorts of things which should not be done in a war. They had no war ethics. But Lalita Ditya and his army, they followed the war ethics written in the Shastras.
So you want to be a software?
There are certain set of rules, you have to follow. Like you start from early morning, then after sunset you will not fight. So many rules were laid out by the Shastras. Then you will not harm the innocent people. What the foreign invaders did, the Islamic invaders or foreign invaders, they destroyed the crops, they killed innocent people, they raped the women, they took children and women as slaves with them, all kinds of atrocities they did. But in the contrary, Lalita Ditya was a king, a general who followed the ethics of warfare. They followed the ethics of warfare, and as I told you yesterday, even his name is mentioned in the one of the books related with the Tang dynasty of China. That means he had relationships with them. Even Al-Baruni, Al-Baruni, he was a visitor to India who wrote in his chronicles in around 12th or 13th century. He has also mentioned about the greatness, about the valor, courage, his army, because his army had elephants, his army had horses, his army had artillery. So all that is mentioned in various historical evidences which we have, the records, like Kalhana's Raj Tarangini. Then we get in this Al-Baruni's accounts. Then we get his mention in the Tang dynasty. So his military conquests were far and wide. Apart from this, if you see, where some accounts say that he died fighting, because once he returned to Kashmir and he built many temples and cities, many temples of Vishnu, Shiva, and sun god Martand, many amenities for the people, like as I told you, canals, water channels, and bunds to store the water. So all that he done, but he was, as I told you, he was a great warrior, and some accounts say that he died fighting in the uh, in the battlefield. He
Yeah, actually, I also come to know that he has divided his kingdom into five different segments
yes,
where they
yes.
were ruled by different princes. So, administration wise, also he has set up very wisely, apart from being
And
conquesting.
why we should remember him, Kanchan, Laitaditya, but not only because of his administration or because of his warfare, but he was a patriot too. He guarded the boundaries of India from Muslim invasions.
Right.
Because if you see, the people of Muhammad bin Qasim, after Muhammad bin Qasim, you don't get any foreign invasions for 300 years.
Okay.
So, because he had that fear, people had that fear of Laitaditya, that no Arab, no Arabian invasion, no other foreign invasion happened in that time period. And because Kashmir, see, Kashmir was known for its richness, because it was a hill station, Kashmir, and because of saffron, so many things Kashmir was known. So foreign invaders, they were allured to attack that area. But because of Lalitaditya, because of his might, because of his fear, no foreign invader had the courage to have any invasion on India that time. So 300 years, you don't get any account of any invasions. After Muhammad bin Qasim, there is a gap. And then after Laitaditya, after the death of Laitaditya, again you see that foreign invasions they started, because his time period is like from 724 to 760, or some historians say 765 CE. But again, then you see Muhammad Ghazni, Mahmud Ghazni, 1080 to 1017 AD. 17 times he invaded India. But in between, you don't get any account of any foreign invasion. So that is the greatness. Plus, following the ethics of warfare. It was not, that brutal kind of thing, that if we are going to invade, we are going to kill, we are going to destroy. No, the innocent people were not even harmed that way. So these all things make him great. And the legacy of temples he left, but unfortunately all of them were destroyed by the invaders again, which is very, very unfortunate. But he created the temples which he got built, many cities he got built. many pillars. One pillar is there, which is around 65 feet high, and there is a Garuda on the top, the Vahana of Lord Vishnu. So that way, architecturally also, he built colleges. He built in Rashtrangani. It is mentioned that he built even universities, Vishwavidyalays. But again, all that was destroyed by the invaders. Whatever work he did, that was totally destroyed by the invaders. Because if you see the San Martin temple, only now the remains are there. So the main temple was surrounded by 84 small shrines, and it is written that in his time period there was temples, shrines in every village, town, city. So uh, cultural growth was also there, not only architecture, in field of this education, agriculture, all aspects he worked, all aspects.
Yeah, so when we talk about Lalita Ded, so can we think that his empire, his history is being systematically being erased from history book, or how it is? Since when he conquered and when he reached with a wealth to Kashmir, and he has, I think, established Kashmir in a massive way in terms of administration, in terms of building great building, architectural advancement. So, is it possible that his profile is systematically being erased from history for some reason?
Yes, 100% it was done, because you don't find mention about him in your history books. You know all the Mughal emperors. You get a mention in our textbooks. Why not Lalita Ditya? You please tell me.
Yes,
And he was such a great king. He was such a great king.
yeah.
He see, only in his time period no invasions happened. Why? Because he was a courageous king. His his people were afraid of him because of his courage, because of his army, because of the setup he has done. The Chinese mercenaries, the Chinese generals who were there in the army. You find all other mentions. You find Akbar in the history books. You find the kings of Delhi Sultanate.
Right.
All you find Muhammad bin Tughlaq. You find a mention. You find a mention of Alauddin Khilji. Again, he was a barbaric king. So why not Lalita Ditya? Why not Lalita Ditya?
It is quite sad actually, because we have in our history such a great king who has maintained, conquered area more than anybody else in that point of time. And then there was also somebody who has, at that time, I think Caliphate was also in a shabby period. There was so quarreling, fighting was happening at that part of the world, but he still maintained and stopped because people are
The,
attacking.
the Khalifa sent people that time to India. That Junaid was killed by Lalita Ditya, and after that they were got so frightened that no person from the Caliphate visited India in his time period.
Yes, and
And
yes,
I'm sure, Kanchan, many people would not be knowing about Lalita Ditya. Before there are videos in YouTube, yes, but it was not a popular name. So it is very sad.
yes, and I also feel that he, in his army, when we talk about his army, he has cavalry, he has elephant, which is included while attacking Kannauj, that kind of areas, and he has a full-fledged professional army where we have, I think somehow we are not getting full account of his army management, because his profile, his achievement has been erased, and it is sad. I really feel that we should revive his history of his period, and that is very essential to feel proud for young generation, especially to feel proud that we had so many good things, and we should have that kind of knowledge also, that from where we are coming as a race.
And one more sad part is that we always want to validate our history by Western historians, because when the Western historians like Steen and Goetz, they certified, yes, Lalitaditya was there. He is mentioned as the name Muttai because his full name was Lalitaditya Muktapida. So he is mentioned as Muttai in the records. So why we need validation, I don't understand.
Yes.
When it is very much there. Till your own historians are telling you, till Kallana has mentioned in Raj Taranjini, Dr. R.C. Majumdar in his book Ancient India has mentioned about Lalita Ditya. And then you want the European historians to validate that.
Yes, very
It is very sad.
Right, because I think
we still slave from here.
Right.
Still that slavery has not gone from our minds.
Right. So I think historians who are upcoming historians should take initiative to really dig out our old, profound and great history, and they should write in the way so that young people of India should be inspired and should enjoy reading, should know that from where our race is coming from. And
yes,
that will make all of us proud. It was so lovely talking to you, Mitaji, today, and we'll be discussing more about great things of India in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you, Kanchi.
This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very eminent personality on the show, Mr. Neville Gant, who is the MD of MindFit Limited. And today's topic of discussion is about, what we can do to bring our business online. So before I ask this question from Neville, let me give a bit of background. Last week, there was a news that both Zoom platform and Hangouts opened their softwares for free for everyone. So although it is a free platform where you can have one-to-one communication, but last week, both these platforms allowed the full version for everyone until July. The impact of this is that many businesses who are doing physical activity can do it online, while there is a isolation is enforced by various countries. So, Neville, this is a very remarkable change in the industry, the way we do business. What do you think we should do to bring our business online?
Well, good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody else. It was a real leap of faith by Zoom and Google Hangouts, literally last week. And in many respects, it should revolutionize the digital transformation, because the digital transformation actually has been slowing down. People have not been moving to the cloud. They've not been taking that leap of faith into becoming digital. What do I mean by that? Well, We have got an analog type mind. We go from A to B to C to D. And the beautiful thing about digital is it allows you to move all over, like a scattergun. You know, you can create algorithms to go here, 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 and really do almost anything you want in the digital space, even when you're asleep. Because your website is there 24/7. Not like your business cards that are stuck in your wallet, you know, and are only passed around when you go on a networking basis. So what Zoom and Google Hangouts have done is they've given the impetus for people to say, what do I need to do to go online? And we already see a lot of people moving down that route. I mean, I've seen I watch breakfast TV on the morning. I have my cup of coffee and I get an overview of not just what's happening in the UK, but what's happening globally. And today, the biggest highlight was lots of these trainers, personal trainers, have gone online. So rather than going to the gym, they're doing their training sessions, by the way, for free. That magical word, you know, that everyone says, is it free? Oh, I'll have some of that then. They're going online and doing it. And there's one guy that had 2 million people on their YouTube channel yesterday on a live presentation. It wasn't costing them anything. They were doing their own workout anyway. So they were doing something they were normally doing, but they had 2 million followers. And guess what? Because all the kids are now at home too, the majority were kids. A whole new audience had come to this person. And we're seeing it with other presenters as well. We're seeing, I believe Darcy Bussell has got, you know, the ballerina that then went on to Strictly Come Dancing. Is doing online workshops for free. They're giving it away. They're encouraging people to come and say, this is who I am, this is what I do, come and have some fun. And that word fun is the bit that we need to focus a little bit on today, because a lot of businesses don't have fun. They really don't know why they're around. They want to make money. Well, now is an opportunity to move online and think of what you have to do to your business to make it digital. Akulmach is an absolute classic. You know, in some parlances, before the internet, Akulmach would have been a networking event company, bringing people from all over the local arena into an event, because that's the only thing that a network could do. But now you're a great network online, but who's really using it? Who of your customers are really taking the mantle and saying, well, I'm online because of the capability that Akulmach has given me, and I'm now going to drive it, and I'm going to create my online presence. And what that means is this is going to become normal. Your face, because that's who you are. I mean, until people see what MindFit does, who do they see MindFit is? Me. Who do they see your passport to grow is? Me. You know, and don't be worried about it. This isn't being selfish or over promotional. This is being comfortable in who you are and what you're doing and who you're doing it for. So here you go. You've been nodding away here. I've been talking far too much as ever. So does this make sense, CK? You know, is Akulmach now, you know, as it transitioned into this great online network community?
Neville, let me try and answer this question. Personally, as an entrepreneur, I had complete faith on the online medium even before this situation of social isolation became reality today. So 3 years back, when we started this company, we wanted to focus on online, and therefore we created this platform called Topras, which allows personal branding and company branding very easy for the startups and SMEs. And I'm very proud to say that in last 3 years, we have been able to build a network of 1 million CXOs worldwide. And so it's a B2B network, and the startup and SMEs can leverage this network by talking about themselves. What this platform do is basically help the CXOs to, to basically sell themselves. As you said, this is going to become a reality. So the point is the top brass allows CEOs and top executives to sell themselves in order to sell their services and their products. So if you can't sell yourself, the chances are you will not be able to sell your products also. So this is a strong platform that allows the CXOs to go and talk about what they feel about their product, about the industry, about investor community, about the growth path. This shows the maturity of a person, and hence you create an image. Hence, the person can create a certain level of maturity, business maturity and etiquettes, which will help you sell your products from the company. So this is exactly what we are providing, Neville. I'm quite happy that we have about 1,500 SMEs and startup using it globally, and this number is poised to grow. So there are two growth that we are seeing. One is the B2B network is growing on one side. That means more and more people are coming and joining, and the user community is also growing because now the B2B network is strong enough for the SMEs and startup to address. So I think even before the social isolation became a reality, which I'm personally presuming that it is going to be there for next couple of years, because whatever we are seeing today is not going to go away just by 2 weeks of isolation.
No.
So my urge to the SMEs and startup is to get online, get onto a platform like Topras, change the way you do business. Try to bring online into your, how do you do your marketing? How do you do your branding? And Topras can be one of the very low cost, high value tool for any CXOs who would like to address the B2B community.
Gotcha. And that was so rich because you explained your journey, and that's what people want to hear. You know, someone's going to buy from you, they want to hear about you. What makes you tick? Why are you doing it? Because there's lots of other people that are doing it out there. You know, just from networking platforms generally, Facebook is a networking platform. Twitter is a networking platform. WeChat is a networking platform. And LinkedIn is supposedly the professional networking platform. So you may have been able to escape the digital world until now, but this isolation, as you say, is not just a couple of weeks. It's not even a couple of months. What's happened to the world is very akin to what happened to the world in 2008-9 with the financial crisis. Then we should have been rushing online. Everyone should have been looking at doing things differently. There is a worldwide audience. Lots of your current clients on your platform don't just sell locally, they sell globally. They have no idea where their next sale will come from. You know, some people have got online shops. I mean, Amazon is the biggest online shop in the world. And I bet a lot of your CXOs and a lot of the employees of these companies that you know and are connected to are using Amazon for all sorts of things. So this isn't different, but it might be different to what you're doing as an organization currently. I mean, not everyone is as beautiful and handsome as you and I. You know, a lot of people have got a face for radio, as they say, you know, so you actually don't see anybody here, you know, all you see is the hand. Well, the thing is, don't talk to the hand. You know, you've got to be that online presence. We struggled in the first days of MindFit because fundamentally a lot of people say, well, you're professional coaches. Yep, we are. That's one thing we do. And we can coach one-to-one on this or Skype or any other medium that you care to do, including without seeing somebody on the telephone. So there's lots of digital capability that's out there that we will have utilized in the one-to-one. And many people then said, well, you can't run a workshop online. Now, listen to the words. You can't run a workshop online. Well, there's a little map behind me that perhaps you can't see the word can't, but it's down the bottom of the map. There it is, can't do. You've got to get out of that can't do mentality, because frankly, you can do anything that you put your mind to. So we took that challenge several years ago and said, okay, we're not practicing what we preach here. We're listening to people saying, you can't do workshops online, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do the other. Well, let's say, okay, we need to be a can-do. So what can we do? So we started to practice with workshops online. And I've got to say, it wasn't easy, because when we started to do it, the digital connectivity wasn't that good. So in the early 2000s, we didn't have, you know, great opportunities like this, huge broadband capability. Because without good broadband, you can't do this. I remember the days of AOL, you know, dial-up, where you used to type in the number and it went, you know, and then all of a sudden you're in, you know. Yeah, we are old, everybody.
Yeah, but you know, many times that sound that you made will repeat it once again.
Exactly. And you think, am I connected? Have I got this, you know, am I now connected? And I see this AOL thing go round and round and round. And we haven't done any better, actually. That timer's gone now, but we still see this thing go round and round and round and round. In other words, you're in your TARDIS in the Doctor Who arena somewhere, but you're not quite sure where you've gone. So yeah, it wasn't easy, but the thing is, we knew we had to do it, because if you're going to scale your business, if it's going to work for you overnight while you're asleep, if you're thinking of franchising your business, you know, on a global basis and getting clients from all over the world, then the only way to do it is digital. You need to have the online presence. And, you know, Top Brass is perfect. It's done all the hard work for you. All you've got to do is now you've got to use it. It's a bit like when you first create your first website and the web developer comes back to you and say, well, what do you want to put on it? And you think, well, I'm paying you, the developer, to put the website together. A web developer has no idea what you do, how you do it, or how you want to say you do it. They can give you some real nice glossy templates. You know, they can, like a designer can come up with a pop-up like this, but it's a blank sheet of paper as far as they're concerned. They can put things in certain places, but you've got to put the content. And this is where we get divorced from our business. And yet we're totally engaged in our business. When we get this networking opportunity to talk to someone in front of people, you know everything about your business. You're gushing with it. You're passionate. People can see the passion. How do you see the passion in pastel colours on a website. And we've all been there, haven't we? You know, how do we get our message over? And we spend ages on the little design of our business card, because that's relatively straightforward. But we spend very little time about thinking what we do and what all of our messages are doing, not just in our printed material, but in the digital material. Because at least with the printed material, you can rip it up and put it in the bin. And if you don't want to send it out, no one will ever see it. But as soon as you put it in the digital space, it's there forever. It's a permanent record. One thing we know about the internet is as soon as you put something there, you really can't delete it. It's somewhere in someone's data recovery system. It's somewhere now in the cloud, which, by the way, isn't the cloud. It's still a bunch of servers somewhere, physical.
So Neville, this is exactly what Top Brass comes in the picture, because the Top Brass works on a concept called eyeball. So when somebody is looking at the social media digital image or a video, the eyeball plays a major role. So the eyeball is in certain places on the screen of his mobile device or his PC. But so we play on that. We will try to make sure that your promo has the maximum stuff in the eyeball area, and the duration at which the duration for which your content is visible is only 10 to 15 seconds. So first off, you have to design something which is in the eyeball area, and then you have to make sure that it is attractive enough to tickle the bones of your end user or your investor to go and further explore about your company. So this is exactly what we do. We allow this facility to come forward for all the SMEs and startup. The second thing is, at a very low cost, the startups can actually address all social media without any prejudice, because each social media has its importance in promoting the brand and promoting the business. So it is not only LinkedIn which will get you business, there could be a Twitter feed which will give you a business. So Top Brass is a one-stop digital platform which interconnects all social media into one. So you don't waste time in creating multiple formats. One is for Twitter, another one for Facebook, another one for Instagram, and so on and so forth. There are so many. There is Tumblr, there is Quora, there is Pinterest. There are so many others as well. So this interconnects all these platforms so that you make one post. Top Brass will take care of formatting. It will take care of eyeball. It will take care of making sure that it has visibility of your brand and your products. And this will give you a cost saving in terms of realigning your workforce, because this is automation. Top Brass is using a lot of automation, and you can realign your workforce into doing something more physical. So this is exactly we try to address and bring to the SMEs and startup so that they can leverage this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, people will hear, actually, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, a lot of hard work, a lot of investment that as an SME owner, you don't even need to know about. You're being educated on this is how you do it. All you've got to do is go and do it. But like anything else, unless someone tells me a lot about their business, I can't talk about their business. And it would take me some time to work out what people's business is, to be able to be fluent as they are in their business. So here's the classic opportunity. While we've got this lockdown, and it will be there for some time, but the more important is, it's only the businesses that are going to be digital that are going to be the really successful businesses as we come out of this pretty difficult time frame. If you haven't got a digital presence, your business will, unless it's very, very local, like the corner shop, and it relies on footfall. You know, so people getting up in the morning and walking past as they walk the dog, and they think, oh yes, I need milk, I need bread, I need a paper. You know, so unless you're in the basic necessities on the high street, you have to be digital. And even now, people in the basic necessities realizing they need to be digital too, because there are some times where it's pretty difficult, and now's the time to deliver. And they're thinking about not delivery in the normal sense, like the paper boy, you know, walking around and with the papers and throwing it, you know, as they used to when I lived in America. It just end up on the lawn. But they're talking about drone delivery. Now, before, we would never have thought of delivery by drone. You know, the perfect delivery is not to your front door, it's to your backyard. Perfectly secure, perfectly safe. They can even take a picture of it when they're disappearing to say, yes, that's definitely your backyard because that's your dog. You know? So all of the capability that we think of as a consumer, let's start thinking of it as a business owner. As a consumer, what do I want from the people that are selling to me? Because guess what? We're all consumers. We may not like to say that, you know, that you are, but we're all consumers. So look at your business as a consumer, because that's one of the best ways to do it. And if you haven't got that capability, then ask one of your employees to look at it as a consumer and tell you all the things that are right and tell you all the things that you can do better. Not that are wrong. You know, don't use this negative language. We can do better. It's that can-do attitude. And your platform on Top Brass has done all the hard work, just like LinkedIn has done all the hard work and Facebook has done all the hard work. But you've got to put on Top Brass who you are, what you do, why you do it, and drive your business. To me, the only thing difficult in this is starting to do it. And if you haven't got that get up and go, these difficult times shouldn't be the catalyst, but they are the catalyst for a lot of people to do things slightly differently. I know people that are not very good at public speaking, and I've given them loads of advice on how to become a good public speaker. Guess what? Google it. You don't have to come to me for that advice. Just Google it. How to be a public speaker. There will be billions of responses on Google that will tell you how to do it. The thing is, you've got to have your filter on of who's telling you the best way and the right way. So go to the more established experts. Don't go to fake news sites. Governments around the world are closing down all of the fake news. Why? Because they know that you need to have the facts. There's nothing difficult about that. So work with the facts. Go and do something that's going to be of real value to your business, not just today, but it's going to put you on another curve, a trajectory. And when you start to do it, do you know what? It's a lot of fun. Because like anything else, and here's the secret, right? So we need to be quiet about this because we can't tell everybody. Look at who's doing it really well and copy it. Oops. Secret's out the back. You can copy anybody as long as you don't copy it word for word, because it's your business, it's not theirs. Copy it. If it's really attractive for you, then do what they're doing and adapt it to what you're doing. It's not cheating, it's called being smart. One of the best things you can ever think of is look at some of the really big companies in the world. that do lots of great marketing, are on TV doing advertising. And look at the stuff that you get involved with. You know, if you've never looked at adverts like this, you need to start doing it, because guess what? The TV stations are still doing what they've always done. Advertising is still being sold. Go on and look at the next run of TV adverts and just see which ones draw you in. You know, if you look at all of the perfume adverts, typically they're really attractive women. They're not ugly guys, unless they're selling male perfume, in which case, guess what? They tend to be really attractive guys. You know? And even if we don't think of men being as attractive as a man, of course there are people that are attractive. But the point is, it's going on to your senses. It's going on to your feelings. Go ahead.
You know what? In a male perfume arena, it is an average Joe kind of a guy who's attracting a very beautiful woman. So that's the difference, you know.
But you see, that's what you've observed, okay? And that's important, okay? Because they've captured you. And you're right, I can think of some of those.
Right.
You know, and the point is, they've spent millions of dollars on this advertising campaign. So just think, well, why did they do that? How did they do that? What were they thinking about? Ask all of those questions rather than saying, "Oh, that was a nice advert," because anyone can say that. Now look at it from your business point of view and take the messages that have appealed in that arena. Now, not all of the messages, you know, so if you're not into perfume or cosmetics, then you may not immediately think that there is any transition into your business, which is making, you know, glasses. So think of where people use glasses. They use it, you know, to have fun together, to take on a picnic. We've said in one of our shows, you know, a Bic pen and a Mont Blanc, as far as a lot of people are concerned, is a pen. I use a pen to write. But it makes you and made me feel great to have that Mont Blanc pen. It was a status symbol. It made me feel great. So if you're selling Mont Blanc pens or a consumer product which is at the high end, it's feelings that sell the product, not the fact it's a pen. So again, this is real opportunity, you know, to go and look at what other people are doing it. And again, it's a secret, because all you got to do is Google it. Google what you do and find out what others do. This isn't hard work, is it?
So Neville, I think you have raised a very important point. And now, since you made this point, I'm also thinking that this is exactly Top Brass differentiate our clients. We help them come out of the Me Too syndrome. Because if everybody's talking about the same thing, how do you differentiate? So we actually help them create a differentiation from Me Too. And that is why Top Brass give them power and facility to be more creative rather than follow the 90% of the world. Because, you know, they can leverage the online platform, which is Top Brass. They can, the CXOs can think how they can make a difference, what will make them tick with the investors and the clients, and then they can talk about it, you know. So it is not necessary that you talk about your perfume or your product. So when I say perfume is the product, but you can make a difference in how do you project your business and your company, and Top Brass will help you there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and the thing is, utilize the resources that are at your control. And a lot of people don't look further than the end of their nose. Well, now's the opportunity.
Right.
You may not think you've got plenty of time on your hands, but you're a very successful business, and you will be successful once again when all of this, nonsense is out of the way. It's really important. It's a serious issue. I don't want to belittle the issues that we're facing as a global community, but the sun will shine tomorrow. Are you in the best place you can be to take advantage of the sun shining? And it's a simple question we can all ask. So the message is to go digital, use the great platforms that are there, Google what you do as a business and find out what others are doing. And then copy it. Because that's all you've got to do. I'm not talking about plagiarism here, because this is still your business. If you sell trainers, then, running trainers, then there's a huge market outside of your door. And it's a global market, potentially, if you've got that one trainer that no one else has got. So we're not worried. We don't get paid for any promotion on here. But guess what? One of the biggest training manufacturers in the trainer manufacturing world is Nike, or Adidas, or Puma, or Slazenger. And guess what? If you Google who makes trainers, bingo, it'll come and tell you. How do they market it? Go and look, see what they do. They don't sell a trainer. They sell a feeling. That feeling is related to the brand. That brand, the Nike swoosh, the Nike tick, which is fantastic because they got to the saying, just do it, before we were around. But you can tap into that, and you can have fun doing it and put the fun back in the business. So the message today is go digital. Don't put reasons why you can't. Go and do it.
Yes, Neville, thank you so much for giving us this wisdom. Most of the countries are in lockdown state for past 10 days. And business are thinking what is going to happen. Maybe the lockdown will be over in next 10 days and so. But, 20 days are wasted. So I think the point that you are trying to make today for our viewers is that don't waste your 20 days. Change the way you do business. Come on the digital platform. Don't lose number of days or months. Still maintain the same level of interaction with the clients and investor community. Use the digital platform. It's an outstanding advice that you have given us, Neville. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And the thing is, it is so simple, but you've got to go and do it. Don't put it off. Don't go and make a cup of tea when you put this video down. Go and do it and have fun doing it, because you'll come out of the other side in a far better position and you'll be a lot happier.
Thank you, Neville. It is always a pleasure talking to you. I will catch you again, same time, next Tuesday. Until then, bye-bye, take care, and be safe.
Bye-bye, CK, and definitely be
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by Vikas Bansal, who has 2 decades of corporate experience. He's worked with many brands across India, and now he's helping a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, and budding professionals in their journey. He is actually playing a role of mentor and coach, and we are very happy to have him here to discuss about lockdown. Welcome to the show, Vikas.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. You share your name with a very famous personality, right? So
Well, I think there are many. Which one you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the boss of TCS as of now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or the Tatas. I wouldn't say TCS here because we remember him as the boss of TCS, but now the boss of Tatas, right?
There was,
Chandra.
when I was in school, there was a notorious character also with the same name.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful.
So Vikas, I'm very happy to talk to you today. And we are on day 12. We've already crossed 2 weeks, roughly 2 weeks. And we have few more days to go. So what is your experience so far? Would you like to share? Because I think you're joining us from Delhi or Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
How do you see this lockdown affecting you in particular and your neighborhood?
See, I would say everything has a silver lining. Though when I first heard the news of a lockdown, it seemed as if the world had collapsed. So I am not the one who likes to sit in my home per se. And over the last 2 decades, though I've had a mix of roles. I mean, right from sales and distribution to let's say having a small role in finance to strategy and planning, analytics. So I've been on the field and I've been in the office, but I feel more comfortable in moving out and talking to people, conversing with people. So the first news of this lockdown, when Prime Minister spoke of this initiative, first obviously you had to reconcile with the fact that this is something which has happened. As a human being, many times we fail to reconcile to the reality. So I believe it took me about a day or two to realize that this has actually happened. And this is something beyond me. I really have to live with it for the next 3 weeks at least. So that's the first reaction which I had to overcome. My first resistance, my own resistance, which I had to overcome in the first 1 or 2 days. That something actually happened and I need to abide by that as a law-abiding citizen. So I believe the first 2 or 3 days were still pretty good. It was like an extended weekend. So you come back from work and you suddenly are announced an extended weekend. So first 2 or 3 days, you kind of end up consuming a lot of food. You end up watching a lot of TV, reading a lot of newspaper. I mean, so first 2 or 3 days were pretty fine, kind of an extended holiday. But then again, the reality starts biting you. You can't be doing that every single day. So I believe by the end of the third day, I realized there has to be a proper regime. I still had about 18, 19 days to go. So that's when one sits down and realizes that there's more to life, what can be done. I mean, I'm confined to my home, but that's a great learning opportunity as well. So I believe the paradigm shift happened, Chandra, somewhere on the third day when I realized I had this time to myself. Though obviously, I mean, me, my wife, my parents, my kids, I'm sure my wife takes care of but we're all chipping in. So I believe when we sat down and thought about what could be done, what could the kids do, what I could do. So I believe the third day was the day which really changed my life. And it's been a great journey after that. I mean, I have really, if I could use the word, I have really enjoyed this time. Enjoyed as a period of self-development, enjoyed as a period of really getting back to a lot of my friends and acquaintances, a lot of those people who I could not reach out to, not because I never wanted to, but many of these people were really keeping busy all this while. So as of now, I have this period wherein, so if I call you up, Chandra, I'm very sure if you're not in a Zoom call, which most people are as on date, they're actually happily waiting for somebody's call. So you're free to call them up. So, I mean, it's been a really good time, I would say, since the third day. So last about 8, 9 days has been really good, really productive for me. That's what my thing is.
So so what I'm getting is a lot of positive vibes while talking to you. But one thing which I get after you spoke is that I think things are going to change forever. The way we do business and how do we talk to people. So do you have any observation on how things will pan out once the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I believe, and I had an interesting. So I posted a video on similar lines this very Tuesday. I mean, about 5 days back, And I actually spoke about the scenarios which would unfurl once this lockdown is lifted. First, I'm a firm believer that whatever changes are happening in our environment that we see, some of these changes will definitely become permanent. Not that we were not conversant with technology, right? I believe some of us are fortunate to have an access to this technology that we're using right now. So we were pretty conversant with this all these years. I mean, we've had all these Skype calls and WhatsApp video calls. So, but many of these changes will now start becoming permanent as a routine feature in our daily lives. So, and I also spoke about something in my video where not that, so once the normalcy returns, which it will, let's say a couple of days or a couple of weeks down the line, we will still start frequenting malls. We will get back to our sports events, get back to movies. I'm a big fan of movies, right? We'll get back to all those activities. But I believe the frequency just might reduce. So if I was a person who used to watch 12 movies in a year, I'm talking about going to a theater and watching a movie, right? If I was to go every single month, I don't know. As of now, I feel I just might cut it down to about 6 movies a year. I don't know. I mean, that's what my feeling is now. So some of these outings just might reduce, is what my feeling is. And then technology. So I use the word where technology, I would say, will no longer be an enabler. As of now, we always see technology as an enabler in whatever work we're doing, in trying to increase. So technology helps us to increase our efficiency, is what we look at. I believe now technology will be an integral part of our lives, not just an efficiency tool. So these are some of the things which I see happening even after the lockdown ends. Now, for some of us who have kids, I mean, believe me, their life is really going to change. They're all getting pretty used to this technology stuff. I really, though I'm not a very firm believer in kids going through Zoom classes, right, and schools engaging with them over technology. But it again hardly matters whether I'm a believer or not. This is here to stay. I mean, most of the schools that I know of in Delhi NCR, I don't know about the other areas, but most of the schools in this area have really geared up. And this could be a boon for students because you have all kinds of breaks up in North India. If you're conversant with, you have sometimes an extended summer break because of the adverse weather. Then you have now a new pollution break. For many of our audiences who are living in the other part of the country, they wouldn't understand what this pollution break is. But we have this annual, a few days of pollution break. Then we have an extended winter break again because of adverse winter conditions. Technology will really come to our rescue now. So I believe some of these things which we're getting used to are really going to be a permanent feature. That's what my belief is.
So I think you raised very pertinent questions. I think there is an immediate opportunity for homeschooling kind of an application where students can study as they were doing normally in the school. Similarly, there could be an opportunity for innovation with regard to the office-based solutions. In fact, if I want to share some experience of my own company, because we work in the startup and the SME arena, and we are sort of 80% online even before the lockdown. So it took us hardly one day to transition everybody on virtual office. So that's let me share my experience. What is happening is I see all these people working from home because everybody is working, because we don't want to, being a small company, we don't want to let go the revenue. So now as a team leader or as a leader of the company, I am exposed to the personal life of the people, because not everybody is fortunate to have a home office kind of a scenario. So they are converting bedrooms and whatever area, convenient area. So I am not only exposed to their work, which I was earlier doing, I'm also getting exposed to their personal life. So I think as a leader, I have to be, within quotes, I have to be adjusting enough to get exposed to that. And then there are requests coming that, hey, I will work for 8 hours for the company, but I work 4 hours because the young parents don't have any avenue to leave their toddlers out. So they will work 4 hours in the morning, then they'll take a break because their wife have to look after their children, and then they'll work another 4 hours. So a lot of these permutation combinations are now, at least as a leader, I'm getting exposed to. I'm sure a lot of people, other people who are in a different scenario, who work in a different kind of industry, or who work in a different segment, there may be a lot of inputs coming in from this experience.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned about you having a sneak peek into your associates' lives per se, you mentioned about that. So, in fact, I read a very interesting article written by Nikhil, one of my friends. He posted it on LinkedIn a couple of days back, wherein he used the terminology of not working from home, but working at home. And I also kind of narrated the same in my video, which I posted. It's a different scenario. I mean, as you rightly pointed out, some of us who are fortunate to have a separate space, so I have converted altogether a room in my house. So I have slightly a bigger house. So I have converted an entire room to my office. But for people who didn't have spaces, I mean, I know of my friends who really literally converted one of their bedrooms, right, to an office. So kind of no longer working from home, but working at home. You need an office at home now. So again, a paradigm shift. Yes. So incidentally, what you just mentioned.
Right. So I think it is very enlightening to talk to you and get this perspective. What is your advice to some of the viewers of this particular show? Because I think the lockdown is not going to stop at 21 days. Presumption is it will continue for some more time, or it will be released in phased manner.
In phased manner, yes.
Because pandemic is upon us, it's not going to disappear just like that.
Absolutely.
What do you think we should do as humanity, and so that we are streamlined in the positive direction?
See, I would say this is again. So the current situation is like we are at war with someone, right? So we definitely will have to be confined, as you rightly pointed out. Even if the lockdown ends, it'll end in. So we'll have a phased end to the lockdown. It'll not be a 0 and 1. It'll not be a digital kind of an end to a lockdown. So again, I would say, what can we do to improve our value per se? So that's what my only message is to anybody who's watching this video. See, again, this is the reality. Come to terms with the reality. That reality might last another 9 days, might last another 12 days, 15 days. We're still not sure about how many days we're still going to be in this space. So what can be done? So I would say, first of all, take out some time and enjoy. You know what happened, Chandra? So when this lockdown started, everybody was kind of enjoying for the first 2-3 days. But now I've been calling up a lot of my friends who still happen to be in corporate jobs. Thankfully, I'm out of a job now. I run my own venture like you do. So people who are still in jobs, I don't know if you've experienced this. Since last week, they extremely got busy. Everybody's kind of on a call since morning till about late in the evening on a video call. I don't know how productive is that. So are you literally getting consumed in too much of work? You're not being too productive. So take some time out for enjoyment is what my message is, first of all. It's a golden opportunity spending some time with your family. Are you dedicating some time? Now, I have two kind of grown-up kids. I wouldn't say exactly grown-up, but yeah, in high school kids. I'm possibly making a point to spend some time with them even in front of the TV. I mean, we have two epic serials being shown. I mean, am I doing something? Can I do something to inculcate some good values in them? Possibly I can make them sit in front of the serial, in front of the TV when you have the Ramayana and Mahabharata being telecast. So as parents, do we have some responsibility towards our kids, except for asking them to attend their maths and the science classes? So I mean, this is the time to really do things which you've not done. Can you pick up a small book which you always thought about reading? You will definitely have an access to that book online. Can you actually watch a movie which you always wanted to? Can you actually do something which you always wanted to, but you still confined, and you can do which you can manage within the confines of your house? So, I mean, this is the time which will pass. But what is the value add that you do within yourself, within your family, or even within your peer group? And again, I spoke about something in my video. Can you actually call up some friends? As I told you, I've been calling up 3 to 5 friends every day. I mean, I'm not saying message them. Can I talk to them? Everybody is available right now. Can you talk to 3 or 4, 5 friends? Can you talk to somebody who you spoke for 2 years back? I mean, there's a lot to do. And believe me that these new connections which you're establishing today will help you, will come to your leverage in the long run. So, I mean, I'm saying do something to keep yourself engaged, and there are enough and enough things. Just summarize, do something for enjoyment, do something with the kids, call up your friends, and obviously carry on with your routine work. So, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. It's a great pleasure talking to you, Vikas, today. I'm sure we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you once again. We got few more days. I think the lockdown is continuing, and before the lockdown ends, we will talk once again. Thank you. And be positive, be safe. Thank you. Thanks, Chandra. Bye bye for today.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve, as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player, these are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills, which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And today in the Spotlight segment of Top Brass, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Satya Madala, CEO of Single Point Solution. And today Satya will inform us about some of his products for the benefit of our contestants who are participating in Top Brass Speaker of the Year Award. Welcome Satya, good morning.
Good morning, CK, and good morning to all viewers of this video.
So, how is the weather in Hyderabad today?
It's very cool, Chandra, today. So it's some sort of small drizzling also. So the weather seems to be very romantic today.
So I think let's talk about your first romance, which is the electric vehicles, and you'd like to know more about electric three-wheeler, which you are about to launch in India.
Yes. So actually, recently, we are acquired one manufacturing unit. Single Point acquired a manufacturing unit of three-wheelers. So we are manufacturing actually four variants of three-wheelers. So one is a passenger vehicle, and another one is goods vehicles, and the another one is waste collection vehicles, and tool tracking vehicles also we are launching. So basically we are mainly concentrating on three-wheeler passenger autos and waste collection autos. So waste collection autos is for municipal corporations. So we are also trying to work with government, state government, municipal corporations. So wherein actually we wanted to replace all the fuel vehicles with electrical waste collection vehicles. Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's very interesting that you are working with two different entities. One is a private operator, which is going to run the electric three-wheelers for public transportation, and you're also working with municipality, which is going to use it in their municipality work. So this is very interesting. So what are the features of this two variants that you are concentrating on?
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
What are the some of the features, key features of these two variants that we are trying to launch in India?
Yeah. See, when it comes to passenger vehicles, you see the passenger vehicle is when we say electrical vehicle, so people will think about the capacity, the capacity and the performance of the vehicle. So the performance is pretty good, and which is more than fuel vehicle. But the even when it comes to the person who is driving a vehicle, so he will not find any difference in between this fuel vehicle and electrical vehicle. So the only challenge people are asking is where they can charge the vehicle. So the very simple answer for that is they can charge the vehicle in their house. So by using with a single phase and three phase connections. So there is no problem at all. The second variant where I am talking about municipal corporation waste collection vehicles. So wherein actually municipal corporations, they can have a dockyard, charging dockyard, wherein actually all the people can go and charge their vehicles in the dockyard with a for a they can charge for a vehicle within 2.5 hours to 3 hours. So once it is charged for a 3 hours, they can run it for 100 kilometers. So that is the advantage with the electrical vehicle.
Oh, that is very nice to know, Satya, that one single charge can run for 100 kilometers. So
yes,
some of these small cities can have these vehicle as a viable solution, because if it is a large city, then you will have to have another charge point after 100
yes,
kilometers.
yes.
But the small cities like cities which are B class, C class and D class in India, and also the rural, they can use this product which you are going to roll out very easily.
Yes. Actually, we are coming up with another business model also, wherein actually the person, the companies, small entities, they can come and run their fleet in a rural areas. Actually, we are targeting tier 3 cities, to run the vehicles in between tier 3 cities and small towns to another villages, wherein they can come forward and they can take the take the dealership with us, and they can run the vehicles, and they can rent out the vehicles, and they can maintain the charging dockyard, and they can earn money on charging dockyard also. Like the person, they cannot charge the vehicle in their house, so they can come and they can come and park the vehicle in a dockyard, so they can charge the vehicle in a night, and they can run it for 100 kilometers. So 100 kilometers means actually, as practically, when I see in a rural areas, the connection between tier 3 cities and the villages will take at 20 kilometers. So that means they can run the vehicle for 4 times, and they can park it in a dockyard for a charging. So it will take another 3 hours, and again they can run it. So like they will get a 60% more than the fuel vehicle. So the driver, they can earn more money by running these vehicles, by running the electrical vehicles.
And just in case if somebody wants to increase his mileage, he can also buy additional battery. So I think that could also be one solution, isn't it?
We are also again researching on a battery, wherein actually we are trying to reduce the battery size and increase the capacity. Once I increase the capacity, maybe in another 6 months time, we can you people can hear a good news, where like we are coming in a battery technology, nano battery technology. So where you going to use the nano battery technology in our autos also. So it increases the capacity.
Okay, so if so they can keep two batteries to double up their if they want to run for even 200 kilometers, they would be able to keep multiple batteries or multiple places where they can charge their batteries when they are having their lunch in between. So I think there are tremendous opportunity for the operators who want to get into this business, And for the contestants, I think today's conversation has given us a lot of inputs in terms of electric three-wheeler and where it can be best suited. So if some of the Speaker of the Year award contestants are making video on electric three-wheeler, I think this video will give them a lot of information.
Yeah, I just even I wanted to add one more point for countries where like they can they can talk about difference between fuel vehicle and electrical vehicle and the capacity, and they can research on electrical three wheelers how to take it forward to general market, wherein we are targeting low end people. Low end people means the drivers. So just I wanted this contest to research on to reach the low end people. If the content is good, then we can promote the content to low end people, and they can see just a simple and crisp some research content we required from the contest. That's what we are expecting.
Yeah, definitely, Satya. In fact, the India, as we know as a country, 80% is in the not in the metropolitan. It's all across the urban, semi-urban areas outside the metropolitan areas.
Exactly.
And that is the India which is now coming up in a big way, and there are a lot of opportunities in that part of India. So I think like we are SME owners, you and myself, separate entities. We are doing different businesses. There are a lot of opportunities for contestants also to look at the opportunities which are there. And who knows, some of the contestants may come out with the bright business ideas. So I think these are very good inputs that you have given.
Yes.
We hope
So
that
we practically experienced when we are explaining the differences between these two. So we are practically experiencing some issues with the drivers, auto drivers. So where just I wanted the contests to concentrate on that point, and at the same time, if they can, give some input to find out the difference between these two, is much better in their videos.
All right. So I think the expectation from Satya would be to first create simple videos talking about advantages, disadvantages of electric vehicles, and comparing them with the petroleum, which are gas guzzlers and they pollute the environment. I think that's a very good input. That's a very
Yes.
So thank you, Satya, for coming on this session of Spotlight. And I'm sure that the contestants will look at this video and get their inputs. And we will catch up again with you in the next session of Spotlight.
Sure, CK. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the video.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the Likeable Leader section of our show. And usually viewers, you are used to seeing middle-aged CEOs, CXOs, a lot of people who have actually achieved a lot of things in life. But today we are very privileged to have a different kind of leader in our show. Her name is Archika Arora, and she is a certified image consultant. But that should not give you any other feeling. The image consulting is a totally new word, and she is a very young professional. She is a highly qualified young entrepreneur. And when I say highly qualified, she is from IIM, and she was working with the top corporates in the world. And she decided to call it quits, and she has become a certified image consultant, now helping people like me who have lived in the industry for 2 decades and helping with the image consulting. So without further ado, let me present Archika Arora.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction and for having me here, and looking forward to the interview.
It was our pleasure, Archika. Usually we get the people who have some sort of leadership, but I think you are a leader of sorts. This is a totally new area. A lot of our viewers would like to know about it, and that is why you are here. In fact, I'm very eager to know what you do. But before we start, I would like to ask you, uh, you have had a fantastic career. You had a fantastic education. You were working with the top corporation and you decided to come out. So what happened and what gave you this idea that this will be a career to choose?
So that's a very nice question. And, there was nothing sad that happened. First of all, let me break it to you. Not every great story has a sad backing. I always wanted to get into image consulting since the time I was in school, but great education and great companies happened. And I, being a typical Indian kid, always wanted to have brands on my resume. But when you have all these things, you've had great qualifications, then you've gone to great companies, you are earning great money, then somehow you don't have anything more to look forward to. I was only looking forward to my promotion, and I suddenly had a feeling when I was sitting in a meeting that listen, if this does not stop right now, and if I get promoted, the paycheck is going to just get fatter. I'm going to get into this trap. And because I was a management consultant, I was already helping people out, but I thought that, okay, this is going to sound very filmy, but if I die tomorrow, only people in EY are going to remember me. Nobody else is going to remember me. So that was a really sad thought to have. And I was like, right now is the right time to get into this. And being a woman, I also wanted a career which gives me flexible working hours. I didn't want to have something in the future which said that, if you have additional responsibilities, you let go of your career. So that is what I see setting as an example for all the women in the world. That just because you are expanding your family or you're doing something personal does not mean you have to let go of the professional thing. So this was the right career choice for me. So that is what went in behind.
This is amazing. In fact, you are an IIM grad, and which makes you the top brains in the country. Yet you decided to take a leap, and I wish you good luck. I'm sure you will have an illustrious career in image consulting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Archika, this is a new area, and that is why the leadership will also be young. I'm totally convinced about it. However, I have to ask you this question, which is about image consulting. The image consulting is not really understood very well, not only in India, but world across. This is a new science, a new line of business. So, how did you thought about getting into this area, converting this into an opportunity for you?
So, CK, as you very rightly said, that this is not something which is so conventionally understood, like say medical or engineering, right? So, even the management consulting for that matter. But when you talk about image consulting, if I have to explain it in one line, it's about helping you manage your first impressions well. Now, that sounds as confusing as image consulting, the word itself. It's most often confused with the fashion designing or makeovers or hairstyling, etc. It is much more than that. So, if I have to give you an analogy, it will be interior designing. So, for an interior designer, he or she has a lot of areas to take care of. Yeah. So, it can be carpentry, it can be plumbing, etc. So, similarly, an image consultant is taking care of your outer appearance so that you get good opportunities because the attention span of people is decreasing like anything. You become successful only when you have opportunities to look forward to, right? So we majorly do it through a change in your clothing. then change in your face and your entire outer appearance. Having said that, this sounds pretty superficial when I talk about it this way, right? So it takes care of your physical characteristics, what your body shape really is. This is not fashion. What is trending today may not trend tomorrow. So if I talk about you, you'll have a certain body shape. We have 8 different body shapes: diamond, triangle, etc. Then you have face shape. Okay. Then you have psychological characteristics, what you feel from inside. Sometimes you look at people and they're like, this person seems really rude, but when you talk to him, he turns out to be a really soft person. So how do you stop giving those contradicting signals? And the only thing you can take care of is clothes. You can't change your psychological characteristics so easily. Physical, you definitely cannot. Even if you're hitting the gym, where it's a good 6 months, 12 months, and then also you have a certain skeletal structure which you have to stick to, right? So you only have clothes that you can really change the messages you're giving out to people. And the perception that others have of you, our clothes speak. That is the basic essence of image consulting. So just as we speak through words, our clothes speak. So for example, if you have a collar right now, it is speaking of authority. Okay, but because you don't have another third layer, say for example, a jacket or a blazer, so you seem to be approachable, but you're not somebody who I can take for granted. Yeah, so to give you a very small example, this is how I can explain right now. Yes, it's be misunderstood. And if you've seen the movie Rockstar, right? He says, image is everything and everything is a myth. I always like to quote this line because this really makes that impression in the minds of people that, yeah, this is something more than fashion designing and more than following the trends.
So as a professional, I know what you're saying makes a lot of sense. There is an old saying that the first impression is the lasting impression. So it is in our interest to make the first impression. And at the same time, it's always in the back of the mind, you have to look approachable, you have to look friendly, and so on and so forth. You have to look attractive. There could be many image related attributes. And when you go around finding your students, as I would like to say that, because learning is for everyone. And I think the people like me in my age group would need more than anybody else, because we are the people who are more concerned about the image. When I say me, basically a person who's like 15 years or above experience in the industry. Um, so you must be meeting a lot of these people like me. There could be men and women both. Who do you find more difficult to deal with?
Again, a very good question. This is making me sound like coffee with current people, and you'll make me go out of business. So I'm not going to choose any sides, but I'll try to be as candid as possible. So I would say that when you're catering to women, it's easier to get them into the sales funnel. They're the one who will be ready to put on their money without asking too many questions. So they are risk takers when it comes to this industry, but they will make sure that they get value for every buck that they'll spend. Yeah. So, and vis-a-vis men are people who ask you a lot of questions before they actually shell out their money and offer your consulting services. But once they enter your community, they are really easy locked. So, before somebody enters your community, I think it's women who are more difficult to convince. They're easier to convince, but more difficult to keep. And vis-a-vis men, they're difficult to convince, but once they enter your community and start taking your services, they're an absolute breeze. So, as an entrepreneur, as an image consultant, it's absolutely up to you. What sort of niche do you prefer and target audience?
I have a follow-up question on this. Do you ever face any resistance in terms of entry level? Because people are very protective about themselves, their image and the way they speak, etc. Usually, 90% human beings are like that. So, what kind of resistance you face when you're making a pitch?
So, I think any sales pitch that you're making, it really depends on the kind of words you're using. If you straight away go and say, hey, this is wrong with you, all of a sudden the person will be very defensive. So the play of words is very important. How I typically go and suggest other image consultants to do is that you tell that this is what I do. And if somebody is typically changing role or looking for a new outward appearance, do you know anybody who will, benefit from my services? I won't say directly that when you want to join, and if the person is really interested, when you blame it on the third party, right, the person really gets comfortable. So I have used that trick and that works really nicely for me. Otherwise, obviously, you can't be telling people it's not a soap that you'll say that, your acne spots will go away. You can't be saying that, you look a bit fat, but if you use this kind of clothing, you're going to look much more better. You can't be saying that. And fat is, in fact, not a term that which consultant will ever use. We call it variations, for example. So, yeah, that is my trick that I've used and I've given it out in public now. So, have fun.
See, Archika, now when I speak to you and I think about it in retrospect, I feel this current management of image is much more difficult than the usual management consulting because you're now dwelling on the human psychology. Yeah. So, having said that, what kind of people need your services?
So, I would say that people who are one conscious of their physical appearance and outer appearance or their job demands it. So, for example, corporate top management, then politicians, and making it as approachable as it gets. If you are changing roles in your personal professional life, so in personal life, you may be getting married or you may be having a baby. So now you're no more a husband, but also a father, all right, and maybe you're having your grandson vis-a-vis if you are looking at your professional life, you are getting ready for promotion, or you want to look promotion ready. You cannot have got promotion because you don't look a certain way or ready for the next level. And maybe from the back end, you're moving to front end. And I've had people who worked on their products, the entrepreneurs, and then they say that, listen, now is the time I want to go to investors. So I want to look a certain way. I can't be going in my t-shirt and jeans. I've also had clients who wanted to settle in US, want to take their business abroad, and hence they want to understand, how do I start dressing up? I can't be wearing just a t-shirt or a jeans or say a kurti. I'll have to start wearing western dresses, for example. And it does not stop there, as I said, because the moment you open your mouth, your image is still speaking for itself. So, are you aware of the cultural etiquette? Are you aware of the dining etiquette? All of that is taken care of by an image consultant. So, just as you have a personal trainer in a gym, you will have an image consultant who is working at the back, and people won't understand what transformed you. And it will happen so naturally because your personal characteristics are taken into it, and hence it's natural, it's gradual, and you are pretty comfortable. It's not like I'm giving you a shield and you're somebody else when you go out and you come back, now you're a different person. There has to be a match for it to have a long-term effect. So yeah, these are the kind of people who really benefit from my services or any image consultant services. It can also be a school child or a college child. So a person who's going from school to college, we all have been there, right? We are so used to wearing school dress. Our wardrobe does not have much. And when you go to college, you need to have your casuals ready. When you go from college to corporate, it's again a very big shift. And how much do you speak when you're a college grad? You're full of energy, you bubbly, and then all of a sudden when you go to corporate, it's a very serious environment. So when do you open your mouth? What do you really wear? How iron your clothes should be? And you're on a budget because you've just started earning. So how do you maximize the value of your buck is what an image consultant will help you.
See, I talked to you more and I enlightened more and more. I think this is a very vast market base which requires your services. So I wish you all the best, and it was my personal pleasure to talk to you, Archika, and I wish you all the best in your career. Hopefully, we will catch up again sometime and learn about your line of business more.
Enjoyed it thoroughly. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you and bye-bye.
My pleasure. Bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we'll be discussing about one eminent personality who has been a part of our growing up years. And to discuss about this particular topic, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been training marketing professional. He has a vast experience of linguistic and he had worked in a couple of continents. So before I invite Sitesh, I would like to tell you about one particular name. This is Shiva Shankar, who is an illustrator, who was an illustrator of Chandamama. So we'll be discussing about Chandamama and of course the great artist Shankar. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Thank you, Kanchan. Good day to you in Hyderabad, and I'm very, very well in Bangalore. It's always nice to talk to you, and you suddenly brought back the childhood memories, the growing up memories, and the formative years. And I am just scratching my head about going back to those growing up days and Chanda Mama and all other comics were such an interesting part of our growing in those days of India.
Yes, I think that when I used to read Chanda Mama, I was always land into a fantasy environment and all those beautiful pictures and the kind of teaching of through pictures and telling young children, young mind about the culture and the stories and the kings. I think that used to be very fascinating. What about you?
So my memories about Chandamama has been about more about the images that I was able to see on the cover page and the interior pages. Especially, I remember that Vikram Vetal, that image depiction, and then the first thing was to open up that story and going and reading it, and always, the way it was written, the way it was image was drawn up, it was always leaving as if something is happening in the real, and either I am one of them, either Vikram or the Vetal, and discussing. Later on in years, when there was a serial Vikram Vetal on Doordarshan, I was always trying to compare it with Chanda Mama stories about the same, but it was not the same. The written word, the images, the characters were so vivid about the whole Chandamama as a book. So I'm really saddened to hear about the passing away of that great artist who used to be a part of my growing up.
Yes, it is sad to really hear the demise of Chandrasekhar Shiv Shankaran, because generally we used to call him Shankar, and he was a fascinating artist, and all the series of Vikram Betal he has done illustration, and interestingly there was a small story that he is very fond of painting from his childhood. And he was born in Tamil Nadu, but his father was a teacher. And there's a story which I just want to share with you, is that when he was in school and there was a test, there used to be history test. So he ended up drawing big pictures of historical figures in his test paper. So he was so much in illustration, so much in painting. So, and then after passing from art school, he also worked in one of the magazine company. And the Chanda Mama started in Hyderabad, in the Andhra. So
oh really?
Yes. So it was lovely to really see the pictures and how he has combined stories with illustration That used to be awesome, and the color combination. What do you say?
Yeah, so I think the color combination in those days and the vivid depiction of the shapes and sizes of the kings and the gods depicted and the characters, the normal characters, it was all as if somebody was writing a pictorial history of India, and that those pictures captured the imagination of our Indian, children,
Right, young
students.
child. I think that's why it used to be very impressive those times.
Very, very impressive. And it was so distinct from the foreign comics that were available in India in those days, like the Phantom and the Mandrake and the Magician and others like that. And therefore, Chanda Mama and others, Amar Chitra Kathas and Chandra Mamas and some Indian homegrown books did a great job. And I think they still do a great job by, creating the memories and the imagination of millions of children. I believe that the illustration, the illustrator, as you said, that also can become a great curriculum in the schools as a hobby subject.
Yes, it is very fascinating and very rich in content, what I feel now. And it was published in Telugu language and started by B. Negi Reddy and Chakrapani, who was a Telugu film maker. Then after 50 years, an association of Mr. Shankar was almost 50 to 60 years with Chanda Mama. And in 2007, it has also been on digital platform.
Okay, that's interesting. And I think digital platform is the key, and most of the publications either have already moved or they are trying to move. I would also say the people who are trying to move to the digital platform try to create the similar kind of experiences that were available when the medium was not around. And that is the whole difference, reading a book in the hand, reading a magazine on Kindle, and reading a book on a tablet or online. People just think, the developers think that it is just, one more channel added. But with each of these channels, the essence, if it is not added, it is lost. The glory is lost if the essence is not added.
Yes. So I feel we have missed a very great artist who has, I think, contributed in our growing years through his illustration, and it is a very sad news. I feel I think your feelings will be similar to mine, and anybody who will hear about this great artist, Mr. Shankar.
Yes, Kanchan, of course. I think I appreciate that you brought up this conversation today. It is no small way of contributing to so many childhoods and the imaginations of those childhoods that we grew up, and a whole generation, and not only one, probably couple of generations grew up in those illustrations, and the people, the artists behind it was probably igniting the imagination of millions, and he knew it. People generally say the artists don't know how many hearts they touch. I would think the other way around.
Yes, I would like to take up a new subject in our next episode. For today, bye, take care.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I'm very honored to have Mr. Naval Gund on our show today. Naval is chairman of Mindfit Limited UK, and we have tied up with him to bring the world best leadership program. And today he will tell us about how to come up in life while working under pressure. So, Naval, welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And we've all had pressure on us at one time of our life. Students have pressure all the time. Students are under pressure at the moment because most are working from home. They're not seeing their teachers on a regular basis. It's all digital. They may be in a household where there are 2 or 3 young people around them and they all want to use that PC at the same time because we're not all inundated with a PC per person, especially in large families. So the pressure's on. The pressure's always on. So, working under pressure, CK. Have you ever worked under pressure?
Well, I got used to this pressure, Neville, maybe, but I think there could be more pressure on me. I'm not having so much pressure.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, and a lot of people are now going to say, I don't believe that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what people will say when I say the next thing. You actually create your own pressure. You put yourself in a pressurized position because we're not very good at managing time. So here's, for instance, okay? You've got young children and they've got homework to do. Do they diligently go away and do their homework? Or are they on the PC, on the Game Boy, playing their games, watching Netflix, pushing homework off to one side until you turn around and say, you've got homework to do, television off, go to your room and do your homework. So what happens? Are they brilliant students and go and do the homework without you telling them?
Not at all, Neville. In fact, they're not doing their homework. And the
You
teachers
kept a straight face there, CK, and I was actually wondering what you were going to say, but no, they don't. And the thing is, they're making their own pressure. They know that they've got homework to do, and we all know what we've got to do. And in business, there's this. You can even buy these pads, and at the top it says to-do list. And the list goes on and on and on and on. I'm sure you've had this from time to time, maybe in your career. And you keep writing things down. Then you flip the page and you write a few more things down. And then you think, well, I'm getting to the 3rd page now. I'm not going to do that anymore. And you put it to one side. And that to-do list ends up being a to-do list. But when are you going to do it? And the thing is, the longer you put it off, the more pressure you're going to be under. Here's a classic example. I mean, I know most people are in lockdown currently, but if you've got a Zoom meeting, okay, do you expect your clients to turn up slightly ahead of time or on time or late?
Well, my expectation is to all the people to turn up on time and not definitely late. They should be on time.
Okay, so we're even in this digital world, okay, and we're in Zoom, and we've not had this discussion before, so this is an interesting one. Do people turn up late?
About 50% people turn up late.
So even when it's Zoom and they haven't had traffic and they haven't had to negotiate, other people on the road, and they haven't had to time their train journey or get the flight or check in or leave their hotel on time, 50% don't turn up to a Zoom conference, digital conference on time. Interesting, isn't it? And I would think that's probably the same for most people. But immediately you put yourself under pressure because now you're late for that Zoom meeting. the likelihood is, if you're a busy person like me and like you, you've allowed a certain amount of time. And if you're smart, you've allowed more time than you think it might need. But if you literally have got your appointments back to back, you're going to be under pressure, because it's going to be coming up to the last 10 minutes of the conversation, and you know you've got to go in 10 minutes. But the thing is, it's really interesting where you are, and you haven't given yourself enough time to make that communication, that conversation count. So what happens? The likelihood is you run over. So you've run over the first, you've got late there, you've now run over this one, and let's say you run over this one by half an hour, and all of a sudden you're putting yourself under more pressure. Now, I don't believe anyone listening here is going to disagree with me, because most people are going to say, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I do that all the time. So the point is, now what we need to do is to work out how not to work under pressure. In other words, don't put yourself under pressure. But when you are under pressure, how to cope with the pressure. So there's two different things we need to be working on. And if you're like a lot of people out there, when you get under pressure, your work declines. The quality of your work declines. Therefore, you're not putting in your best effort. There are a few people, and I'm one of them, that actually love working under pressure. I love working to tight deadlines. Not that I'm lazy, not that it's the only time I do my best work, but I can feel the adrenaline moving, you know? And you and I have been working on a few things over the last couple of years, CK, and you know that when we get to that, final point, we've given it our best, despite the fact we've worked up right up to the last minute. But the majority of people will not be able to give their best because the pressure will take over. You will feed the pressure, and you're constantly looking up at the clock. Am I running out of time? And while you're doing that, the brain's not being the best it is on the project you're currently working on. These are quite simple things, and I can see you smiling, and you're probably thinking of times when you did that, CK. But we all do it, don't we? We all time watch, oh, have I run out of time yet?
Yes, it's very funny that you mentioned to-do list, Neval, because this is exactly what happens to me, where you make a list and then you throw it out after a week because that to-do list is now stale. There are other things on the plate, including those which were listed on the to-do list. So now the list is much bigger, the pressure is mounting on. I think we all deal with that, and year on year, day by day, month on month, we actually handle this. So I think the important thing is your program, leadership program, has worked out a method of training people like us, whether you are a student or a chief executive, to help your brain fine tune so that you can handle the pressure. I think we would like to know more about that.
Well, the interesting thing is that handling pressure is different for everybody. And we've all got our own mechanisms. And it's a question of, do we know that we've got our own mechanisms? So if you actually say to someone, can you handle pressure? And they're in a real, what you perceive as a pressurized job, yes, they're obviously handling pressure, but they may not feel that way. They may be in this imposter syndrome arena where they don't believe they're handling pressure very well. The reality is they probably are, but they don't feel it because they're feeling under pressure. So this feeling, you need to evaporate. You actually say, I've got this task, I'm going to spend this amount of time on it because that's what the budget says, basically. Well, that's what I can afford to spend on it, and I'm going to make the most of it in that particular time. That's being focused, being determined. And what that means is you need to take away all of the other distractions. And one of those could be that your mobile phone. you leave it, you leave the volume off, you switch the volume off, but actually you see it flash, And if you're a really busy person, it flashes quite a lot, actually. A WhatsApp message comes in, a Twitter feed comes in, an email comes in, a person's trying to contact you, that comes in. It will flash on your phone. That's what they're designed to do. It's supposed to help you manage your day. What it's actually doing, if you're in this pressure syndrome, is it's adding to your pressure. Because it's immediately saying, I've got this and I've got this and I've got this to do. And what that means is, while you're thinking about, I've got this and this and this to do, you're not actually focused on what you're doing. Now, it's common sense, really. And the thing is, people don't know how to focus. But they do when you explain to them, what do you do? How do you do this? Where do you do it? How good are you at doing it here and there? And the whole purpose of a program is to help you explore who you are. Not who I am and not who you are, CK, but it's the individual going through the process. So they literally look in the mirror and say, who am I? And once they then literally create their own prescription as who they are. And the nice thing is, there's for every identification of your weaknesses, there's always a solution to improve a weakness. And that's the purpose of a coach, of a good program, as you call it. And that's what we do.
Fantastic, Naval. In fact, people who are watching this video, we just want to inform that this is a very ingenious way of handling things. And there are many aspects of leadership, and working under pressure is one of the key aspects, because every leader, every person who's actually working on a project need to have these qualities. So the MindFit, which is a world-renowned program for leadership, has this subject of how to work under pressure as one of the key areas of improvement included. So you can write to us. This is just a precursor. Please come and join the program. Write to me or write to Neville directly and know more about it. So Neville, you have anything else to add before we end?
Well, the world needs leaders, CK, as we've said many times before. We need people that can lead others, can get the best out of other people. And to do that, you've really got to get the best out of yourself first. So that's where we start. We look in the mirror. And if you really want to go and motivate yourself today, just type into Google or YouTube, one of your favorite songs about reflection. I love Michael Jackson's The Man in the Mirror. I think it's brilliant. I love the tone, I love the music. More importantly, I love the lyrics. Because it says, if you want to make a change, take a look at yourself and change. So that's the whole purpose of being MindFit. Do it yourself first, and then you have the rite of passage, the operating license to go and help others. So it's pretty simple stuff, but it is for a lot of people, it's going to be going back to basics, because we don't learn this at school. We don't learn this in the education arena. We make an assumption we learn it. When we network with other people, there is an assumption that we know how to communicate with other people. And if you notice, when you go to a networking meeting, some people are really good at networking. And then you put yourself under pressure because you say, well, they're really good at it and I'm not. It's this self-imposition, I'm no good. Well, yes, you are, actually. Everyone's a genius. It's just that they haven't found it yet. So it's a fascinating arena. And the more we can do with people around the world, the better the place will be. Simple as that.
Yes, Neville. In fact, MindFit program is a need of the hour, especially now, and especially in India. I think all of us and most of us who are in profession, in teaching, education, they should actually look at this program and join in. So thank you very much, Neville, for joining us today. We will catch up with you again tomorrow with something more interesting.
See you tomorrow, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from Ahmedabad. He is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. His name is Nagesh Sood and he is also a very well-known human rights activist across India. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Chandrakant. It is good to be back today. And thank you once again for bringing me on Akulmach.
Yes, it is our pleasure, Nagesh. So as you know, we are discussing the human rights and our what are the legal parameters available for citizens of India. And today we would like to discuss about the right to education. So like to know your opinion from the international perspective, how we stand as a country when it comes to right to education in India.
Well, CK, as you know that right to education is a very important human right which ought to be accessible to everyone without any discrimination. All children must be able to go to school and thereby benefit from the same opportunities to build a future. Now, educational instruction must also be equally gratuitous so that children from disadvantaged environments will be able to enjoy their right to education. The right to education also supposes that the objectives of learning will be attained. This means that all children have the right to benefit from a quality education adapted to their needs. We also must have teachers who are trained in techniques of teaching, which combine with pedagogy and play for purpose of arousing the children's interest in education. It is the responsibility of the countries to guarantee each child right to education. Now, education is a fundamental right and essential for exercise of all other human rights because it promotes individual freedom and empowerment and yields important development benefits. Everyone has a right to education. Education has to be free, at least in elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education should be compulsory, and education should be directed to the full development of the human personality and for strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. So basically, we have various conventions internationally and treaties which have been signed by different countries. The first international instrument on right to education is 1960 UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education. In short, we call it as CADE, which in addition to discrimination addresses equality of opportunity, access to free primary education and rights of minority groups. Article 4 of CADE sanctions the following duties and actions upon the state parties to implement the primary education free and compulsory, make secondary education in its different forms generally available and accessible to all, make higher education equally accessible to all on the basis of individual capacity, assure compliance by all with an obligation to attend school as prescribed by law. It further ensures that the standards of education are equivalent in all public educational institutions of the same level. The other covenants are Article 26, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 4 and 5 of UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, 1960, International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1965, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, 1966, Article 13 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 10 of Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, Article 2, 22, 23, 27, 28, 32 of Convention on Rights of Child, Article 24 of Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So these are the major conventions which obligate to ensure the right of access to education and provide free and compulsory primary education to every child in the entire world.
So, as a country, we came into existence in 1947. So, the Indian government would have signed this treaty with the United Nations, and hence, I'm assuming that we have to adhere or probably implement all these provisions for the citizens of India. Is that correct in my understanding, Nagesh?
Absolutely, as a signatory of treaties and conventions under the international law, we are under obligation to provide these rights to the citizens and basically children of these countries, of our country, and also it obligates us to provide free primary education to children beginning from the age of 6 to 14. And it has actually a long history, but over the period we have come out with an act called Right to Education Act 2009, and now that there are various schemes of the government which I would like to talk in details in our next session, that has the government, doing their obligations and meeting the requirements of providing free and compulsory education to children.
So Nagesh, I think we will split our discussion in two parts. So in today's discussion, we are discussing about the global implications on the Indian education system and how it percolates down to the actual implementation. We will discuss in tomorrow's discussion. But at this point, I would like to ask you one question, which is, having signed this treaty with UN and various agencies of UN, how government of India adopt these laws, international laws, and is there a provision to have a debate, or they have to just follow these law in a verbatim format?
Well, CK, in fact, we are under obligations once we have signed these treaties and convention to follow these treaties and provide measures for implementations of these conventions. And accordingly, we have framed a law which obligates the government to provide free education to children and secondary and higher education to everyone who are able to afford or access the same. Now, recently, you must have noticed that many countries have closed down these schools since COVID-19 outbreak, and it is just disrupting learning and education of hundreds and millions of students. Now, in the times of these crises, uh, the schools are providing children with sense of stability and normalcy by giving them online education. There is a platform which has been put in place wherein the education is provided through online medium, and they are being connected. But unfortunately, not everybody is accessible to internet. So, of course, in cities and in bigger towns, there is internet which is accessible to everyone and is also affordable. But the plight of people who are in villages where there is no internet facility, for them, of course, it is something very difficult to achieve, and therefore I'm sure our government is making certain provisions to provide education accessible to everyone in the entire country by providing internet and other mediums so that education can be given to every children of this country.
That's a very good point, Mr. Nagesh. In fact, if I recall, our Honorable Finance Minister made that announcement for the education sector, that what they should do. And I was like pleasantly surprised that the government of India had standardized the education system from class 1 to class 12, and they had converted this course material into e-learning chapters, and they had uploaded all of that into an e-learning system. So as far as government is concerned, I think they have provided whatever they could. My humble submission is that I don't see that really being implemented by the universities, institutes, and schools in the true spirit. Because, like you said, that the online education system is going on, but I think what we really need is e-learning. I mean, we will come to the second part of your observation about the villages, but I think let's look at the urban population, which are only getting some sort of a screen time with the teacher at this point in time, where the teacher comes in front using a camera or a voice. But I think the learning is getting hit while the children are getting exposed to the school time, but they are not getting anything. That is my opinion. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, CK, as you know, that we have shifted to this mechanism very recently. First of all, the provision has been made instantly because the closure of schools were sudden, the closure of universities were suddenly done because of the ongoing pandemic. Now, to have our teachers, applying this technical system, there needs a little time and methodology that they can be used to, so that they can give that kind of learning which is equivalent to a classroom learning. There is, of course, a provision which is made, and it is an effort by all the institutions that somehow they are imparting education in the form of online learning and uh, giving access to a child or a student to be able to, be present, and there is an imparting of education. Of course, these students and the teachers are slowly getting used to this methodology, but I'm sure e-learning and learning online is one of the greatest and a comfortable medium for not only teachers but for the students to be in at home in their comfortable area and learn. So I think that will take a little time, and as you mentioned that the government has made an effort by compressing the syllabus and making certain changes in the syllabus so that it has become easier for students for e-learning. So I'm sure after a little while, when teachers and students get used to it, they'll be more comfortable and be able to use it to the maximum extent once the methodology is adopted in a positive way.
So, viewers, I would like to say that this is a very, very touchy subject,
because all of us are parents and our children are going through, because of this COVID, there is an issue. Their normal development is getting slowed down a little bit. So what we have decided, Nagesh will come and talk to us in lot more detail about the actual implementation of these international laws, which allows all citizens of India certain level of education. However, I would like to say from my own, as my own opinion, that I think there's high time that schools look at what is happening globally and get into K-12 type of systems, which actually provides scoring mechanism, some sort of learning chapter, which are also available on the screen. Merely adapting a video platform and then teachers coming in front of children and then narrating things is, I think, is a stopgap arrangement. And I think there are few states in India which has also said that the schools cannot charge fee until the situation normalizes. So I think the COVID has taught us a lot of lessons, and our younger generation is majorly impacted because of that. I think this is a big thing. So we decided to discuss this in two sessions. So Nagesh, thank you very much for enlightening us about the international laws which are applicable, and the government of India is ensuring everything as far as education is concerned.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. It was indeed a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure, and we will catch up again tomorrow and continue the discussion of right to education.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And today we are discussing very interesting topic, and this topic is related to you and few of the people who are seeking a good, decent job during this pandemic. Now, I have this feeling that jobs are there, but we don't have a sync with the skill and the job. So that is very important aspect of this particular pandemic, and I think that is also affected all job seekers. To discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is a corporate trainer. He is also a radio presenter. So without wasting any time, I'd like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav. Welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation once again. It's a wonderful day on my side. How it is with you?
Yeah, it is raining outside, and though weather is good, but I really feel sad about people who are living in low line, because already there was there was a lot of water problem in these areas, and still the rain is pouring. I'm sure they must be struggling, but government is taking up few steps. Let's see, this problem should rectify as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, that's great. Climate change is causing these stuff, and I believe we must become more sensible as humans and take care of the climate, the direct and indirect effects that we are pushing onto it. Well, today's discussion topic is actually a very serious topic, Kanchan, given the situation of pandemic and nowhere a vaccine coming to our displays. From this morning, news channels are talking about corona going away by February 2021. So from September to the peak of November and now February, these are just like those before election, the kind of surveys that are done. Okay. And I think the biggest fallout, which we will see in the coming, not only in months, but in years, is the job market. And given the job market in India, which is having a very peculiar habit of being concentrated into few cities, few urban and mega urban areas, rather than scattered across the country. This has added a lot of challenges to the job market, the job losses, not only in the technology sector, but also in the services sector, commodities sector, manufacturing sector. People have gone back to their homes and not have returned back. And so actually a very, very alarming situation. But as we see the job portals, I hear by the one very interesting job site, Indeed.com, says that overall searches for the remote work have increased by 443% on the online firms portal, and jobs have actually moved to the smaller cities, Kanchan, and from big cities people have gone back to the smaller cities. Especially in the technology side, they are able to connect with the internet and keep doing the work. The big challenge is with the people who need to be on the shop floor, who need to be on the factory floors, who need to be in the manufacturing sector, sales, where they have to go out and sell things. And therefore, it is a great time to talk about India's welfare society for the working class. What is the social welfare do we have, or have we created in the country for the working class to handle such situations like the job losses due to this kind of pandemic? So unemployment is a great challenge everywhere in the world. But in India, it actually adds up more because there is almost nil social welfare for a person who has lost his job. What is your take on this?
I feel definitely the point which you have raised is quite a interesting and essential point, and we should have somebody, maybe government oriented or community oriented platform where we can help people who have lost their job. But with that, I also want to put my ideas in terms of job availability, because there are certain jobs which are not required now due to this COVID, because most of the jobs which where employee used to go and sit in the office to do, like receptionist, like data handling. So that is work is being done from home. So we don't require an office. So again, we have many software which can be integrated and they can replace these kind of jobs. So I think there's a shift of in the job market in terms of positions. Now, what I feel is education sector is rising, because every education institution is using online platform. Apart from this, healthcare is also one segment which is also rising, and I feel people who are passing out this year, they may have challenge to get job in this year in 2021. But then I also suggest that they should take up any job which is there, and they also need to skill themselves after the degree. They have to do some skill management for themselves, and they have to learn new skill which they can patch up with the current market scenario. What is your
No, that's true. I mean, this situation has thrown up some challenges that were unseen for the job market, for the people, the job seekers. And it has also thrown up some opportunities for new entrepreneurs who are able to, or who are now trying out to create jobs rather than be into the job market themselves. And we are designed to think from a downhill perspective more, especially in the job market. No jobs are being created, or very less jobs are being created. But as per some analysts, Kanchan, we are now at the pre-COVID 70% of the job, which are the freeze has been taken out, and the hirings are happening in the market. At the same time, this new skilling, the reskilling or new skilling, as I like to call it, is very important. But more and more, this new skilling is happening in the technology sector. And as you said, the office receptionist job, or generating a lead through a CRM system. So, and there are many other, like in data analytics, in artificial intelligence. But you know what? These skills, even if someone learns today, is actually speaking, if you think deeply, learning an artificial intelligence makes is like taking a step towards our own redundancy. And that is something we need to, while we learn artificial intelligence, while we learn machine learning, we need to get some skills as humans to find our next job or next idea, right? And that is something which India as such needs to really pick up, because we are known in this world for the services which can just move out because of a new technology has come, and therefore the whole services sector gets vanished almost like an overnight. You remember the days of pager, Kanchan, from the pager, and from the day of today in the smartphones. You know,
it's in Abu Dhabi. That is actually.
We have reinvented again and again ourselves in the services
that was in the center.
But I think this pandemic has taught we have to reinvent for the manufacturing jobs. So a skill needed for the manufacturing side is very important for our youth, for ourselves.
I've got another one.
And having a technology, from a technology perspective, I think it is more important to understand technology from a business perspective. And therefore, we became a technical skills provider to the world.
Okay. Super.
But how much of that technology we did it, or we recreated it, or we created new solutions which are homegrown towards India, which for ourselves. And I have told you before, whenever I travel outside, and I always hear our great IT engineers do very well to keep up the systems of the world. But what about our own Indian systems?
Right. Actually, you just raised a point, the manufacturing and the technical
whether he goes
people,
via
professionals.
his
Now,
marketing
for
team.
manufacturing, we can't do anything. For manufacturing, we have to go
Because if he goes via the marketing team, they'll hijack everything he's trying
work
to say and do.
in manufacturing unit. The best
so I
we can
think
do
he's
for
thinking of
manufacturing
doing it off his
segment
own
is
back.
that we have to take care.
But we just got to wait and see
that
what
we
he comes
should
up with.
have masks and gloves and take care of our health. But when it comes to other sector, so most of the sectors are they have become home-based.
He said that everything he does himself always tends to work out.
Employment
Whenever he
is
does
there.
stuff
So
with his
in this
marketing
case,
team,
even if you recall, Facebook has already declared that even after list of COVID,
it's interesting.
The professionals and the employees will be working at least 5 years more from the home. Even Google has also announced these kind of things. So what I feel is that
our deal with him,
there are many
So,
sectors
like we said,
which definitely AI is important aspect of when we talk about online working. And a part of this, there are many sectors where we need an integration of technology and working from home plus working from factory. So I think this is a platform where we have few gaps in between, and that can be filled by professionals who have that kind of ability.
Hopefully you're finding them
These
interesting.
gaps can
People
create a job
finding them
opportunity.
interesting.
Yeah, I think there's one more aspect to it, Kanchan. Learning new skill, AI or new technology is something that is not a given standard that everybody learns it from the same perspective. I know from being from a technology
and how does that compare with the
industry very, very closely and very deeply. We claim to have data scientists, but what is the real job of a data scientist that we do in India? Or how many people do it? Or have we just created a segment for it, for the bigger clients to notice us? So the cutting edge work and the work that is needed for the job are two different skilling
to balance this up.
Now, somebody saying that he has become a data scientist is something. It is very, very clear that many people are not getting into the cutting edge jobs or cutting edge work that they are getting to do. They are preparing themselves for the next blue collar job. My worry is more about we have to create a system from the government, from the public, from the educational institutions to remove the dependence from the blue collar economy to the other parts of the economy who can take the burden when blue collar jobs are not there.
Super. So
today, because this pandemic has shown that the blue collar jobs can be taken over by 30% on any given day by the usage of a modern technology. Now, when though that will happen, which is going to happen eventually, are we skilled enough to depend on some other sector, or we all have to run towards the technology to learn it? That is my whole point. And that's where the government has to bring a lot of push from the economies. I must tell you, in Africa where I have worked so long, it is not easy to talk about bringing a new technology
not that many, but,
and to say that
maybe we should
it will actually take away 400 people's job. It has never been an easy work, because you have to reskill as a country. So until unless we have a reskilling platform, we have to do enough reskilling into multiple sectors. And then in our own country, Kanchan, it is the big cities' burden needs to be shared by the smaller cities and new SEZs, special economic zones. I mean, Mumbai is overcrowded.
Yeah, I think
you know how
idea.
many people from other states come to Hyderabad for work. Same is the situation in Bangalore, Chennai, or Delhi for that matter. And now we have few places like Pune, Mohali, Nagpur coming up. But that's still not sufficient for 127 crore people. So we need to have a employment policy which incentivizes entrepreneurs, which incentivizes technologies, which incentivizes manufacturing people, and which incentivizes people who want to go into indigenous stuff, not necessarily entrepreneurs. And that is where we will be able to handle the job market, like Germany,
when they
which is not just known for one thing.
Scale-up arena ecosystem.
So that is where our employment sector needs to focus at, our policy makers need to focus at, and our students who are forced to take engineering or medical as a popular pushing subjects, they need to think, and I hope the new education policy will bring up that kind of things and create new markets, new jobs. And that's my interest area. So India's massive workforce is being hard hit by this coronavirus thing. And a lot of salaried jobs have been lost between April and August.
I've lost
But
you.
then,
It's nice to always be in the sea.
if we
See
diversify the
hour.
demographics of it, give some incentives for people who want to work, or probably this is a good time for them to start.
Yep. Do I look okay?
Something.
Do I need
the
to,
government help, the angel investors help, the seed capital help, all will help ultimately to increase the hopes in the job market.
I've done quite well
definitely
for my age, actually,
agree
to be honest
with
with
your point.
It could
The
be a
thing
lot
is,
worse for the amount of stress
Indians
I've had
are
in my
more
life.
technology savvy as compared to South Africa. That is one plus point. And now there is a lot of job openings, and there may be a lot of opportunities when we talk about IT sectors.
What I am trying
Though
to
it
do,
is
though,
also
and I'm trying
decreasing,
to,
but as compared to non-IT sector.
I need
So
to move
if you put
the
stress
other
on
way
the
around.
non-IT sector,
There we go.
so
That's better.
people who are into non-IT sector like hospitality, which is the
Right,
worst
I think
effective
we're in good shape.
sector of due to this COVID. So
Look
now
on.
challenge is
Perfect.
what these
The collar
professions
look
should do.
okay?
So now I feel that everything is on
Oh, am I
platform.
again?
So they
Okay,
have the
there we
skill.
go.
Suppose
I'm making
somebody
a-
is in decoration,
better?
or somebody is into housekeeping. So there are many small aspect
Okay,
of
I can go
housekeeping
back a bit
which
further.
can be
How's that?
brought to, using this platform, online platform, to general public. So in a
Making the
way,
best of a
till
bad
this
lot,
situation
Chandra, is
change,
that right?
so they can at least earn some part of their salary utilizing their skill. So that
It's
is
my
a few
birthday
courses
boy.
they can
Yeah,
take up.
there you go.
So unlike this, there are other many sectors also which need a little push
There we go.
from the government, and of course from the community.
No, exactly.
Because what I see lately, government has given so many
It's
goodies,
my poor
especially
mother
in
you're
education
sorry
and
for. She
employment
had to put
sector.
up with me
And
from the
they have
day I was
also
born.
asked, they have free centers for skill development also provided by government. So I think things are moving
she
towards
does,
the
yeah.
right direction.
Yeah, she's very
I
tolerant.
think one thing which we have to stress or keep in mind is that have patience and work hard
absolutely.
to attain success. Things are just falling at place.
Yes, Kanchan, you are point blank right that don't lose patience, have hope, keep reskilling every day, every moment. I would also add be flexible. What has worked so far may not work going forward. So the storm of technology cannot be stopped. It will invade our lives, and there is no denying about it. So therefore, the technology has to be learned, but not from a deep, development or coding or programming
Good
part of
afternoon,
it,
good
but
day,
usage part
Chandra.
of it.
Good to see you
And
again.
therefore,
As
technology has
always.
become really important to understand, mold, flexible, move around, change the face, and move on. And but we have come very far. I mean, 30 years back, India had few choices for 12th students. Now there are many more choices. I am a little bit sad for the current graduation classes because they were offered some jobs which they couldn't get actually. Now they are entering into the market, this year's graduates, and they will find another 2 years really tough. And therefore, for them, the outlook of the world will be really, it will be hard. It will not be as booming. But as you say, there is a silver lining and there is a patience. I think this is also a great time to work in a smaller tier 2, tier 3 cities and have a happy life rather than the running life of the big cities.
Yes, very well said, and I think we had a quite interesting discussion today. I would like to end this discussion with a quote of Socrates, who says the secret of change is to focus on
I've got opinions. Hopefully it will be seen as
all
like,
of your energies and not fighting the old, but create and build new one. So that
economies
is
are all connected.
something which we
You
should
know,
keep it in
there is a
mind.
sense
It
in
was
which
lovely talking to you,
all
Siddesh.
businesses
So we'll
all
meet
over the
next time
world
in
are
next
living
episode.
entities.
Till then,
We
bye bye.
interact with each other, much like the
Thank you.
natural world.
Have a great day.
You know, we're all part of a global economic ecosystem. And within that environment, each entity is a key worker, because we all have to do our best, generate energy, generate sustenance for the economies that we all work within, and whether that be geographic based, whether that be sector based, whether it be size based, we are all actually key workers in pulling back these economies from the brink of, let's face it, pretty much disaster. Our own Chancellor in the UK did his budget
Hello
speech
friends,
yesterday,
this is
and I
Chandra
think, you
from
know,
Akulmach
it was one of the
Technologies,
toughest budgets
and
apparently that
today
we've
I would like to
had
talk about a
for
subject which is
50
very
years,
close
they were
to
saying,
the
because
emerging
COVID
economies.
has,
Now,
you
if you
know,
look at the global
taken every
trend today,
economy by the
specifically in the
throat and giving it
startups
a good
area,
shaking.
there are
So
two countries which
we
are
definitely have to all work
well
together,
known
in
for
my view,
startups. One
to
is,
support
of course, Israel,
our
but the
economic
second country is called
ecosystems,
India.
whatever
And
they are.
you know,
We're
every
probably
city,
members
all
of
the major cities which
lots
are
of different
famous for
ones at the
IT in
same
India
time.
are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
Now, considering all of this which is happening, in fact, if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community.
Well, I think
And
the important
in
thing
order to
is,
look at this market
with the
segment,
whole
the Indian
global economic
market has
ecosystem,
also, and
within
also
that,
also in
our own
Israel, in Tel
sectors
Aviv,
and
there are a
sizes
lot
of
of
operation, is
co-working
that we all
players
have
also
to, a bit
coming
like the
out and
Three
helping these
Musketeers. I
startups
don't know
to
if you know that in India.
kickstart or
The Three
bootstrap their
Musketeers, all for
operations
one and one for
from
all.
day one.
We all actually have to succeed.
So
But
today,
in
if you
order to
look at
succeed,
the
we all need each other. And the whole
co-working centers
ethos of the
location, they are
ecosystems, the
giving
online
them
digital presence
places to
that we
sit, to
have,
set up
is that
their
we help
infrastructure,
each other to
to
succeed
have a
through
decent environment for
the
sharing their
abilities to
working
connect,
ideas,
collaborate,
give
communicate,
presentations, call client, etc.
and also to close businesses.
And there are so
You
many
know,
of
to
them.
close
So
business,
basically,
because ultimately
the
that's what we're all
co-working
going to have
centers,
to
if
do
you, if
to
you look
recover
at
from this
cities, one city,
COVID
there are so many
economic
co-working options available
vacuum
for
that we
startups.
find ourselves in.
And all of these
Vacuum
co-working
being a gentle word for something that we're
centers
all
are
in.
giving them good working environment.
Economic chaos.
So
But I think
today
in
I would
order
like
to
to
do
talk
that,
about
there are
what
certain
these
areas
co-working
that we
should
have
do
to focus
as
on.
far as my opinion goes,
Because the
because
post-pandemic
every one of them are
world
giving them good working
cannot
environment, good
return to what it was
place to sit,
pre-pandemic,
and of
for
course
all sorts of
this
reasons.
place to sit is not free.
So
The startups have to
there are a
pay
number of things that I
rental
think
in
are
some
important
sort
that
of
we
the other.
change. One of
So
them
my
is
opinion
we have
is
to, and I
that
like alliteration, so
in
apologies.
addition to
I smash the
providing them the
silos.
place to work, to
You
start
know,
their operations,
in the
I
public
think
sector, we
the
have this
biggest
idea
challenge
that you
today
do
is
this. In the
how the
Kangos, we think you
startups
do
will
that.
start
In the
making money.
telecoms,
Even
we
though
think
there
we
is a lot
do
of freedom
this.
given,
But
first
actually,
year or 2 years
what we
of
all need
tax
to do is
haven
work
which is
together
available, but
and,
how these
break
startups
down
will
those
actually
barriers that
emphasize on
say,
their
oh, well,
technology
we
and
can't do
start
this
making money,
because you're
start
not the
finding
same as
clients.
us.
So one of the
So, in
biggest
order to
challenges, while I
optimize the
have a space
opportunities,
where I can start my operations, but I don't
across
have any
all
other shared services which
organizations
are
and
available
structures, we
from these
must get rid
co-working
of
places.
this
So it makes
mentality
more
of
sense for the
blinkered
co-working
mentality, because
centers
we're missing
to
opportunities,
form
whether it be,
strategic
oh, well, we
tie-ups
can't see
with
outside
different
our
kind of
state, we can't see outside our
players,
country, we can't see
players who
outside
are
our
providing
sector,
branding
because
services,
actually we're all
players who are providing
interrelated.
them
So I
some
think the
sort of
first thing we have to do is get rid of that
influencer
silo
services,
mentality and think
players who
actually we've all got
are
to pull together here.
providing the marketing
The
services and
next
so
one,
on and so forth. And there could be more
the first
innovative
couple are a
ideas.
bit negative.
So in nutshell, what I
The
want
next one is
to
banish
say
the
today is
bureaucracy.
that it's no longer the
Get rid
space
of
or the
the red
environment
tape,
for which startups are
because
willing to pay
actually
the rental.
we're in a
I
fast-moving,
think
competitive,
if the
dynamic
co-working can
world.
provide under one roof, area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea. And if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmach.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you
bit
again.
of money stays in the country, because actually what we need is to generate funds in all directions and not have these bureaucratic situations. And another one I think is really important, and a post-pandemic particularly has changed this culture.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And in the CEO Roundtable, we have very distinguished guests today. And topic of our discussion would be around HR and specifically related to internship. So let me first welcome my first guest from Singapore, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of CareerZoom. Farida, welcome to Roundtable discussion.
Traveling to an office.
Thank you, CK.
We can actually work just as a
and our second panelist today is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach, and she joins us from India. Welcome to our Top Brass Roundtable.
It's not saying you don't meet together, but it's saying that when you do meet together, let's do that.
Right. So after welcoming both our panelists, we will start our discussion. And I said the discussion is a journey of understanding the HR in the shadow of COVID-19, which has affected most of us. And today's topic is specifically related to the interns. So the question that I would like to ask the panelists is, since everybody is under lockdown, and a lot of companies used to offer employment to freshers who are just coming out of management institutes or engineering colleges across the world. Those internships seems to have disappeared. So let us understand about this aspect. What is the future of internship with all the companies? Farida, I would like to know your opinion on this particular subject.
Sure. Thank you, CK. COVID has changed the world very, very quickly, very drastically, and not aligned to what people would like. But this is the reality today. And the thing is that, of course, it is a situation where, everything is changed. People go to offices, the capacity has to be at least till a certain numbers to where the countries have opened up, etc. But I do see that internships are being offered, and these are basically virtual internships where people work from home. It is challenging because interns usually actually accept internships to get the experience of working in an office with different colleagues and just getting started or getting ready for the corporate world. So yes, it has changed, but that also means that the face of these internships being offered has changed from before, but they are still being offered, and there are still work from home opportunities.
We can go for global growth.
Kanchan, since you work with the education fraternity and the education fraternity, which are like institutes and universities, they roll out a lot of these freshers. And in your network, how do you see this panning out? Because now the organizations are not coming to colleges for recruitment of these freshers.
Working virtually.
In good old days, we used to see almost like a queue outside different offices around this time, which has not happened this year because of COVID. So what is your opinion on
about
this
trading, about joint ventures,
future of
partners.
interns?
We can do all of this stuff
Yes,
remotely.
very
It doesn't
rightly
mean
you
we
have
don't
put in
want to
that
meet. Of
now
course we
there's
want to
no
meet. I'm
physical
looking forward to that.
interaction from the companies
Curry, we're going to
to
enjoy in Delhi one day.
the students
Chandra,
who are passing out.
But
So
we can do
internship
that
is
on
an
a
essential part of
less frequent
development,
basis. It
because
doesn't
that
have to be the
ensure
thing that's
that the resume
that
should not go in the trash,
starts our
because at
opportunity
least
to work
something is
together.
there
It's the thing that
for student
complements our working together. So we can do the remote working.
to
We
tell
can
tell
deploy and
the
deliver
future employer
digitally.
that this is what
We can go global,
this is
working
experience
with
we have.
local people.
Then
in
again,
country.
it is a real time exposure to a student
By
on the company,
having less
and it
red
gives a
tape, having
experience.
less
Let it be
protectionism, it
3
means that
months or 2
companies are
months. Sometimes
more
they are
likely
6
to
months
say,
also.
actually, I'm going to
So
open a
and
subsidiary
so
in
it is
India
good. It, first of
because
all, it
I don't
gives
have
a
to worry
exposure
about
to
losing
candidate.
my cash
Then
on
second
withholding
is that
taxes.
due to COVID,
What
things
we
are
should be doing
not normal.
is actually saying,
But
how
then
can we ensure
everything
that
is
foreign
online.
companies
We are
want to come and
digitizing our
invest here,
lives.
work here,
So I think
employ
it
here,
is a good option
without
and good
being
platform for
penalised
young
by
talent to
greedy,
be exposed.
dare I say it, by
Fact,
greedy
when
approaches
we have
to
one
withdrawing
young
their own
intern
cash
on your
back out of
state,
the
Kanchan,
company.
who's eager to join the job, so
I think
he is
that's
actually
a
complaining.
really
I can hear
very
some
negative
complaints.
Yes.
approach that is
Yes,
taken,
you are very true.
which
So
doesn't
we are
help.
making.
The
He is
Scale
quite
Up Arena
excited to
helps
join this
in the
meeting.
fact
So
that
we
we
are
have a
making.
global
We are
platform with the
ensuring
ability
that
for people
he is calm down.
to showcase,
Okay, fine.
to train, to
So Farida,
educate in their
now
new
the situation is
innovations, in their
slightly
products,
different.
in their services, in
What
their
do you see from your
capabilities.
point of view
Also
in Singapore
for potential
or in
investors,
your marketplace where you see
potential
people applying
growing
for
businesses
freshers
to
role?
find
How
each
do you see
other,
this panning out?
interact with each other, and then
Okay.
trade and do
So
business
let
together.
me give a slightly
So,
longish answer to
that's
this.
the
So I
whole
will set
ethos
some
of
context.
Scale Up
In a
Arena, is
country
it
like
brings people
Singapore,
together
the government
to
takes a lot of
generate
steps to
energy,
make sure
to
that
generate
internships and grad
sustainable
hirings
deals
continue.
together.
The face
So
of these
I
offers
think
would be different,
the
but
whole
they are
ethos
still happening.
of Scale Up Arena and the other ecosystems
Officially
for
and
different sectors
unofficially,
is all
there are a
about
lot of
making those
resources for people
interactions
coming
work,
fresh out of
making
college
it
or
work on a
looking for
global and
internships.
digital basis.
So,
even
if you
it
talk
is
about
building
Singapore, a lot of these
roads out
internships
of
are being
plastic in
offered
Delhi,
virtually.
or it's
And
reducing
if
pollution
you
by
talk about other
using
parts of the
rubbish
world, which
with
I am
and turning that
conversant
into
with, like for
electricity.
instance, I'm very well conversant
You
with
know,
the UK and
the
European
technology
markets,
can be
and
deployed
within my
locally. And the
network, I
great
do
news for
see
that
these
is it can
internships being
generate
offered. Like UK
revenue
is,
and business for
kind
the
of going
economy and for
back to normal.
enterprises
Singapore
locally,
is in phase
and
2,
it
so
generates
almost back to
employment,
normal. And with
and it
25 to
raises
30%
everybody's
capacity,
quality of
maximum
living.
to up to 50% capacity, the offices are still coming back to work. But the thing that I see here is that internships which were offered slightly earlier and interns who are working from home, they are also developing another skill. This is basically, one is self-discipline, because when you work from home, it's very easy to get distracted. I always get distracted by things like my dog is barking, or the windowsill is dirty, or maybe I should take a snack. The bed is super inviting and I want to lie down and reply to my emails. And this is after 20 years of experience in corporate world. So for an intern who has not been used to this discipline, is something that they learn very quickly. It's a steep learning curve. Secondly, I also see the young interns that I've been dealing with, they adapt very quickly, because one, they are
So if
technologically
you're an
very
Indian
savvy.
company wanting to
But
reach
then,
the global
that
markets,
doesn't mean that,
the
they
first
would
thing you
not
could
face
do
issues.
is
So
come along
something that I
to
see
a
sometimes,
session that we
people
run
don't
once a
set up
week,
their Zoom meetings in
called a
advance. So
Why
they don't
Join,
know how,
and we take
the
people
voice is
through
going to
what's it
sound,
all about,
how they are going
how
to
can you
actually look on
optimize
camera,
it,
can they be
why
seen
is it there,
completely or
what's the
not.
philosophy behind
People
it,
do not
and then
understand that they have
we
to wait for a
encourage
cue to
people
speak.
to come on
So,
board
people talk
to
over
sign
each
up,
other,
and
but
we've got
these are
a
skills
special
that,
offer for
over a period of time, in a
people
couple
who
of weeks,
are coming
these
to
interns
Akulmach,
are learning very, very
if they
quickly.
want to,
So this
if
is
there
just
are
opening up a
SMEs that want to
completely
join
new,
or interested in
training for
joining
these
Scale Up
people,
Arena, we
because
run a
they
Why
are
Join,
getting getting exposure to remote working very early on in their life. So this is a difference that I see.
on the usual
if you are asking me a
engagement
specific
fee
question, please ask,
if
because I
they
love this
mention
topic and
Akulmach
I have
and
seen so
they
much in
come
the
via the
last few
Akulmach
days that I
route.
can go on
So
speaking for a few
that is a
hours.
great opportunity for them to then
Yes,
get
I
part of
think
the
the
ecosystem,
specific
become
question
part
that
of
I have in my mind
the
is,
online
earlier
meetings,
we used to
the
always
online
have Saturdays and
mechanism for
Sundays,
sharing
especially
blogs,
the HR
creating
people
blogs, creating
interviewing the
courses,
right mix of
creating
interns
product
for
and
their
service
different teams.
entries, sharing those
Now
out through the
HR
social
is
media
operating from
channels.
home.
Who
Companies,
knows, even maybe
as you
coming
said,
back
30 to
onto Akulmach and
50%
saying,
are operating
find
from
our
home
entry
still,
on Scale Up
and the
Arena,
interns are
which is the
obviously have
great
to come into
opportunity,
Zoom
of
meeting or
course,
some sort of
to
other meeting.
broadcast that
So
not
what
just
kind of
into India, but into
jobs these
Africa,
interns can be
America,
given first, so that they can be interviewed
all the different
appropriately? And
places, the
second
Middle
is,
East,
what is the modus
Australia,
operandi
UK,
now? Because interview
and Europe as
on a
well.
Zoom or
So
a
it's a
video
great
platform is
opportunity
fine,
for
but how
SMEs to
they,
do that. The
you know,
other
what they would deliver
area
during the
that we
internship.
can really help
Sure. So I
organizations
think
is for the
HR,
multinationals,
the role of
the
human
larger
capital
organizations
management or
who
human
are looking
resources has
for
changed
ways to
very quickly,
differentiate
and this
moving forward in
pandemic
the
has been
future.
responsible
We're
for
on
it.
the
So
homepage of
earlier, it used to
scaleuparena.com.
be assessment,
There is find a
checking whether
solution
there
for
is
your
relevance, and
multinational.
then bringing on board
So
someone and
if
then
you are
assigning
there
a project,
and you're
because
thinking, we
most
need to
companies would
improve the
have
way we
a few
service our
projects which
customers,
need
the
to
way
be
we do
done,
our
and they
manufacturing,
would
the way we
assign
do
those
our
projects to
artificial
interns who
intelligence
come
or our
in.
client
Now
loyalty
the face of
programs
these
or
internships, I
our
see it
cyber
changing
security or our
very
payment management.
drastically.
Go
So the
in
thing
there
is that because it is remote
and
work,
free of
they
charge, you
have to
can
be put
click,
in a
enter a
project
little
which
summary
they
as to
can
what you're looking
actually
for,
add value
and we will
to.
then
So
match
it's
make
no
that
longer,
with the
photocopy my papers,
innovators
go and
and
get
the
my coffee.
advisors
That
and the
doesn't work.
experts that we have
It's
at
a
MAC
very
and
specific
try
thing
and bring
that
together so
most
it
interns are
costs
asked to do.
nothing.
Like for
We've
instance,
got a
if it's
network of
market
people
mapping, they are
with,
told exactly what
let's
they need to
say,
do, and they are expected to
10,000
execute
years
it
worth of
exactly the way they are
expertise
trained to
and
do it.
experience
The
in
training is
business.
also very quick. It's
That's a
mostly
lot of
video
hours.
calls,
So we've got that
Zoom meetings, etc.
resource
And they are
free
trained
of
how to do
charge
it.
to
So
help
let's take an
the
example. For
SMEs
instance,
and
it's
the
a new market entry for a
multinationals,
company
the
selling
large
software.
organizations,
So the
to optimize
the
future,
instruction
the
to the intern
post-COVID
is
world.
very clear that it's a market mapping exercise. I want to know how many companies within this particular sector operate in this particular geography. Once you've made a list of those companies, I want to know what are they using for this particular capability at this point in time. What software are they using, or are
And
they
I think
not
with the
using
gig
anything?
economy as well, what we're
Find
looking
that
at
out.
is we're looking
And
at the ability
who
to
are either
optimize
the
the
influencers or the
expertise
decision
of
makers
people
for that
on a
particular
more
capability for that
affordable
particular company. So it's
and
very clear, timelines
realizable
are very clear,
basis,
and I think
geared to
with all
results,
of this,
because
the
you don't
working
need
has become
somebody
a lot more
full-time. You could
efficient.
take
So
somebody on
efficiency
a
is one more skill
project
that the
basis
interns
or a
are learning as
time-size
well.
basis
So this is
to
one example of a
utilize their
project.
expertise in
Another
that
project,
particular challenge.
so there are several projects,
And
for
then you can
instance, say
have
in data
somebody else
science,
to
where
help you
a
with
certain
the next one,
programming
be it
needs to be
strategy,
done
be it
just for a
marketing, be it
certain part
finance,
of the
be it
software.
funds. So you
Probably
can
just
bring that
creating a
blend
UI for
together,
a
a bit like
new
an a la
product line
carte
within that
menu of
particular software,
services,
etc.
depending on
So
what you
very
actually need
clear,
for your business
specific
at that
instructions
time.
are given, and
The
very
other
clear
area I think is
results
really
are
important
expected. So
that
I
we haven't
think that
talked
way
about
this
in this
entire thing has
post-COVID
become very
situation
efficient.
is we need to
What
recognise the
probably the people who
potential
are
of
doing
the
internships, the
emerger
young
companies,
people who are doing
not the
internships,
startups,
are missing out
who,
is
we all
on
know what a startup
interaction
is.
with other
They've got a
professionals.
very,
So
they go to the
that
bank,
is what I
they have a long
see. But then
conversation.
there are
I'm
other
trying to
skills
do
they are
this
developing.
business,
So
and the
yeah,
bank
so
manager
that's
gets you to
what I
sign a
see
piece
from
of
my
paper
side.
and then says, I'll send you a
Farida, you have
debit
raised a
card
very pertinent
and you can
point,
start your
and
business with us.
now we will shift our
Then
focus to
there's the
the
scale-ups,
to Kanchan,
which
who
have
works
3
with a lot
years
of
of
universities
20%
across
year-on-year
India.
growth and 10
So
employees at the
clearly,
start of
from
the process.
Farida's
So
narration, addition, we
they're a
know that
well-defined group.
there are
But
new
in the
skills
gap,
required in order to
mind the
fit
gap,
into
as
the
they
new
used to say on the
environment.
London Tube.
The
Okay,
one of the skills
underground.
required is basically
Mind
how
the
do you
gap,
get
because the
into a
gap
video
is where the
conference.
energy is. The
So, and
scale-ups
second
make up
is how do you deliver
60,
when you're
70%
working
of
from
all the revenue
home,
from SMEs.
and what are the
Okay, so
skills
they're
required to
important.
deliver that job?
But
So,
the ones that
Kanchan,
are
my
going to
question
be
to
the
you
next
would
scale-ups,
be:
generate the most jobs, generate the
are the
most revenue,
universities
profit,
equipped
tax
enough
returns
to
are going to
impart these
be
skills
the
to their students
emergence,
so that
and
they
they
can be
are
successful
typically
in their
characterized
internship
by
role?
a shortage. They're short of
This is a quite a, interesting question, and I would like to tell you that currently, because this pandemic has changed so many things overnight. So currently, universities are not equipped to really go online because there are many issues. But when we are talking about internship, because internship is not only only getting a kind of experience online, but it also industry sensitive, because every industry cannot enjoy the platform of online internship. So that is a very crucial and critical aspect of for internship going online, and then the aspect of delivery come later, because first they have to learn basic how to be presentable, how to be good communication, how to be a good listener also. So all these traits in turn has to be should be equipped by universities first before they go online.
So I think from our discussion today, we clearly realize that there is a gap in the skill sets which are required. And I think we are talking mostly about the IT and IT ES services based company, but I think the industry is much bigger. So we have not discussed the state of affairs with regard to interns in those industries like manufacturing, healthcare, shipping, and so many other industries where people cannot really go and work from the office, and they cannot even work online. So I think there is a challenge, and there is obviously a gap which we have identified. So Farida, I think last word to you.
Contact us on the
on
the homepage.
You like to give some advice to the interns or education institutes or even companies to change their ways to identify the right mix of people for internships.
India and Asia Pacific, fantastic.
Well, I think my advice cannot be generalized, because, like you mentioned, there are industries where the interns need to have hands-on experience. Like a culinary intern cannot work from home. They can't be serving food on online meetings. So I mean, there are of course a lot of limitations, and I do hope that it kind of starts clearing out.
Look forward to it, Chandra.
Soon.
Have a great
But
day. And
till that time, there are jobs which can be done online, and the ones that we discussed. I think one of the things that anyone who's taking up these internships and delivering their projects online, they need to, like Kanchan said, they need to also be a very good listener, because they will otherwise end up talking over each other. It's very important to self-discipline. Though this young generation is very well conversant with technology, but there are a zillion things that could go wrong in an online meeting. So please always check. Do a sound check, do a video check. Do not just start working in your pajamas, because it's not good. Freshen up and work as you would work from the office. I've been in the business for 20 years, and even today I do not actually start my work before I am dressed like I'm going to office, because it just doesn't give you that feel. So don't take it easy because you are at home. You are still working, and treat it as a job that you're going to office and people are watching you. Because trust me, that will make a lot of difference in the way you deliver your projects.
Well said, Farida. In fact, discipline is the key to success. And I think clearly from our discussion today, we realize that there are obviously a gap in the in education institutes, also in the learning and development industry itself. So I think there are gaps need to be identified. And also, I feel that there is a concept of virtual office that needs to be adapted very rapidly to solve the growth aspect for the youngsters. So it was pleasure talking to both of you.
I was just thinking, because one thing
it was wonderful talking to you, and Kanchan, it was our pleasure to have you on our panel today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a quite interesting discussion we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farida, and Kanchan. We will meet again on some other subject on the CEO round.
Just give a bio.
Look forward.
Then say,
Bye-bye.
what is it you do?
Bye-bye.
Why do you do it? How do you do it? And where is it applicable for? And let's make that available as a little snapshot on Scale Up Arena or on the Insure Scale Up or whatever. I just wonder whether you did that. Because the only thing is, of course, I mean, not that I'm perfect, but other people may sort of like do more ums and ahs and and you might have to edit those out. I don't know how easy that is to do. Do you have the ability to edit them out or not?
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he has been training professionals
to polish it up.
in marketing and IT professional.
To improve my look.
Training. But today we are discussing something different.
Video.
Why different? Because I have discussed with Sitesh a moment before that. Now when we are into festive era, that there was Raksha Bandhan and now the Janmashtami is coming, and most of the people they remain pious. They follow a few traditions and they don't eat meat.
Very good.
So I was just thinking that why to restrict yourself not eating meat on
I agree.
one day
I
or
think
2
that's
days.
really good. Really
why
good
not be vegetarian all your life? Because vegetarianism is a cruelty-free diet.
I think it's a great
and it is very good when it comes to health, it comes to weight loss. So what do you say? What are your ideas of this topic?
I was thinking that next week.
Kanchan,
and for that, I would like to welcome you again.
I don't know
because it's always
we could talk about something like.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's good that we have brought up this interesting topic, and
even
all over the world,
this
is the subject that is very close to the chest and the heart of people, and more and more times like this that we are in today, as well as the festivals in India, we see that this arguments on the pros and the cons of this vegetarianism versus non-vegetarianism comes up. And it is actually a very healthy debate. And it is something which should be seen from not just one particular land or area perspective, but from the overall planet's survival, human survival, and from the ages that we have been, with animals and without them. So yes, this is an interesting subject, and I am ready to talk to you on this and put my perspective. Let's start.
Yes, so I'm vegetarian and I have all vitamins. I feel that I'm energetic and I don't really need to kill an animal to eat, because what I feel is my diet is cruelty free, and I rather tame them rather tame them and not kill them. So what's your take on this?
So, Kanchan, let me start this debate by saying that there are actually many threads out of this discussion. Vegetarian versus vegan, vegetarian versus meat eater, vegetarian versus plant-based, vegetarian versus vegan diet. And there are multiple areas of discussions around it. When we say vegetarian, we are actually talking about a very broad term, and still we bring in certain parts of the diet which can be actually classified as non-vegetarian. And of course, I mentioned about milk, I mentioned about egg, and things like that. But I agree to the core, to the broader umbrella, that vegetarianism is something that the humanity was given when they came on this planet.
To me,
think about millions of years back when the humans were still as if we believe Darwin, they were in the early ages of, converting to the human form that we see today. We were basically the cavemen.
Is 200,000? No.
And it was, if we think of those days from the plant perspective, it was only the fruits
that's about
and only the nuts that were available. Because at that point of time, probably we didn't even know how to cook them.
Is that right?
So available things for eating was the fruits, for the nuts, probably some of the herbs, some of the barks that we knew or we discovered on the way. But as we grew up from the humanity, from one epoch to another epoch, there were the non-vegetarian part which came in.
Right.
Because if there was people staying in the tundra regions, people staying in harsh forests, it was not easy to find out a plant. But when the fire was figured out, it was easy to cook an animal, kill an animal and cook it. So I have seen in multiple cultures the pros and cons of it,
quite a clever
the scientific and the unscientific of it, and the arguments towards it in a factual based as well as from a therapy based perspective.
Oh, you said how?
So
wow,
I would say that plant would always win, vegetarianism would always win, but equal number of arguments are also on the other side, without getting into any sentimental part of it. Okay.
I know, it's crazy.
If we think from a non-sentimental part of it, I would think that we would do more and better justice
I wrote a blog
on
about
this subject.
ages
What do you
ago.
say?
You are right. You have mentioned tundra and the icy areas on the earth where the vegetation is not available, so they are dependent on animals and they have to pet. But I am not talking about those areas where human life is dependent on animals.
I have a real
we are talking about those areas where it is it is kind of a pleasure or it's a status symbol to have
it's called
meat
startups
on
and
your
missing
plate.
development.
And we have come very far from the era of when
here's the blog I wrote.
Mankind was not having fire or they are not able to cook the food, but they were hunters and gatherers at that point of time. But now we have come a long way, and we are doing research. I've heard
I
and
have
read
to say,
one
it
article
seems
where
to me
mushroom is used to
India
make
is the
a
worst
leather.
for that.
Leather kind of product.
I think
you can use
there's
that
a lot of
particular
technical people
product as a leather.
and
So what I was
talking
is I'm coming from that area where people
by
are
creating the technical product
making
does
animals
not give
suffer.
you right to
People
market.
are making animal for
You
pleasure,
actually have to
and
create
there are a
the
lot of
demand
cruelty which is happening
in
towards
parallel
animals. And
with your
people
supply.
knowing it, they are doing it. They know that this is cruelty. So then in that case, what we would like to say, what's your ideas?
Okay.
Yeah, so Kanchan, that is very, very valid points. Cruelty towards animals is something that subject itself is travels between the ethical and the non-ethical part. One is the animals which are being killed for human consumption.
Yep.
And the others which are for some other reasons like leather, you said, or something else. The cruelty has to be minimized. But if an animal is being killed, there has to be a pain. And that is the understanding that everyone knows about it. There has to be, there's no painless way of death, as we all know. But I can tell you one interesting part from South Africa where eating meat is something a commonplace every day, 3 times in a meal. It is not easy to find out a South African vegetarian joint to eat.
Protectionist.
Not that it is not available, but it is not easy.
In what way is that protection?
When I spoke when I have spoken to my friends in South Africa, the local people, one interesting thing, it came around that people who are vegetarian guys, they are not good hunters.
Self-preservation.
And that took me aback.
Well,
and I had a lot of discussion and debates around it. The way the geography is, it is not easy to grow vegetation.
Yeah, but the job
therefore
won't last very long.
Therefore, in South Africa, we call it bushes. There are no forests generally found. Here it is called bushes. Now, bushes are not very big.
Syndrome.
Now, within bushes, you can't find a bush that can be
That's
eaten.
another one I've done.
So there is no other way.
AAA is to be
Come to
avoided
India. On the eastern part of India, you see that the coastal side, fish. The fish is a very good source of protein and omega-3 and whatever we say.
Absolutely full of it.
And all the eastern belt of India,
amnesia is
not just, I mean, from the Bay of Bengal to the southern side, we see a lot of consumption of fish.
The asphyxiation.
When you say about that it has become fashionable, I agree. It has become fashionable to have meat and put meat on the table
and corporate
to
arrogance
showcase it probably as a status symbol.
We'll be here forever.
I remember in 80s and 90s, it was probably once in fortnight in a common middle class families, we used to get meat. But now it is available on probably every day or twice a week. And then we go out and it has become a fashionable stuff.
I can imagine.
And in the name of status,
that's Royal Bank of Scotland.
And I am very much aware of growing, especially on the poultry side in India and rest of the world. How do they grow it in not so good conditions?
They are suffering corporate triple.
We also have recently in this pandemic, we have heard about China and this COVID coming out from the wet markets in the Wuhan, and the way they have been, the animals are being treated and kept. So from a standards point of view, from a hygiene point of view, it is important to keep the hygiene up to the highest levels wherever the animal meat is being used. Okay, but at the same time, the cruelty has to be minimized. It should be minimized. It must be minimized, and it must be monitored. And this is also true, Kanchan, for the food which is plant-based. Are we really getting the fresh plant food? I mean, are we really getting without pesticides or the organic farms that we have? We are paying twice, thrice, 5 times more for a good plant food.
I know.
So, hygiene is a separate part of it. Preservation is a different part of it.
And
therefore, this has to apply to both the vegetarian
part of it
and the non-vegetarian.
Symptomatic of large organizations.
What do you say?
Yeah, actually, you have mentioned hunting, and you have discussed native African people.
Google,
this is a very interesting subject, because now there's no hunting.
Amazon's another one.
It is happening. Because I have heard from my childhood that there was a king who used to go for hunting. So and then I feel there's a fairly chance given to animal also, and fairly chance given to the hunter also to really show the skill, and their fair chance is given to animal to escape.
And yet the biggest organizations,
so it is kind of win-win situation. But now what happens that you just catch hold an animal, and I feel this is a very cowardly act. I've heard in Africa there are lions which are grown, and they become accustomed of human interaction. And one fine day you leave that animal in the jungle, and the poor animal doesn't know what to do about it. And then the hunter comes and it kills and says it's a profit.
I believe
so I feel
it's very
these
easy
kind of things should be restricted. Maybe
to
they should be
extract
banned.
the right amount of tax.
And I think that is not the way to show
if
any
they wriggle and
courage
squirm
or any
and
skill,
declare
because
numbers
the animal
in
always
such a
trusts
way,
you.
let's say
Animals
like
are
here,
very trusting. What I feel.
the
So I think these kind of things
Starbucks
should
and
be
they
curbed,
declare
should be taken
their
care, and there
profits
should be
in
proper rule
Ireland,
for
because
animal
corporation
cruelty
tax is 8%.
Worldwide.
Okay.
And a part of this
Every
regarding
quarter,
hygiene, you see there
they
are
have
so
to
many
declare their
things, so
sales
many
revenue in the
learnings
UK
are
to
there,
get
but
the VAT
the
back,
unfortunate
to get
part
the
is
tax
that
back on what they buy.
humans are not ready to learn.
So
I think
every
that
quarter
curriculum
we
should
know what
have
revenue they make.
a chapter
And if
where,
they won't
and they should
declare
know how to interact with
and
animals, how to
pay
interact with
the
birds, how to interact with
amount of
horses.
tax that they
So
should
horses
on
are
that
so
revenue,
loyal
I
animal and
think
so
the
majestic
government's
animal.
just saying,
But we don't
if you
know
won't
until we
declare
grow up,
properly
and when
the
we
net
have
profit
interest, we
that you
start
made in
reading
the
about
UK,
these animals.
we are going to
But
take the revenue you've
most of
made,
the people, they are
we're
so
going to look at your
unaware.
global
They are ignorant
declared net
about
profit
animals.
margin
And
in
not
your
only
global
the wild
accounts,
animals, but also the
and we are
domestic
going to
animals.
assume
About
that's what you
cows,
made
they
out of
don't
our
know
revenue,
how to do it,
and we're going to
how
levy
to
you a
interact
tax
with
charge
them,
for that.
what is best for them, how to be,
Now,
how
wouldn't
to
that solve the
tame
problem?
them. We don't know about dogs also. We are so scared. Most of the people are scared. Oh my God, dog will come. But they don't know how to really pacify
Well,
a
let's
dog
have
when it's barking.
yeah, okay,
Isn't
why
it?
not?
So what I
Why
feel
not?
when once you have that knowledge, that knowledge can be used in a very positive way, and that will lead to vegetarianism. What do you say?
No, absolutely, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. My only few inputs would be here is animals. When we say animals,
I would say
there are domesticated animals and there are wild animals.
We could impose this on you because
so
we've
domesticated
legislated
animals, definitely
you
there
should
has
be
to
paying
be
us
a
$100
subject,
million in tax.
probably in the schools,
You're currently paying us
probably in the
$5
curriculum,
million in tax.
about how do you deal with the
So
domesticated
come up
animals.
with a
And it should include
reasonable
all of them,
proposition.
like the dog, the cat, the cows, the buffaloes,
and then we'll come to an
and
arrangement.
probably the camels as well, depending on which geography we live in.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to the wild animals, it is a completely different, interesting subject. And Africa is a great land of wild as well as domesticated animals. Great tourist destination for these purposes. And that is a different thinking altogether, how to deal with the wild animals.
By the way, is
because humans have to also live
over there in India.
They have actually encroached the jungles and the forests, and the animals have been pushed to a smaller spaces. So yes, humans have to be blamed for it. But when we come from the eating part of it, that is our point of discussion on the non-vegetarian eating versus the
if you think that
vegetarian
this would be a really great one,
maybe I have seen people in Japan, I have seen people in Africa and other places who maintain a balance between both.
I'd love to get involved in anything
and
like that.
That balance is something should be a starting point for the people who are still thinking what to do. So rather than taking one part of it or taking the other side of it, it is important to start with, a common ground and then grow it, rather than doing it because it is fashionable to do.
Threatened by me.
Many times we have taken our children to the doctors, where the doctor says, "Can you start giving him egg?"
Okay.
And that time, we don't question the doctor about the vegetarianism. Another use which I have seen in lot of Indian homes is the use of cod liver oil. The cod is a kind of a fish.
Just let me know, or if
I'm correct. So you know what? So there has to be a balance of it. I agree that the vegetarian part has to be more.
And I promise I won't put the cat picture on. Did you see the cat lawyer?
But the ethical and the non-ethical part actually takes us to a different realm of our social behavior towards animals and towards the domesticated animals.
It was where the lawyer was on.
And America. You mentioned about dogs, Kanchan. One of his in our northeast India and in some of the Thailand areas.
And
Thailand
so
and the
was
Asia
with
Pacific.
this court hearing
It's a delicacy.
online.
Similarly, if you go to China, probably we will all have
he
to
was saying, I'm
go
not
and start staying in Himalayas if we visit the Chinese wet markets. So yes, there should be a constant endeavor to teach youngsters to appreciate the animals, the domesticated animals, and from an eating perspective, it is something that a conscious effort, some communities have taken it very, very seriously.
Cat lawyer video.
They have promoted it.
You
But
must have
since
seen
we
this.
live in a very different kind of a free-thinking world, it should be important to bring it to a table and discuss it out. But yes, somewhere in my core, I feel that vegetarianism is better.
I get that.
Okay, I look forward the comments of our viewers on this subject because this is a vast subject, and I also would like to get what our viewers think about it. So
exactly,
I'll put it across.
So
if you want to do that,
on another different subject,
that subject next week,
till then, bye bye.
Happy to do it.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Lovely. Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. Great to talk to you as always, and thanks for your birthday greetings. I was most impressed. I'll talk to you next week. Are you going to come on Tuesday? Are you going to come to our virtual gathering next Tuesday? Yep. Yeah, no worries. Well, it'd be great if you're there. If you're not, you're not. Perfect. That'd be great. Just it's the same room as last time, so just have it in your diary. Super. Pleasure. Take care, Chandra. Bye.
Neville, I heard you're getting the COVID shot.
Yes, we are.
How lucky you are, Neville.
Well, I'm not going to be lucky, but a few people will be ahead of the queue. But there is a conspiracy. Some people are going to pay for this.
Well, to know more about this, subscribe to our channel and dive into this discussion, which is coming up right now. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant and welcome to Top Brass. And let me welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Bond.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. The news of the day is vaccine fever. Thank God someone has created a vaccine.
Neville, UK government has started a stir and it's a big news globally. The Indians are now demanding the vaccine and work has to really take the fast pace to provide the vaccine for the Indians. And as of today's tally in the morning, we have reached 10 million patients, COVID patients, with a survival rate of almost 93%. So it's very high, but I think we need a vaccine to basically stay relevant in the business area.
Well, like anything else, I grew up with vaccines. I was given vaccines from when I was a very small baby, even before I can remember. Measles, mumps, rubella, the MMR vaccine, which 7 or 8 years ago had a huge rebellion. It was causing after effects, etc., etc. Well, 10 years ago, I was 50. And 50 years prior to that, I had the injection. And yeah, there may be evidence that there may be some long-term issues with a small number of people. But that's a risk you take with the vaccine. The issue is, without the vaccine, what's happening? And you said you've hit 10 million people, although there's a high level of success. So, but 7% of those people have died. That is unacceptable, really. A government, humanity really cannot do that. You know, more people are dying there than are dying in the wars. You know, the wars to end all wars, World War One, World War Two, etc., etc. So humanity needs to, you know, stand up and be counted. And the other thing is, this is just the first vaccine. Some people say it's been pushed through. It's been pushed through too fast. We don't know the long-term effects. Well, we're never going to know the long-term effects but we do know that the long-term effects of catching this virus actually are quite catastrophic. We cannot continue to be unprotected when this virus is out there. And clearly, wearing a mask, washing our hands, keeping clean is not a long-term solution to this particularly nasty virus. And the other thing is, this virus, as we've already found, is changing its status. You know, we've already heard we've heard of a mink farm in Denmark being affected. You know, so this is just one virus which will change its characteristic and be stronger over time. So it's not least to say it's closed the world down for a number of months. We cannot afford for that to happen again.
Neville, I think you said it rightly. We all need the vaccine. Before I start, my understanding of what is going on in this part of the world, I just want to correct the impression that you got. The fatalities in India are less than 100,000. So if we believe this data, the fatalities are less than 100,000, but still very high. You know, in a matter of 8 months, 100,000 people have died. And they died in a matter of minutes, in a matter of hours. The COVID was identified, and next day they were dead. So the effect of COVID was so fierce. However, survival is 93%. That means 8% of the people are still suffering from COVID. The 93% people have gone to hospitals and come back. So we don't know really whether they are the carriers or they have beaten the disease. I don't think we have the data right now. However, when we talk about the vaccine, it usually takes roughly about 5 years to 10 years and a lot of permutation combinations before it is announced successfully to the for the masses. So in this case, it's less than a year, and we are seeing so many vaccines being talked about today. So there is Oxford vaccine, there is Sputnik from Russia, there are 3 from India, there are maybe US, and then this Pfizer, which is now starting next week. Do you really feel that these vaccines are real, or do you feel as a citizen of UK, do you feel that these vaccines are going to work?
Oh, it's a great question, CK, and if you look at the normal transition, and they're saying it on the TV, and eminent doctors are saying it on the TV, the ones that are actually telling their parents to, as soon as they're offered the vaccine, take it. You know, these are established people in the profession. I mean, you and I have got no. We're not trained in this world of pharmaceuticals or indeed human biology. So we are not the authoritative body here. So we can only take advice from those that we trust with their experience, with their knowledge. And I think the word trust is really important here, because they're the ones that are saying normally it takes 10 years. You know, they're not hiding this fact. It normally takes 10 years for any vaccine like this to go through the process, to get all of the patients through, all of the guinea pigs, as they've been called, through the process year after year after year, and then go through the efficacy of the independent testing by the authoritative approving bodies. And it normally takes 10 years. But they know that the focus has been so intense that they've crammed 10 years worth of development into a year. And Professor Van Dam, he's the eminent body in the UK, has said that's exactly what's happened. This is an unusual circumstance where we've had so much evidence, so many examples, so many people that have caught this virus, that they've had lots and lots more opportunity to study what's been going on. And remember, China threw out the initial DNA strand of what this virus was back in January or February of this year. And it was openly available. They didn't hide it. They didn't say, this is our, proprietary information. They put it out on the public arena. And all of the eminent developers, all of these companies that produce vaccines on a regular basis, saw that DNA strand. And they all turned around and said, can we attack this? Have we the resources? We need to do our bit for mankind. And it wasn't an Indian company looking at India, and it wasn't a UK company looking at the UK. These are scientists that look at problems that the global community has got. And remember, this wasn't just a restricted little infection. This is a zombie virus. So all of the eminent authorities are going to be looking at this. They're going to be talking about this. The airwaves, would have been full of all information going backwards and forwards. Remember, these are scientists. They only deal with facts. They deal with anomalies as well, but they will look at this from a very stringent arena. I mean, that's my belief, and because that's what I'm told. And I know a few people in the industry, and that's their integrity, if you like, being challenged. So has this been, a lot of people saying this has been rushed through, we haven't had the testing. I just believe that the focus has been so intense globally that the best brains have been pushed at this for probably longer than it would have been over the 10-year period, because it's been so focused. That's my belief. I think people have been going into their labs and they've just been working on this one specific strand, whereas previously they were probably working on 20 or 30. So when we look at, as business people, we know about focus. When we're really focused on something, we can push something through in 2 weeks, whereas it would have taken us maybe 2 years without that focus, without that evidence, without the information. So just from an entrepreneurial basis here, I think we can say, yeah, I can believe that it's been that fast because the focus has been there.
So Neville, I think what you're saying and what you've heard from the senior eminent people in UK, I think it makes a lot of sense. I personally see two different kinds of threats in this arena. One is that the manufacturers themselves are saying that it has a success rate of only 60 to 70%. That means that 30% people will not show positive signs of recovery after, getting this inoculation done. So that is threat number one. That means 30% of people are still not out of the threat, and we don't know which one. The second threat I see is that we have worked very hard to inform or sort of train people about social distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask. I think when people who are vaccinated, they start dropping their guard and they start, thinking, hey, we are inoculated, so virus won't affect us. I think that is the second threat we have, that in the immediate vicinity of getting the vaccination done, some people may act, in a different way and drop their guard and then help in spreading the virus further. What do you have to say about this?
Well, again, you're absolutely right. I mean, firstly, let's look at what is currently available. Forget COVID. Okay, COVID is a flu strain. Each year, I get the flu virus. It's commonly available around the world. In some countries you pay for it, in some countries you don't have to pay for it. In the UK, I'm at a particular age and I don't pay for it. But if I wanted it, I could pay for it. And it costs about £10. Okay, so we're talking 10,000 rupees, I think, approximately.
No, 1,000.
If I've got 1,000. I thought it was 100.
100
to the pound.
10. So 1,000 rupees.
1,000. I beg your pardon. I'm a mathematician. I've even got that wrong. Okay, 1,000 rupees, which isn't a huge amount of money for what it protects you. But from an efficacy point of view, does it work? Okay, that's the first question. Every year I get the flu jab. My doctor tells me, well, actually, there's probably a slightly better chance than 50%. So in other words, of all the flu viruses that are going to hit this year, and apparently I'm told, I could be wrong here, but I'm told there are over 100 flu strains that come along each year, and they're all different, they've all got a slight difference. There's only a 50% chance that I will get protected for the one that's going to hit the UK arena. Now, I've been lucky in the last 3 years in that I've had the flu jab, and like anything else, there's a bit of pain for a couple of days, where it's like a muscle spasm. And the last 3 or 4 years, I've had no further side effects, not even a sniffle, which I've had in the past. But in previous years, I've been knocked out for 2 weeks. Just physically, feeling dreadful for 2 weeks because, perhaps I just wasn't protected. So when they put out the request for the vaccine, they were only looking at efficacy of better than 50%. Now, we've seen efficacy of over 70%, and in some cases, 95%. So we're in a far better position, one would say, than we are with the normal flu jab. We all accept the flu jab in the UK, certainly in the Western world. I don't know, how prevalent it is in India, but we just accept it. It is just a way of life. And maybe this COVID is just another flu jab that we might have to take, every year. And as you said a little earlier, people are carriers. They don't know they're carriers. It's not affected them at all. They're just carriers. Their body is carrying the virus. It's not affecting them, but they are carriers. And maybe they're carriers for the rest of their life. We don't know unless they're regularly tested. I'm not even too sure, to be honest with you. Again, I'm not the authoritative body here. I'm not even too sure if you're tested, whether you will be tested positive as a carrier. I have no idea. But there are carriers, and they do pass it on. So we still have to be diligent. We still have to look at our personal hygiene. In the business world, we talk about being a space invader. In other words, don't get too close to people when you're talking to them, because it's disrespectful, it's insulting. You're invading their space. So I think these, face space issues will continue for some considerable time. But they're the right thing to do anyway. It's personal hygiene in many respects.
Absolutely. So I think that with a pinch of salt, we can welcome the move of the UK government, and I'm sure other governments will also bring it as per their regulations and as per their approval processes for the citizens of their own country. So I think we are all eagerly waiting with a pinch of salt that we cannot afford to let our guard down. We have to continue practicing the social distancing, personal hygiene, and mask. And so I think I feel that by next week they will start giving you the shots, Naval. What is the plan now?
Oh yes, I mean there is a very strict operation that will take place. You know, we're told that 800,000 will be coming into the UK within the next 10 days. Already, I believe they've been allocated, and they've been allocated in a smart way. It's the frontline workers, it's the nurses and doctors, it's the care workers that are literally the ones most at risk. Equally, the others that are most at risk are the elderly and the ones that have got other issues to deal with, whether they're asthmatic or whether they've got other respiratory diseases. So there will be a clear pecking order here. We believe that you can't jump the order, and just because you've got money, you can get the vaccine, because it will be strictly controlled, just like anything else. I mean, even the flu jab is fairly strictly controlled. The other thing is, as we do know, this particular vaccine, it needs to be stored at incredibly low temperatures. So it's not the sort of thing that you can just put in your handbag and carry it around for a couple of weeks. They need to be stored at, minus 70 odd degrees, which is an imposition. It's a specific issue that they have to deal with. So it's a logistic nightmare coming down the pike. The authorities clearly have dealt with this type of vaccine before, dealt with these storage temperatures before, and it's only got a shelf life of 5 days in a normal refrigerator. So we're talking about, there need to be some fairly strict logistical controls around the use of this vaccine. Otherwise, whoever gets it and it's literally past its sell-by date, it'll be a waste of time anyway. So there are still hurdles to go through. The other vaccines, we're told, don't have such stringent requirements, but this is the first. So let's hope that 800,000 people, and they'll need to have 2 injections apparently. So it's 1 and then a booster. So if we've got 800,000 coming through, let's assume that that's 800,000 people by Christmas, let's say. By 3 weeks' time, we'll be well on the way to being protected. And then let's just hope by Easter, the rest of the world is actually on that route. Because we have to kill this off.
Certainly, I think we look forward to getting out of this situation. But is it going to cost a lot of money, Naval, or is it going to be free, funded by Exchequer?
It will be free. I mean, as you know, in the UK, the National Health Service is free at the point of need. This is definitely identified as a point of need, so it falls into that free category. So in time, I expect, if you want to have it, you'll be able to pay for it. But frankly, I think we're a year away from that anyway. But certainly in the UK. But in the first instance, yes, it will definitely be free, and I'll happily receive it as soon as my name comes out of the hat.
Fantastic. So we wish you all the best, and we also look forward to the success on this project. And viewers, we will be covering about this as a new development happens, because this is so important for the entire mankind, and we will be talking about it. Naval, thank you for coming today morning and sharing the modus operandi about the vaccination process. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
Good to see you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. And there are a couple of good news today. The UK got the vaccine, and they have started the vaccination since yesterday. So, to discuss further, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, fantastic day. Vaccines have started, and we're on the way to recovery. And that's the way I see it anyway. How about you?
Well, in my country, what is going on, there are people who are waiting for it eagerly. And there are other set of people who are just indifferent. And there are third set of people, which is very large. They are sort of negative towards this. They are saying, hey, this vaccine may work, may not work. We don't know, etc., etc. So I was thinking about the, the science and technology. Way back in 1860, there were very eminent scientists who announced that whatever we could discover, we have already discovered. We are at the pinnacle of the development, and there is nothing more to do. And this was in 1860. And in 1905, Einstein came up with his general theory of relativity, and that turned the whole world upside down. So in 1860, they were saying, hey, whatever we had to do, we have already done. There's nothing more to do. Whereas we again restarted the whole thing in 1905. So I think my opinion is there is no end to any development. There is no end to negative thinking. There will be negative naysayers all the time, but we have to move forward.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And the thing about where we currently are is there are still people that refuse to take the MMR vaccine, and yet there's a horrific issue with regards to children getting measles or mumps and rubella, as they call it, MMR, measles, mumps and rubella. That was the vaccination. But the interesting thing for me is, if you were to ask these same people, would you like to go on a trip to the moon? What do you think the answer would be?
They will, very frankly, the answer will be all three options. There will be guys.
Oh, definitely all three options. But for the majority of people that were in that negative arena, and if you gave them a little excitement, would you like a trip to the moon? How many of those negative people do you think would say, yeah, I'd like to go to the moon? What percentage do you think?
I would say 50% of the negative people will definitely turn their votes towards positive.
Well, and so I mean, we're just having a bit of banter here. But the point is, yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of people would say, "Oh, a trip to the moon. Now that's a different opportunity." And yet, there are far more risks for a trip to the moon than there are in taking this vaccine. And that's the reality of life. The vaccine has far less risk than getting in a spaceship and going to the moon. It is incredibly risky to go to the moon, even today, where they can't guarantee that everything's going to work perfectly. When you see those rockets take off, and I know we're now into SpaceX, so now we're into the commercial arena. No more NASA flights. They're buying seats on SpaceX, as you and I have both seen in the past. Even in those control rooms, there is this moment of anticipation, intrepidation of we pray for success. There is no praying for success of this vaccine. The Pfizer one has got 95% chance of being successful. That's massive. So for all those negative people out there, just think about what we're saying. Because the worst case, what I see is nearly 60,000 people have died in the UK, allegedly because of the COVID pandemic. Probably more people have died because they haven't gone to accident emergency when they've been having strokes and heart attacks. I mean, who knows of the secondary issues, the people that have had cancer treatment delayed, the people that have had major surgery delayed because this pandemic has actually taken over our health service, which is allegedly one of the best in the world. So is this a risk? Yeah, of course it's a risk. You know, crossing the road is a risk, frankly. Certainly crossing the road in Delhi is a risk because, you know, you take your life in your own hands. But at the same time, I take a lot of comfort from the Chief Medical Officer in the UK, Professor Van Dam, who's been on the TV several times recently. He's almost like a celebrity status doctor, really. And he said, as soon as the vaccine is available, I will tell my mother to take it. I will advise my mother to take it. His mother's well into her 80s. And if he's saying, I will advise my mother to take it, and I'm going to take it, then frankly, who am I to say this medical expert that has been doing this all of his life? He's been preparing for this vaccine since March of this year. So he's been following this very, very carefully. The testing strategy, the efficacy of the testing strategy. He probably had a lot to do with the testing strategy. I don't know, but he's a pretty important guy in the UK, and I'm sure he's been watching this every step of the way. And then you've had independent body, a completely independent body that hasn't had a backhander, hasn't been paid by Pfizer to railroad this vaccine through, because they are above that level. And they're coming on TV and saying, no, we've not cut corners. Yes, we've pushed it through, but we threw people at it to push it through. And I think this is where people are questioning, you know, why does it take 10 years for this to happen? And we've managed to do it in not just less than a year, probably about 8 months. And the issue is they've thrown money at it. They've moved the goalpost. They've pushed everything else out of the way. Nothing else has been on the priority list. This has had number one priority, and the likelihood is everything else has just been pushed to one side. That's the reason, and anyone in business knows, if you focus on it for a very short period of time and you throw money at it and throw people at it and resources at it, you're going to get the result that you would do if you spread it over time. Does that make sense? I mean, it makes sense to me.
Well, I think we started discussing about the moon trips of mankind, and you're absolutely right when you say when you throw money in it and you throw people in it. In the moon program, 350,000 people were actively involved to send 12 men on the moon. So I think that is where the reality of the situation is. I think I am fully on board. And if the Indian government says, hey, there is a vaccine available, I will, given a chance, I will go for it. Simply because there is no end to stopping this virus, because we have heard that the virus is now affecting the nervous system. Instead of attacking the respiratory system, in certain cases, it directly enters the brain and affects the nervous system. And so we don't know how this virus mutates. So it's better to take vaccine so that you don't have any sort of conditions against this virus. So I think to answer your question, I will go for it. And the good news is the Pfizer has approached Indian government, and also one of the Indian companies has approached the Indian government to allow them to start vaccination process in India. So the Indian Medical Association is looking into it. The Prime Minister of India has also announced that within a matter of 2 to 3 weeks, we will have the vaccine available from multiple companies in India. And the modus operandi of distribution of this medicine, which is Pfizer one, and also the Indian vaccine, would be given to the frontline workers first, and then it will reach the needy ones. So when we say emergency use, the government actually means it will be given to the frontline workers, and people, citizens who are above 60, who are in need of the vaccine. So I think given a chance, I will go for it. I will have my family go for it, whatever it takes, whatever money. If there is a charge for the vaccine, we will go, pay the charge, and get it.
Well, I can't advise you to do what your brain is telling you what to do. I mean, the thing is, I'm just a very logical person, and I've seen and heard, experienced firsthand the catastrophic impact that this virus has had. I've lost people around the world that I've known for years, healthy people in many respects, just old, and their time came up long before it should have done. So for me, bring it on. Give me that vaccine as the earliest opportunity. I'm really pleased that the Indian government and Prime Minister is moving it ahead, because it's the only way to eradicate this problem. I mean, just think of when you used to cut yourself as a kid. You didn't think much of it. You put a plaster on it and that was it. As you got a little older, we had this thing called tetanus. And the doctor would give you a tetanus and then you get a booster. There was not a great deal of proof around how long what the side effects, etc., etc. But because the downside was so horrific, tetanus, the problem is lockjaw, as they call it. Where you literally your jaw locks. You can't move it. Can't think of anything worse really than not being able to speak. But there's another thing. And yes, of course, all the testing hasn't been done. Over here, there's been this issue about pregnant women. And it's quite specific that no, there is no approval for this to be used on pregnant women. And why? Because not sufficient testing has been done on pregnant women. So if you recall, we had the thalidomide issue in the 60s. Birth control was an issue, and a lot of women that gave birth to these children with significant issues can be traced to the thalidomide pill as the time, or injection. We're way beyond that. We're way beyond that. We haven't got the testing regime that we had then. They don't take those risks, and I'm sure that whole thalidomide arena tightened up the regulation. So we can be thankful to these things that do tighten up. We do learn by our mistakes and our experiences. And in this particular instance, we've been told here that there is such a backlash of the naysayers, because they're out there. They're not just in India, in their droves. They're in the UK. They're in the US. And the main thing here is we've even got the Queen. Her Royal Highness, Queen Elizabeth II, is going to go on TV and say she's had the vaccine. Now, she's 95 years old, and a lot of people will say, well, if the Queen's had it, I'm going to have it too. So they're trying to bring out all the stops over here to say, please take the vaccine. And the reason for that is the alternative is much worse. So think of it as going to the moon. Yes, please. But the risks are far less.
I think, Neville, UK government must be preparing a list of people who would get the vaccine first and second and third. I hope your name figures there as soon as possible. And I'm quite happy for the people of UK that they got the first privilege to get the vaccine. I think we will be the second one in India. And, I think all of us should go for the vaccine. Don't wait for virus to affect you in any way, because virus is mutating. The best thing to do is take the vaccine and pray for the best.
Yeah, exactly. You know, prayer always helps, but please don't over question the fact that efficacy has been pushed to one side because money. A lot of people are saying money talks. You know, people have pushed this through far too quickly. Go and look at the evidence. Go and listen to the experts. And remember, a lot of these experts are completely independent. But listen to the ones that are the experts. And have a happy life.
Certainly, Neville. So we will talk about some other pressing issue. I think today is about the vaccination because it started yesterday in UK. But definitely we will catch up with you next in the next discussion tomorrow. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Goodbye and happy life, as they say.
Thank you.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today I want to bring a very interesting subject. In fact, I have been waiting to make a video on this one. Even though India has acquired Rafale jets and they have landed in India, it has been much debated also in the past, but I wanted to make a video only on the aircraft and make you aware of what it offers. So it's a French aircraft designed by Dassault, which everybody knows. The literal meaning of Rafale is gust of wind. Now, if you put that in the military context, it actually means burst of fire. So it has a very strong name. It has twin engine. It has a delta wing and also these Canard delta wing, which are the small wings you can see. If you see the picture of the Rafale, you can see these small wings protruding out just behind the cockpit. These are meant for adding maneuverability and also giving some lift to the aircraft. And the aircraft is equipped with wide range of weapons. The position of the aircraft is to give air supremacy. It also gives air reconnaissance, ground support, in-depth deep strikes, anti-ship strikes, and also the nuclear deterrent. So in literal terms, Rafale is omni-role aircraft and very much needed by the Indian Air Force. And finally, we've got 5 Rafales available with us, ready for action. So let us discuss a little bit more in detail about certain specifications which are publicly available, although we don't know the details of the actual Rafale which India has got. So whatever information which is publicly available, I have summarized it in this video, and here it is. The aircraft, although India has the air variant, but Rafale also has a Navy variant which can operate from the aircraft carrier. The maximum speed of Rafale is 2,130 kilometers and maximum range of 3,700 kilometers. Now this range can be extended further by air refueling. So Rafale has a in-flight refueling capability. So it can be literally a long range as long as you keep refueling Rafale in the air. You can continue having your operations done in the air. So now let's go to the certain features which are not talked about it. The aircraft is very strong. It's really strong. It can withstand negative G's of minus 3.6 and maximum G's in normal conditions up to 9 G's. So you can imagine a normal human being passes out at 4 or 5 G's, and the aircraft pilot, which are fighter pilots, they undergo special training to withstand higher Gs. So the aircraft itself can withstand up to 9 Gs, and it can be extended to 10.5 Gs, and in certain emergencies even 11 Gs. So the aircraft has been very, very sturdy, very strong. The design of the aircraft is made aerodynamically unstable, because when it is unstable, it can maneuver the way pilot wants it to maneuver, and the stability can be provided by state-of-the-art digital fly-by-wire flight system, and a similar system which is used in A380. So it is a very, very maneuverable aircraft. It can fly at very low speed and also at supersonic speeds. Then when it comes to the strength part of it, all its components like undercarriage, wings, and it has a delta wing, all of them are very, very strong. And why they are strong? Because they can hold, they can land at in a very rough condition. So the undercarriage is very strong. The wing can hold a lot of payload, so you can have multiple weapons put under the wing, and so on and so forth. So this is a very sturdy, strong, highly maneuverable from very low speed to high speed aircraft. Now let's look at the radar signature. Now in today's combat situation, the most of the stealth is lost if the enemy can detect you on radar. So the design of Rafale is such that it deflects the radar waves. It is not a stealth aircraft, but it can deflect the radar waves, and the signature on the radar is almost like a bird. It's not like an aircraft. And the air intake of the engine air intake have been put very strategically below the aircraft, because it reduces the infrared signature. So not only on the radar, which is a radio frequency, but also on the infrared signature, the aircraft fares much, much better than a normal aircraft. And as most of us knows that it is all it's already designated as 4.5 generation aircraft. So it's higher than 4, less than 5, it's somewhere in the middle. Let's look at the business end of the aircraft, which is the cockpit. So cockpit is state of the art. All the information is available in the cockpit to the pilot on the display unit. So there is an onboard computer which keeps checking parameters, and the canopy of the cockpit is total glass. So pilot is made aware using various sensors and radars of the situation of the battle, and at the same time the pilot can see very clearly using the visual line of sight of things which are happening. But it has a very good view, very good cockpit, very friendly for pilot to operate from. Management. The avionics and the flight management of the aircraft is very, very advanced. It is so advanced that the interface between pilot and the aircraft is very similar to man-machine interface. So the pilot can react very rapidly to the inputs which are being displayed in front of on the console of the pilot. So that may be very useful during a real-time combat situation. So that is why this is a game changer. I mean, the avionics itself is a game changer. The avionics and all these systems which are part of the aircraft comprise of nearly 30 to 40% of the equipment in the aircraft. So aircraft is not only having engine, but all these heavy machinery which are fitted into the aircraft as a standard package. When it comes to the capability, the fighting capability of Rafale, it has a range to detect almost 100 kilometers from more than 100 kilometers away. So the other aircraft which do not have that capability, they will never see a Rafale so far off, whereas Rafale can see the enemy, can lock on the target, and can fire and move out of the situation. So it has a very high fighting range. It has a very advanced radar system which comes standard, and detection can be from 100 to 200 kilometers away. So they don't have to be in the harm's way to identify other enemy aircraft, they can just fire and forget. So it has a lot of other features which are arms related to the bombs and rockets and self, propelling bombs, guidance systems, which are part of the aircraft, and their list is endless. So it's up to the requirement of each country. So, for example, in India, in case of India, India has chosen certain package because they have to protect their boundaries from all around. And India is a very typical country which has desert and high mountains, rivers, and plains. So, the Indian defense systems may be aware about what they need, and they would have ordered the package with regard to arms, which are India and which are useful for us. So these are certain details. I thought I will bring it to you. I've been waiting to make a video on Rafael because it's a pride for us to have Rafael, and we have 5 now. More are going to be coming, and there will be more which will be manufactured in India within the in the Make in India plan within India itself. So I think it's very exciting to see that such advanced technologies, such advanced fighting platforms are now available with India, and Indian defense forces are now capable of uh, fighting off any enemy which lay eye on India and Indian border. So with this, I end my video. Do write your comments and your suggestions. Sign up, subscribe to my channel, and I will respond to you as quickly as possible, my friends. So see you next time. Until then, bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this bright sunny day.
Of course, we are good. So far, so good. Today is day 9. And
day 9.
Yeah, I would like to share some information from India. So what is happening is while the government and all the state governments and a lot of sane people, a lot of COVID warriors are working to protect us. And there are some elements which are also creating false and fake narratives. So earlier, the case used to be that, the fake news and the real news used to go together in social media. People never objected to it. But I have been seeing this change now, that moment there is a fake troll which comes and creates a narrative, there are hundreds and hundreds of people which jump on that troll and, ask him to, shut up, or they use all kinds of language. So there is a mass movement which is coming out and trying to stop the fake news. So which is quite interesting because the government has, because we are living in a democratic world, the government has not imposed any limitations because there is freedom. But the people themselves are coming and stopping this fake trolls.
Brilliant. That's really music to my ears, because that's how you stop this fake news going around. Bad news is going to be everywhere, but it's differentiate between the bad news that people have orchestrated and the bad news that's real. We can deal with more if we know that it's the reality. We can deal with it a lot better because we start to believe the sources. So this is all about, where does it come from? So, and I've seen some very similar things. Someone puts a video up on a WhatsApp group or a chat group, and someone says, what's the source for this? What's the validation? And sometimes people will give the validation, and other times they take it down because there is no validation, and it's quite clear with some things, it's been orchestrated, even with the the cleverest video artists out there, you can see that that it's not real. So it's really good news that people in your country are stamping it down. I've seen people really stamp it down, use very interesting language to these people. But what is all this? Okay, what are we dealing with here? We're actually dealing with information that's coming to us. We're moving it through our ears, using these things. We're listening, we're thinking. And the people that are responding there are giving feedback, which is brilliant, because actually the world doesn't give much feedback. We just sit there and take it. And as business owners, we sit there and take it too. And we don't actually talk to our teams, to the people that work with us or for us or above us, and we don't generate that communication link where feedback, however bad the news is or however good the news is, it's just feedback. And as Ken Blanchard says, feedback is the breakfast of champions. Let's just think about what that really means. It's breakfast. When do you have breakfast? What part of the day do you have breakfast?
Well, it's usually in the morning.
Exactly, it's usually in the morning. Some people that work different shifts might have it late in the evening, but effectively it's breaking the fast, and that's where it comes from. So it's breakfast. So usually in the morning. When does the morning happen for most people? When does the morning happen for you?
So the breakfast time usually for me and most of the neighborhood is about 8 to 9.
Yeah, so it's really in the morning. So you've got up, you've got dressed, you've been washed, and breakfast could be a coffee and a croissant, or as we would call it, a full English. Sausages, bacon, eggs, toast, beans, etc., etc. But the point is, it's the time of day that you get feedback. So if you're having feedback as breakfast, you're setting your day off in the best way possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think the way you put it, I think especially when you talk about feedback, I think we also sit together as a family during breakfast and we talk to each other, and we get to know, because the mind is fresh, we get to know many things, what is going on with each individual in the family, which is also sort of a feedback, I guess.
It is sort of a feedback, like anything's feedback. I look at the sun, the sun's shining and smiling at me, that's feedback. So if we start, feedback for some reason has this hook of criticism. So throw the hook away. It's feedback. We're having a conversation. I'm sharing something with you, you're sharing something with me. And if we get the right relationship going, just as a family at breakfast, we can all go and feel happy about it. Because we know what we're all doing, we're getting on with life, we're enjoying ourselves. And guess what? When we come back in the evening and the family get together again, there's more feedback. So what did you do today? What was good about your day? What didn't you like about your day? What are you going to do better tomorrow?
Right.
Now, there's no criticism in here. So a lot of people in the working arena think, oh, I can't give feedback. I don't know how to give feedback. Whatever I say always comes out wrong. And I'm really trying to help this person, but I just start off with, you're doing it wrong. Well, actually, why don't you think about how you start things off? If you think you're doing it wrong, so in other words, you're getting feedback from the person that you are doing it wrong. So then you might be doing it right to someone else, but it's the information you're giving to someone else that's important. So if you start off with "you're wrong," how does that make you feel? If I started every conversation that you and I had with "CK, you're wrong," how would that make you feel?
Well, I will see this as a constructive feedback up to a limit. But then if you're always criticizing while giving feedback, and if the limit, my personal limit, crosses, then I will think that it's a negative feedback that you're giving. So
Exactly. And who knows, you've really explained that really well, because I don't know what your limit is. You may have reached your limit an hour before we have this conversation, in which case then doesn't matter what I'm going to say, because I'm always going to say it the same way. So you've already reached your limit, and what you've done is you've just switched off. Yeah, all right. Keep going, Neville. Not a problem. You just keep walking and talking to me. But you're not saying that. You're thinking it. And I'm not feeling it because I'm just going and doing the normal things that I always do. So when you are speaking with other people, and don't get me wrong, this is not necessarily easy. But once you start doing it, it becomes easier. So if you're having a great day, you might well have a smile on your face. If the other person, you recognize the other person hasn't got a smile on their face, and normally they're very a smiley person, you don't have to say, "You're not looking really good, are you?" Yeah. Shall we go for a coffee and, break this mundane arena? It's saying the same thing, but in a very different way. And the way we can really help our teams, because they're now very remote, is we can become more aware of how they're looking. As we said yesterday, some people have got lots of screens up all the time so they can see everyone all the time. I think that's a distraction, if you want my honest opinion. It's a bit like a CCTV camera looking at everybody and ticking people in every time they go and make a coffee or go to the toilet or something, But again, that's feedback. And the issue is, how do we use it? And more importantly, for our friends, colleagues, working colleagues, supply chain, how do we give it? And giving feedback is really, really important. Go ahead. Sorry, you're interrupting.
Interestingly, the example that you just gave about multiple screens on your PC.
Yep.
What I've been noticing for past couple of days that since people are in lockdown, they are now publishing those screenshots on social media. And
yep, seen it all over. Even our Prime Minister's doing it, including he put his own unique ID up there, so someone could actually hack into it.
Oh,
hello, not clever.
So I think the point that you made today is very important. Feedback, and more so, constructive feedback is what is required from both sides. The person who's taking it and also person who's giving it. So from both parties, the feedback has to be in a constructive, should be considered constructive, not destructive feedback. So I think, and this applies to the fake trolls also. So I think
absolutely, yep. And if you see fake news, or what you believe is fake news out there, go and challenge it. Where does this come from? Where's the source? And if someone says, "Well, I don't know, it came from a friend," well, go and ask your friend. This is a way we can help other people not spread fake news. So, because there are some people. Go ahead.
So interestingly, what is going on is that so people are very clever. So one entity creates a fake news, and the person who has a public kind of a profile, who has millions of followers, will get that news and forward it, or like it, share it. So when somebody says, "Hey, what you're doing? You're spreading fake news,"
So very cleverly, these guys will say, oh, it's not me, I just liked it. So I have freedom of speech, I have freedom of expression, so I have freedom to like something. So this is what these guys are doing. You know, somebody else create a news who's a not known entity, and the known entity basically just forward it.
But the interesting thing here is we go back to the four elements of having a mind fit mind, okay? How we think, how we feel, what drives us, and our social connectivity. If that person is liking it for no other reason than they just like it, are they thinking? What is it telling us about that person? Maybe it's telling us nothing, that person isn't thinking and they're just using their influence power just to, build up more of a connection. So, for instance, when I see something comical, I'll like it. If people look at something and I've liked it and they think, well, that's not very comical, in fact, that's quite insulting, does that mean that I'm being insulting? Well, no, I didn't want to insult you, but I found it funny. I was in the mood to find it funny. If I'd have looked at it now, maybe I thought I would think otherwise. But in the moment, I found it funny. I may have just seen a comedian on the stage and this just reinforced it. I found it funny, This is where if we could prejudge people really quickly here. And the whole point is you can't judge people by a tweet.
So that's the whole point.
An opening.
That is the whole point, Naval. As a person who can influence masses, you have to be responsible. In fact, going back to the first information that you gave us, you have to be responsible what kind of feedback you're sending to people.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and we should all be conscious of it, but we're not conscious of it all the time, And I'm just as guilty as anybody else, because social media is there for one moment and gone for the next. Things that happen instantaneously. Should we be more careful? Well, life's too short in some respects, and you should probably be more careful with certain things than others. But this is judgment. This is your personal judgment. So, the moral of the day is feedback. Don't be worried about it. Use it so that everyone grows. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. Not dinner, not lunch, not afternoon tea.
Right.
It's the breakfast. Start on the right foot, and the rest of the day really goes fast, and you'll enjoy it.
Fantastic, Neville. I think it's a good advice. I think most of the viewers should start following it. They should feel responsible and also give feedback. And whatever going on with their life, they should continue giving feedback.
Absolutely. That's how we grow.
Right. So thank you very much. Have a successful day today. Be safe, Neville.
Be safe. Everyone be safe. And say thank you to our Corona warriors, which I think is a brilliant term. Brilliant term.
Yes. Thank you so much. In fact, the people who are going out in this situation, they are not compelled to go out. They're doing it willingly. So I think that is why we call them Corona warriors.
Absolutely.
All
See you
right.
tomorrow.
See you
Day
tomorrow.
10.
Same time. Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have been joined by Mr. Swapnil Deshmukh, who is the CEO and founding managing director of Risarka Consulting. He joins us today from Mumbai. Welcome to the show, Swapnil.
Hi Chandra, glad to be here. It's interesting. Everything's locked down, and but everything's still working. Work is working, business is working. Interesting thing.
So, Swapnil, how does this lockdown is treating you so far? I know you are at home, but I'm sure you are working. You must have called a lot of people today. You must be speaking to your colleagues and employee. How does it look like in Mumbai?
Yeah. Everybody's adjusted to the whole lockdown situation now. It's probably on Sunday and Monday, it was a bit of a jerky reaction. Now, people are getting used to the new system, new ways of communication, new ways of grocery shopping, new ways of staying at home and working while managing their kids or family at the same time. New ways of interaction between society members. So people have been developing new systems and processes, which is very interesting to see how they evolve.
So, in your place, in your society, are people following the government norms of maintaining social distance, or you have some challenges there?
More or less, they are. There have been some vigorous debates. So debates happen quite a bit on WhatsApp, but finally, whatever comes as a consensus or a majority view, we have been seeing that people do follow. So, for example, someone wanted to go out for a walk. He is a diabetic patient and he has to exercise and he's used to walking. He doesn't have exercise equipment at home. The clubhouse is closed, and someone took a photograph of him at 6 o'clock or some 6:30 in the morning and said that well, walking is not fine. And then we had a discussion, and we discussed. I also told my Singapore experience where I lived through the SARS crisis, and Singapore has a citizen army, and it was they have to be people of the fighting age have to be in a fighting condition. So it was very interesting to see how people kept fit. They have the battalion number, so they're scheduled coming out at 2 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock at night to come and exercise and maintain social isolation. So we had a discussion, and then we kind of decided that okay, we know that certain people in the society are patients of a certain kind, and so at least other people will not go and walk around because of that. Otherwise, a broken window inspires everybody else to go further and say, if he's doing it, why can't I do it? And people don't know the reason. So it evolves through vigorous debate. So debates sometimes get heated, but I think it's really good. We are argumentative Indians after all, but it all works out in the end.
So it is working as per the government norms, and your society has been able to create certain norms and certain procedures to follow those norms. Very nice, Swapnil. I think you guys as a group has implemented that, the government norms and even the need of the hour to ensure that there is a social distancing between each one of us. Any suggestions you would like to make for people who are still not maintaining social distances?
I think we did find in one instance, for example, a few teenagers were breaking, and they're probably young. They have not seen such serious situations. Maybe not even 10% as serious situations in their life. This is once in a century kind of a situation. And then we had to counsel them. Their parents had to counsel them. It was the thing is, it's very difficult to understand the impact of this till you see something bad happening very close to you. And in our case also, in society building, couple of 100 meters from us, we found that there was a corona patient, and at that time the municipal corporation came and literally washed down the entire society in chemicals, and the gates were locked and nobody was allowed to get out or in of the gate. And I think that was the first time people actually realized that this problem is not so far. It's not in the news. It's right outside them. It's just a couple of neighbors down the line. And once I think that realization comes. I don't think it really goes away. You really understand. You probably escape death by not shaking hands with that person today. You did not know that that person had come from a place where he or she got infected with corona. And I hope that is not what everybody has to go through. But sometimes stories of uh, such nature uh, get you to kind of realize that seriousness. And we I think the entire society had that when we saw that society, we like people wearing those CDC, the Center of Disease Control kind of clothes, and with big sprays and cleaning everything, and wow, this is real. So
Yeah, I think this issue that has happened this time, uh, I'm sure is going to change the way the people work across the globe, not only in India. In fact, when you're talking about the patient in the next door society, there were two suspects in my block itself.
oh, oh my God.
But they were actually following the government norms of 14 days of home isolation. So they are fine. They have been tested negative, but they are continuing with that. And the spray in our society happened yesterday. So I think in my opinion, it is not going to go away. I think it will change the world order. It will change the way we do things. And I'm sure you as a senior executive must be thinking what to do next, because I think you got your social responsibility, you got your commercial responsibility, you got employees with you. So I think the new change will emerge out of this issue. What is your opinion?
I think a lot of changes will happen, and it might look a little harsh at this time to use the word opportunity, but I think as an entrepreneur or as a businessman, uh, you cannot hesitate from thinking that way, uh, even in times of crisis, because end of the day, that kind of thinking helps you create services or products, ideas, which end of the day benefit somebody who is affected by this crisis. So it's while there is charity going on and all other kind of things going on, as a businessman, one should be as hawkish, though not take advantage of people's situations, weaknesses, but their situations are opportunities to, I think, help them and serve them. In this case, for example, many people are sometimes resistant to technology tools. They pick up the phone and talk, and which is why deep work doesn't happen. They keep on disturbing each other, and now it's just not possible to disturb, right? Because I cannot disturb my employee cannot disturb me, because both of us know that we have our family members at home. So using alternative tools other than phone calls is paramount and kind of forced. But if one uses this as an opportunity to use those tools, it will help in the long term to have remote working, have distributed teams, where people have more patience in checking emails or WhatsApp messages or dealing with each other, which will end of the day help deeper work and productivity of people. So similarly, for example, as simple as gathering information. Previously, in our society, we have a society manager employed, and he would just pick up the phone and he would ask, "Oh, so how many people? So what is happening on individual members on the intercom?" Now he's himself not there, and we had the situation that we had to comply with the municipal corporation's instruction that we should know in every house who's staying and when they came and did they have international travel and stuff like that. And uh, I usually did not get involved in the management committee's activity because for my personal reasons I've been a little away from that. And I saw they were facing this problem and they were discussing. and it took me 10 minutes to create a Google form and then send the link to everybody. And within 24 hours, the link spread, and every tenant and every owner's data was there. And now I had the secretary calling me, can you send me that data? So it's an opportunity, it just keeps on happening. I think we should look at the next phase and keep thinking solutions as businessmen, as entrepreneurs, as innovators. That is our contribution to the society, and one should not think that only doing charity or only uh, the other things are our contribution. This is our contribution. When this all gets over, we are going to build things from whatever it's there, and we will have to create a new world. The old world will not exist, and we have to take that initiative, even though right now it looks a little hawkish and opportunistic thinking. It's okay.
Excellent, Swapnil. I think this is the third day today. We've got 18 more today. Basically 18 more days to go in the lockdown situation. So I'll catch up with you after a few days to check whether there has been change beyond what you have explained today, or what has happened in your place in Mumbai. Until then, I say bye to you for today, but I'll catch up with you in a few more days.
Yeah, nice talking to you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of IT Suppliers Management Group at Novartis, and he joins us today from Ireland. During the conversation, we will know about his journey and also some of the critical leadership skills that he impart to his colleagues and also the industry leaders. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today in the video I would like to give my views about the collaboration, online collaboration tool which are cloud based, and we have launched one such tool for Indian wealth management, financial services, insurance type companies. Now the idea is basically when their officers are engaging with their high net worth customers, then they have to spend a lot of time in traveling, crossing the traffic, meeting the client, convincing him, and so on and so forth. What if they are able to sit in their office and have a secure video session with them? During the video session, they can actually talk about their product in much more length, and there is complete secrecy maintained. There is complete IP secrecy maintained. At the same time, if there is some form to be filled, the client can fill the form, and the financial advisor can guide him step by step on how to fill these forms. All of these steps are recorded in an audit trail, and with 128-bit encryption, and all of this is available for future scrutiny, etc. So the advantage in this collaboration tool is, one, the finance officer is not traveling and wasting a lot of time going through the traffic and so on and so forth. At the same time, he can then service more number of clients. For example, if he is traveling from his office to the HNI customer, he will have to considering the time spent in going from one point to the other point, and so on and so forth. On an average, if they can manage 3 to 4 meetings in a day, with our tool, which is called Busy Desk, they can have 10 engagements. So this way, their profitability in terms of utilization of their time can be much better utilized, and they can do a better job in terms of managing their client. At the same time, client need not wait or plan a specific meeting with his finance advisor. He can take the call as and when he is free in his own leisure time.
So these are some salient feature of Busy Desk which we have launched in India, and we feel there is a huge potential for adaptation of this particular tool, specifically with insurance agent, insurance aggregators, banks, wealth managers, and similar companies like this, even brokers who have the customer dealings. So with this, I would like to just leave this at this particular point and look forward to meeting the insurance and banking players and giving them this demo of how powerful this tool is. Thank you very much and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant and welcome to Legal Matters. And as you know that we discuss legal matters in this series where we have an expert, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who joins us from Ahmedabad. So Jeet, let me welcome you first before we start our discussion. So welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you as well. Thank you to you as well for inviting me to this show.
Yes, Jeet. So I think the discussion topic today is, about what is happening with Republic TV. And we all know that 1,000 people from Republic TV have been under an FIR, and this may have a long-term effect. So would you be kind enough to tell us from the legal standpoint what it means and why this is happening?
Yes, certainly, Chandrakant. It is in the news these days, and we are seeing on TV channels as well. This is the topic of discussion these days. But this raises some very important questions regarding the right press and also the restrictions on the press and how important the role of media is today in our democratic setup. Media is considered to be the fourth pillar of democracy, as apart from judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it has become such an important source of transferring information and giving up-to-date knowledge to the viewers and the citizens. Media certainly has the role of media is increased in last several years, and today we have 24 hours news channel providing news to the citizens around the clock. But right now we see there is a lot of investigations and FIRs being registered against media houses, especially what is happening against Republic TV and against Arnab Goswami. So basically, in last couple of months, around 4 FIRs have been registered against Republic TV and its anchor as well as its owners. So it started from the Palghar incident in Maharashtra, where first FIR came to be registered for instigating communal tension and spreading hatred. So this was the first FIR. Then thereafter, the second FIR was registered with regards to the migrant problem in Bombay during lockdown. And thereafter, another third FIR was with regards to this TRP rigging case. And fourth, recently, last week, the FIR that is registered against the Republic TV is for the story which was published on 22nd October regarding the biggest story tonight, the show, wherein allegations were leveled against the police commissioner of Bombay. And the FIR says that the story, which was aired on 22nd October, tries to incite disaffection amongst police personnel against the police commissioner and also maligns the police image. So these are the 4 FIRs which have been registered in a couple of months' time. And probably, as it is being said by Republic TV, that this is a witch hunt, and at the hands of the top leaders of Maharashtra. But the matters have reached the courts, and the courts are hearing the matter. But this raises two important questions. One is the freedom of press, and the second is what are the restrictions or reasonable restrictions that can be imposed, and whether the freedom of press is absolute and unfettered, or whether there can be any restrictions, or there can be some reasonable restrictions which can be put on the right to press in India. With regards to this TRP case, the facts which have emerged are that uh, some houses whose TVs have been fixed with barometers were they were bribed to watch certain channels, so the certain channels TRP ratings would come high. And one of the TV channels, as alleged, is Republic TV, and the other two TV channels are some Maharashtrian local TV news channels. So this is the allegation against them, and this against all these FIRs. Petitions have been filed before the High Court for quashing of these FIRs, as these FIRs, the accused say, are an abuse of the process law, and the matters are still pending before the High Court. Even one matter reached to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that four FIRs in a short period of time is slightly unusual, and also FIR based on some show saying that this incites disaffection amongst police personnel is also unusual, and probably this is the first time I am hearing that such FIR is filed against a TV channel based on such reporting. So certainly it is unusual, and it appears if four FIRs in a short period of time against one news channel, it appears to be some sort of it prima facie gives a picture that it appears to be some sort of a witch hunting targeting some person in the media. But let us talk about what is freedom of speech and expression, and how this covers the uh, gives right to the freedom of press, and also what can be the reasonable restriction. Freedom of speech and expression, yes.
Before you begin on that subject, Jeet, in fact, I would like to also tell the viewers that the law which has been invoked against Republic TV has been invoked after 98 years, and after 1928, even the British felt very in a hot seat when they were using this law to put the freedom fighters in jail. So even the British had a lot of challenges, and after from 1928 till India got independence, this law was not used by British, and it was used once again during the emergency. So this is a law under which Republic TV and its staff has been booked. Is a very rare uh, law which has never been used in independent India except during the emergency, and even during British Raj for a certain time it was used until 1928. So I think the use of such laws in India, in independent democratic, India, it's unprecedented. And I think, Jeet, you can talk about what is the impact of of this action by the government and the police of Maharashtra on the democracy of the entire Indian as a country, as a region.
Right. So you rightly pointed out this is the first time in modern history that such sections have been invoked and an FIR has been registered. So this shows that that this appears to be draconian, and it is rarely used, and therefore sometimes something which is rarely used can also be misused, and it seems to be an attack on the right of press in India, and therefore it has to be curtailed. And I think the High Court will come down heavily upon such FIR if it is found to be frivolous. But right now investigations are going on, and we will come to know ultimately at the end of the investigation. But you are right that such sections are not usually invoked, and it is very rare because it always raises a question regarding the freedom of press, which it is a fundamental right not just of the press houses but also of the citizens to get information. So, so therefore, this does raise some important questions on democracy and the right of citizens, and also the rights of these media houses who are providing information and running the news channel. But what can be the reasonable restrictions? So, freedom of speech is guaranteed under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, and it involves the right to express by word of mouth, writing, printing, picture, or any other matter. And it includes the freedom of communication and the right to propagate or publish one's views. So this is the freedom of speech and expression, which is guaranteed under the Constitution and is a fundamental right of every citizen in this country. Even the press and media have the same right of freedom and expression, because there is no particular right of media under the Constitution except the freedom of speech and expression. So this is the right of media is covered under Article 19(1)(a), that is the freedom of speech and expression. So it gives the right to right to an individual to write, publish, circulate, and broadcast information. The press derives this right from right to freedom of speech and expression in Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. The restrictions under the Constitution which can be imposed on this right are given under Article 19, subclause 2, which constitute reasonable restrictions. And this can be on the ground that the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India is being compromised, or the security of the state, or the friendly relations with foreign state, or it disturbs public order, public decency, morality, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or defamation, or incitement to an offense. So these are the 5 or 6 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. And I will again repeat, they are if it compromises the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of the country, the security of the state, it harms the friendly relations with foreign states, or it disturbs public order, public decency, or it is harmful to the morality of the country, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or it is defamatory, or it incites, or it is an incitement to an offense. So these are the 6 or 7 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. Apart from this, if it does not cover, if any reporting or if any writing or any type of information does not disturb the security of the country or harms the morality, public decency, or public order, or it is in contempt of court, then the right, the press has a right to express and give its opinion and give a fair reporting of the matter.
So for
So
an
these are the restrictions. Yes.
For an average Indian, I think they are totally dependent on what they hear from the press. And if the press is muzzled like this with malicious intent, can they really do it? I mean, is there a provision in the law to prevent such malicious activities which are malified?
So, well, as I said, that these are the restrictions under which the right of press is covered. But if it does not fall under this any of these restrictions, then the right to an extent is absolute, and it is most important right under the Constitution. So there cannot be any malicious attack on the freedom of press. But within the reasonable framework of law, if any information which is given is of such a nature which is not in public order, or it is not in the morality, or it is not it incites communal tension, then certainly action can be taken. But then because it is a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, it has to be strictly um, given full liberty, and unnecessary or trivial sort of restrictions should not be. That is important because it's a fundamental right. It is not an ordinary civil right. It's a fundamental right, and therefore any restriction which is supposed to be imposed on these rights will have to be very strictly construed, and only if it is strictly falls within the parameters or the restrictions, then only it can sustain. Otherwise, it is an attack on the fundamental right. So therefore, courts do come down heavily upon such attacks on fundamental right.
So I think, Jeet, in fact, we used to see these kind of things only in movies, but I think now we are seeing this in real life, where the benefactor of law are really becoming the villains. It appears so. We don't know. I think the matter should be decided by the courts, but it appears so.
Right. So yes, 4 FIRs in a very short period of time, it is slightly unusual, and it to a ordinary eye would appear to be a sort of a witch hunt. But ultimately, the courts have to decide, and it is at large before the court. So that we must trust the courts in this country, and I'm sure the courts will come up with the correct decision. But basically, the rights of the media, if I may just point out, broadly, which are given under the Constitution and by way of several judgments of the Supreme Court, is one to publish and circulate information and opinions, which is part of the right of freedom of speech and expression. Also, the right to dissent, which is not to agree with any opinion or given dissent to any of the policies or framework of the government. And it is right to receive information, which is the right of every citizen. The right to conduct interviews. The media persons have a right to conduct interviews, and that have been there is a part of right to freedom of speech and expression. Then there is right to report court proceedings, because media persons, journalists have a right to attend proceedings in court and publish a proper and faithful report of the proceedings that are witnessed and heard in court. Then right to advertise, that is also part of right to freedom of speech and expression, and which has been upheld by the Supreme Court in several judgments. These are broadly the rights of the press and media, which have been interpreted and given brought under the meaning of right to freedom of speech and expression by various judgments of the Supreme.
Jeet, I have a fundamental question, and you can probably express your opinion. Like in United States, if there is a malified and false implication of anyone by the authorities, the people who are involved in those kind of activities have to pay the damages from their own pocket. So do you think the time has come to basically build these laws so that the power cannot be misused in India?
Well, yes, that's a very important question, because a lot of times we see that wrong prosecutions are initiated and ultimately it results into acquittal. And acquittals, ultimately, it is a waste of public money, waste of court's time, that illegal and wrongful prosecutions were initiated. So time has come that the responsibility should be fixed upon these persons, and they must be made accountable, those who initiate wrong prosecution. But there is a provision under the IPC wherein if anybody initiates wrong prosecution, they can be held liable. But with regards to tortious liability, that is compensation, I think that law must now develop, and courts must grant high compensation. And that, yes, you are right, that to that extent, yes, I agree that now the time has come that compensation should be awarded in cases where wrongful prosecutions have been initiated.
So I think, Jeet, I think it was very useful for us to understand this whole scenario, because we are seeing in the TV every day, but I think some of the viewers may not know the implications. I think thank you so much for covering this in quite a good detail, and I think you have also expressed your opinion what should be done next. So it was a pleasure talking to you this morning, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me and discussing on this topic.
So we will catch up next Thursday again on some other legal topic. Until then, I say you goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Naval Gunt Live. And as the name suggests, this is a special program for Mr. Naval Gunt, who's the top influencer in the world today, among the top 100. And we are very honored to have Naval Gunt with us. Welcome to this series, Naval.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody, and thank you. Let's get into a new series and start airing people's grievances around the world, because the last 9 months, 10 months have been COVID lockdown. Once again in the UK, we're in another month-long lockdown where I would say our human rights, actually, our right to live the way we want to live, are not surprisingly been taken away. And we should accept that, because actually we're fighting a disease that we can't see, we can't touch, we can't feel. But the point is, it's actually spread by touching and feeling. So we rely on our government, actually, from time to time, to make sure that we can live healthily. So, you know, maybe that's a good way in today, because we are on lockdown and we are being suppressed with our normal daily work. But as you've got in India, you've got some big issues that are being talked about in the High Court, haven't you?
Yes, actually, the issue is gone beyond the High Court, and it is also one of the liberty rights of people, where the liberty has been taken away of some of them. And when we take liberty of few, it affects the entire population of 1.3 billion. Because if you take liberty of few, that means tomorrow anybody's liberty can be taken away. So I think the issues are much graver, much bigger, and there is a political dispensation which is coming into the fray, and there is a long story. But you know, we don't want to talk about the political aspect. We want to talk about the attitude and why the free speech is so important. And finally, this whole incident has reached the Supreme Court of India, which is the second pillar of our democracy. The first being Parliament, second being the Supreme Court, which is not under any governance. They have an independent jurisdiction in entire India. They are deciding the rights of the few whose liberty has been very severely curtailed. And this is happening because, Naval, let me update you a little bit more, that there were people who were speaking against the government, and the government did not have the right attitude to answer them. So what they did, they went behind using their machinery around these individuals and curtailed their liberty. So I think with your experience and with your stature, you can tell us what is the importance of free speech and how it is linked to the attitude and what makes you a leader.
It's a really interesting discussion, because in certain social media arenas in the last couple of weeks, there's been this thought process or the concept of whistleblowing. Now, why do people whistleblow? I mean, what is whistleblowing? It's when something is happening in an organization, a country, a village, whatever it is, and it's not right. The consensus of everybody, people's rights are being suppressed by a few people that are powerful and know how to work the system. And that's why we have whistleblowers. You have, like WikiLeaks, the person that whistle blew on, Julian Assange, that said this isn't right. This is information that everybody should know about. Well, we've all got our own opinion on that, frankly. And one thing that countries hide behind is state security. It's in the interest of national security. And I suppose I've grown up with that, and you've grown up with it, and we accept that. But sometimes you need to challenge that, and you hope that the people in those leadership positions actually challenge themselves. They don't hide behind things. As you said, it's an attitude. If something is in the interest of national security, then of course you keep it that way. But if it's in the interest of national opinion, then you've got that dilemma. And we've seen over history, particularly the discussion about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Were they there? Weren't they there? Did people manipulate the evidence to build their case to go and invade? And we've seen, programs made, certainly in the Western world, about both sides, the whistleblowers. And we have this term whistleblowers. But let's look at the positive side here. In an organization that is really progressive, that listens to their employees and really wants to get the best out of everybody, in other words, you've got great leaders that get the best out of themselves and the organization. Promotion is on personal basis. It's people that have achieved or overachieved or done something, beyond expectations. So it's a meritocracy. There aren't many companies in the world, by the way, that work that way. There are good pockets in some companies that work that way, but there aren't many that work that way throughout. In those companies, though, it's not called whistleblowing. It's called feedback. Because the organization wants to grow. It wants to get better. It wants to hear about all of the skeletons in the cupboard. Let's air them once and for all and move forward. You can't forget them, but you can forgive them. So this is another word that we need to be cognizant of. And in a religious context, we're all taught by whatever religion you believe in, we're all taught to forgive. Forgive and move on. But how many people do? And this is the whole concept, really, of people that can't not say something because they believe, and this is about beliefs now, they believe everybody should know. And it's that fine line between should everybody know, or have you been put in a privileged position whereby all you're going to do is create mass panic by letting people know, whistleblowing on what you know. And the last thing any government, any organization wants is panic. Not just panic in the organization, but, there's a run on the shares. We've had in the past where companies' information have been leaked to the press, prior to a big announcement, and the share price spikes and people make huge profits, or the share price dips and people still make huge profits. So we need to take this into context. What is a whistleblower? Why are they there? Is it just about attitude, but not just attitude of the whistleblower, attitude of the surroundings around them? The people, you said your Supreme Court is independent. That's absolutely fantastic. And most Supreme Courts around the world are independent. They come to their own decision, not based on any governmental pressure. It's independent thought. And that's why a Supreme Court judge is the pinnacle, in my view, of service in a country. So it's a big subject, big subject, CK. What have you got to say about it, what I've said?
Well, I fully agree with you, Naval. In fact, why I picked up this subject, because the free speech is so important for the development of society, development of individual, and also development of the companies. I mean, we are not talking about the political aspect, but we are only restricting our discussion to the business aspect. So although we have picked up few leaves from the political arena which is going on in India at the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court judges, as you mentioned, they are not elected, they are not selected by individuals. There is a collegium which selects the judges, and there are parameters defined. That means you have to have in that role for some time to become elevated to Supreme Court. So that means your track record has highly valuable to become acquire that position. So I think we leave it to that, because that is why we call them independent, because they are not governed by any government, by any minister, by parliament. They are above all. So that is why they are the custodian of the constitution. And let me go back to the free speech. India being the largest democracy which was established, the modern India, in 1947, but the oldest democracy of the world, as we know in the modern times, is the United States. But they realized the importance of the free speech way back, 300 years back, when there was no democracy anywhere in the world. They were all monarchies. And they implemented the First Amendment in 1791. So I think we should, give credit to the founding fathers of United States of America, where they realized that the First Amendment to the Constitution will be about free speech. And here in 20th century, 21st century, we are again talking about free speech and travesty of justice. But I think we can leave that aside. This is just the data point for our discussion. In the business arena, if we don't permit our employees to speak freely, what we expect in a company, it will be we expect the company to be ruled by one man who is the owner of the company. So there are companies in the world which are called one man show, and there are companies which are governed by, or there is a forum or a management consulting chair which is directing the chairman or the CEO. So that means in those companies the liberalization is much greater than the normal companies where there is no free speech. So I would like to throw it back to you as a question. What is the difference between a person who allows freedom in his company, where his juniors can come up with any idea, and you should have patience, less ego to listen to those ideas and take action on some of them?
It's a great question, and one that in my career I now know, having looked at many other companies around the world, how fortunate I was throughout my career of being able to comment, and for those comments to be listened to. It wasn't always, I didn't always get what I wanted, but that isn't the point. It's been, first issue is welcoming with open arms a discussion about what the team's doing, how the team's performing, and how you're performing in the team. Now, of course, in the modern day arena, certainly in the last 20 years, but even when I had a proper job in corporate life last century, we had HR reporting, and they called it performance reporting, and in many organizations they still do. you get an annual appraisal, and then you get your annual increase. Because you always expect an increase, don't you? I mean, that's what happens. The pay always goes up, never goes down. Until COVID came along, when all of a sudden all of these metrics are now being, confused in areas. But it was that you would have an annual appraisal, and then a month later, you got an announcement of your increase and your bonus, your one-off. So there was an automatic linking between the annual appraisal and your pay. And yet, if you talk to any HR director around the world, they'll say, no, there's no linkage. To which I say, well, why do you do it at the same time? Why don't you actually have it 6 months apart? And then you can actually tell people there is no linkage, because your annual appraisal is based upon the last 12 months. And then 6 months later, you get your new paycheck, your new bonus, whatever that's going to be. So do organizations, the question I ask myself all the time when I go into an organization, do you encourage people to speak out? Do you, in essence, engage, educate, and literally listen to what's going on in the organization? Because if you don't, there's this classic phrase in leadership terms, do leaders walk the talk? And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to leadership. If you've got a boss that actually says, if you ever think we can do things better, don't rush into my office and, tell me all at once, because it'll be garbled. It won't be a very strong message. Make your case, and once a week, once a month, we'll have that discussion with the team. What that means is you're empowering your team to come up with new ideas, new ways of doing it that's going to be better for the team. Not just better for themselves, because if you make it too personal, people are only going to come in and say, me, 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 me. You don't want to do that either. What you want to do is say, look, we work as a team. You all sort of know what each other's does. You see how the jigsaw is made together. Let's see what we can do to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the jigsaw. Can we do it with less people? Can we do it with less money? Can we actually take administration out of the system? We're preparing a report. Who's reading it? Why are they reading it? Do they still want it? Is the frequency of when they get it useful? We were, I was in group consolidations for several years, and the most important part of our job wasn't what we did, it was what the effect of what we did had on the business. So we were quite proud to get our monthly report, which was historical, what happened, but, and this is what we believe why it happened. We would get that out by the 5th of the following month. Now, already it's 5 days out of date. But it got into the hands of the managers so that they could make alignments so that the next month reporting, which was now 25 days later, so 5 days had already gone, could improve. They could shift and make adjustments, sometimes very marginal, sometimes quite dramatic. They could make adjustments to get back on track to what the forecast was going to be. And you're only going to do that if you've got an open discussion arena. You might call it freedom of speech. In a business, if you can say what you think based upon the evidence that you see, then your boss needs to turn around to you and say, you're right, or slight grey area here, or you're wrong. But not just say, you're right, grey area, you're wrong. Give you an explanation of why you're wrong, what you've missed, so that next time you grow and don't take what we call behavioural waste further in the system. So you're improving your knowledge base by having the right discussion at the right time. You know, they call it just in time for everything. But being recognised in the organisation that you're there to add value. And this is part of you adding value. And unless you entertain those discussions and in your own little department, walk the talk and encourage others to walk the talk and recognise, you know, we don't want to be having fires burn high every time. We want to try and make this department, this organisation run as smoothly as possible, and at the right time, which could be daily, it could be weekly, it could be monthly, whatever the right time is, we all come together and we look for improvement. And the other thing is, not only do we look for improvement, but we celebrate the successes we've had. It's a big subject, this, you know, and I'm interrupting you a little bit here because you want to say something. So go ahead, you know, freedom of speech. You go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think you have given a very nice explanation of why the freedom of speech in corporate or in a company is very important. But many times it also depends on the leadership, and many times because even leadership is consisting of humans, people like you and me, and they have certain egos or I will choose a better word, complex, some sort of a complex in themselves. And because of that, the leadership don't recognize the importance of free speech. So what is your message to these leaders? Because obviously we want to improve the attitude of overall leadership team through this series. What is one message or a couple of messages you want to give to not have your personal complexes come in the way and stop the freedom of speech in your company?
Great question. And the simple answer is look in the mirror to start with. You need to ask yourself a couple of questions. Do my team trust me? Am I supportive of them? Do they think that I'm a good boss? And this is where you need to be honest with yourself. And you can ask lots more questions, but start with the ones that are really simple, but are really hard. You know, am I a good boss? What makes me think I'm a good boss? How do I know I'm a good boss? And the other thing is, we've all got a bias. There's been a lot of discussion in the last month or two about personal bias. You mentioned it, actually, with High Court judges. They're independent. There is no bias. They don't lean towards the government. They don't lean towards the people of the country. They should be biased towards protecting the Constitution, because a lot of effort went into developing that Constitution. And whilst it's challenged on a regular basis, if it's a robust Constitution, it never fails you. And that's the whole purpose of, or part of the purpose of the Supreme Court. But coming back to your little team, your small team, because most SMEs have a small team. How you do this is you recognize everyone has a bias, but what you want is it's service above self. There is this thought of service leadership, which works quite a lot of the time, but can be abused if you go too far. But if you think about what's best for the organization, and you always do what's best for the organization, you will gain the respect of everybody, because they'll know who you are, and they'll know that they now need to be doing what's best for the organization, not what's best for them, not allow their egos to get there, so they get the pay rise and their colleagues don't get the pay rise. This is about, there's no I in team, but there's me and my mate. And if you think of me and mate, they're all in team, but there's no I, if that makes sense. So we're working for other people, not bringing apples in and saying, oh, look how good I am, here's an apple for the teacher. That isn't working for other people. Celebrating success of other people, that's working with other people. These things have been written for years and years and years, and you've only got to pick up a good leadership book and you will find the answer to the simple question, do leaders make all the decisions? The answer is no. They only make decisions that they're entitled to make.
Naval, let me share some experience that I had, my personal experience, having worked with few organizations, few corporates, few of them are global and few of them are small. I have never seen any company implementing a true 360-degree appraisal system. There was one company which had the courage to implement the beta, but then they also got chickened out and they did not implement 360 degrees. So I'm just talking about the global names. I don't want to mention these names, but they are present in every country and they are global powerhouses. None of these companies have courage to implement 360 degrees. Yet there are books written on them. In fact, in some sense, we are also making that discussion in this series today. But I don't think people have courage to do that. I think the first thing we need to battle is to, give them courage, because if you want to implement freedom of speech, the leadership team must have courage. So another C for you.
It's always about the C's: commitment, courage, competence, capability. The thing here is, when you start a company off, all companies are started with one person's idea. Then you bring another person in to help you grow that idea. Maybe manufacture, find a manufacturer to grow the idea. Put some design into it so that the idea grows. Talks about customer responsiveness, customer service. So actually goes and finds out whether that idea is a good enough idea for someone to buy. Like, for instance, you've got a product that could be $1 million. You only need to sell one of those to make a success. But if you've got a product that's worth $1, you need to sell 1 million. So your audience is completely different. It's highly unlikely that you've got something you're selling for $1 million and you've got a huge audience for, and when I say huge, like expansive audience for. So when you grow as an organization, you are adding in someone else's opinion. You're adding in another human being. And if you imagine in some of the largest organizations in the world, which are strategically placed around the world, they're in different countries, not all English speaking, for instance, it could be anything, but they're take Tata, for instance, it's got many companies around the world. I don't know how many people they employ totally, but it must be in the millions, probably, at least in the top hundreds of thousands. That means you've got 1 million different opinions. Now, there will be patterns in that 1 million different opinions that actually will say, well, we're going to lean to the left or lean to the right on certain things. But the key to that is just make all of your local area work with you. Understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Because if a good leader brings the team with them, it asks the team, how do you think we're doing? You mentioned the word courage. it's almost like having as much courage on the battlefield, frankly, because you're going to get lots of people tell you as soon as you start to open up and they trust you that you're going to do something with it. You know, I've slipped away from the C words, right, to trust, because trust is a big thing in an organization. But if they're going to trust you, they're going to be courageous and open up. They're going to really push the boundary. They're, especially young people are brilliant at this because they've got no axe to grind. You know, I remember my first job coming out of university. We were fortunate to go on a graduate training program, and it wasn't the typical program that you see today. You go into a department and you work there for 6 months, and then after 6 months they place you somewhere else in the organization. That isn't a graduate training program as far as I'm concerned. We went round the country. We went to all of the manufacturing bases around the country, and we learned the difference in manufacture. We learned about people. Now, I was on their finance graduate scheme, but I worked alongside marketing graduates and HR personnel, as we used to call it in those days, graduates. And we would work together as a team. And after each visit, we would do a short presentation to the management team. Now, believe you me, we did not pull any punches. And as we got further and further into the organization, so the first one was very raw. You know, we didn't know what they were doing was right or wrong or, you know, the best thing. You know, we just made a few comments. By the second and third, we already had 2 or 3 to relate to. So we could then say, well, this is what happens in this part of the organization. Why don't you do that? Because what you're doing seems to be a little long-winded. Now, they did this for a very good reason, because they wanted to spread best practice. And it was only about 18 months into my first job that I was told why the graduate program was designed the way it was. Because the senior management didn't want to tell the next level down how to do their job. But if it was coming from raw graduates that they could laugh at, actually, with some things, but might take on 1 or 2 nuggets where they hear it's happening like this over there, why don't you do that here? That was it was music to the chairman's ears, frankly, because we were actually sharing best practice in a very collegiate type of way. Now, I'm not professing that this is the way to do it, frankly, because it is a little underhanded. It's not quite in the freedom of speech arena that we're talking about here. But if you do have an organization that shares because they care about the organization, you'll get the best out of everybody. Because people will then say, oh, I'm here on merit. I better start performing. And they kick into their own leadership pattern. You know, their ego goes. Just because they've been there 10 years and someone's been there 5 years and that younger person is their boss, it doesn't matter. They're quite happy where they are. Now, this doesn't happen in as much as we would like to think it happens. But it's down to the attitude of the leadership where it really can make the difference.
Neville, I think this is a very vast subject, as you mentioned correctly, but I think it starts with freedom of speech, and I think the message that you have given us and other CXOs, leadership who are watching this program is very clear. The freedom of speech in your company will automatically lead to freedom of thought. So any company which is existing today must have freedom of thought among their employees, among their partners, among their investors. Because if the freedom of thought is not there, then you will not be able to diversify. You will not be able to find solution to your clients. And that is why freedom of speech is directly linked to your business and your profitability. So with this, I will end this discussion today, Neville. Thank you very much. And we will catch up in the next episode of Naval Gunt Live.
Thanks very much, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, and go out there and enjoy it, because business should be fun. So I keep being told.
Take care and bye-bye, Neville.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today we have eminent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College at Hyderabad. So today we'll be discussing about one of the greatest king, Kanishka. So welcome to the show, madam. How are you doing today?
Namaskar Kanchan, I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. And as you know that we are discussing about Kanishka, one, or we say Kanishka the Great, an emperor of Kushan dynasty in 2nd century, and is famous for his military, political, spiritual achievements. So let me hear and our viewers hear about this great king.
Kanchan, Kanishka belonged to the Kushan dynasty, and Kushans were people who belonged to Yuchi tribe of China, and they were nomads. Nomad means they were just moving from one place to another. So they came to India in 1st century AD under the leadership of Kajula Catphyses, or you can he was also known as Catphyses I, and after him Vima Catphyses succeeded him, and then came Kanishka. So Kanishka came to throne in 78 AD. And why Kanishka's rule is so important? Because many things happened under his rule. He captured, first of all, Magadha, made Patliputra his capital, and it was then he met Ashwagosha, a Buddhist monk, and then in fact, Ashwagosha was one of the luminaries of his court, Kanishka's court. And after meeting Ashwagosha, there were many changes in Kanishka. And later when he was in middle of his rule, he adopted Buddhism as his religion. But many historians say that he was a polytheist, he believed in many religions. But the work he has done in Buddhism, in propagating Buddhism, in building many monasteries, renovating old monasteries, so all that indicates that he adopted Buddhism as his religion. Now, his rule was not only in India, but it was in foreign countries also, because he had a series of conquests. First, he captured Magadha, then came the Saka Satrapas of northern India. After that was a very significant war with China. So when he defeated China, then the boundaries of his empire, they were like not only in India, UP, and then Punjab, Sindh, Kashmir, okay, Bihar, regions up to Vindhya mountains in the south. And if you see the foreign countries, okay, so his empire was extended till Afghanistan, Bactria, and three trans-Pamir regions. And those three regions were Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan. And that time he kept his capital at Purushpur, now the modern Peshawar. So not only in India, but the um, reach of Kushan's empire was still Central Asia. A huge empire, a very huge empire after the Mauryas. After the decline of Mauryas, no one could have such an extensive empire as Kushan's had under the leadership of Kanishka. Now, why he is much researched and much talked about? Because of his contribution to Buddhism. Because he worked so much to propagate the teachings of Buddhism far and wide. Only one difference between him and Ashoka is that Ashoka, after adopting Buddhism, he adopted the policy of non-violence and he stopped waging wars. But Kanishka was propagating Buddhism, and at the same time he was expanding his empires through waging conquests and wars. So this was the difference between Kanishka and Ashoka. Ashoka left the wars altogether after adopting Buddhism. But Kanishka said, this is one thing, this is another thing. Empire is, important, as well as religion is also important. And one very prominent thing which happened in Kanishka's reign was he convened the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir. There were four Buddhist councils which were held: Rajgriha, Vaishali, Patliputra, and Kashmir. So the fourth Buddhist council was convened by Kanishka in Kashmir. And many scholars like Vasumitra, Ashwagosha, Nagarjuna, they attended that Buddhist council. And it is said that around 500 monks, they attended that Buddhist council. And very important decisions were taken in that meeting. And the biggest decision was the, adopting Mahayana. Because in that council only, Buddhism was divided into two sects. Hinayana was the older order, and now Mahayana was the new order. So this happened in the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir under the patronage of Kanishka. He gave a lot of grants to the Buddhist monks, to their monasteries. He took care of their expenses, and the literature which was developed during his reign was excellent, because all great scholars like Nagarjuna, Vasumitra, Ashwagosha wrote Buddha Charita that time, and Nagarjuna was there, Vasumitra was there. So art, religion, culture, literature, everything flourished under Kanishka's rule. So this was, I can say that, golden time, culture-wise, literature-wise, art-wise, because he made sure, and yes, when I say art, Gandhara school of art, it originated in Kanishka rule only.
Okay.
And Gandhara school of art, still you can see the work of that time period.
Right.
So it was Indo-Greek fusion, the Gandhara school of art.
Right.
It originated in Kanishka's rule.
Okay.
And if you see many buildings he constructed, one is very famous, Shahji Ki Dheri. In it is a relic tower of bronze known as Shahji Ki Dheri, and it was a huge stupa and monastery about 400 feet high. which was built with the help of a Greek architect, Agosla. So this exchange of culture also happened in the Kanishka's rule. Then, as I told you, that he used art for the propagation of Buddhism. The sculptors and the painters of that period, they painted images of Buddha, they made statues of Buddha. So that way it was his time period was a very rich time period, I must say. Religion, culture, art, architecture, and even his administration also was very unique, because what he did, he divided the empire into several small administrative units known as Rashtra, Ahara, Janpada, Vishya, and everything was very, very, organized and planned very meticulously when it came to administration. That's why he was able to extend the boundaries of his empire till Central Asia. So, though foreigner by origin, but an Indian by heart, Kanishka, because they adopted the culture.
Right.
They were totally into the culture of India. Though he belonged to China, but he adopted entirely, Indianness in his life. So this was very unique about Kanishka.
So, what is the impact of his empire on Indian subcontinent? Because I said that I think that after Maurya Empire, Kanishka Empire was the largest one.
Yes, it was the Kushans. We say collectively Kushans because Catphises won, then Bhima Catphises. They also captured, like if you see the first leader, Catphises won, he was able to capture Kandahar, Kabul, Afghanistan that time when they came to India. And then they slowly, they extended their boundaries. The impact was the culture, a fusion culture, which, Greek, Indians, and this Yuchi tribe, all that, got, there was a fusion of culture. And as I said, Gandhara School of Art, another new thing which happened in his reign. Then the literature which was developed. I will tell you some names of some very good literature like Buddha Charita by Ashwagosha, then Sundarkand Kavya, which narrates specific events of Buddha's life. Then Sariputra Prakarna, so, and Brahmanic literature also, not only Buddhist literature, Brahmanic literature in Sanskrit was also developed. So he was a person who was a very tolerant king. Not only that's why many historians they say that he was a polytheist when it came to religion, because he believed in every religion. That's why all development and progress in every language you can witness in his lifetime. Sanskrit, Prakrit, Brahmi, all those languages, they were, because he patronized those people, he respected those people, he gave seat to those people in his court. So if you say the impact, it was very deep, because culture-wise there was it was enriched, literature-wise there was an enrichment, art-wise there was an enrichment, administration was very sound. And after him, two more successors were there, but they were not able to sustain the empire as Kanishka did. And then after him, there was completely a fall of decline of Kushan Empire, and then you can see that other people they came. And yes, one more thing which happened in Kanishka's time was the transformation in how the people dressed. Before that, pagdi, hat, this was not very common. But after like Kanishka's rule, like the pagdi and caps and overcoats, they all came into vogue. Dhoti, they all came into vogue. And ornaments of various types like necklaces, bracelets, eardrops, bangles, and both men and women used to wear the ornaments. It was not only women wore, but men also wore all the ornaments. And then food also, because they brought their culture. So there was a fusion in the cuisine also. And social conditions, if you see the society that time, there was a traditional caste system which was coming from previous ages, and these castes now were not based on wealth or profession but birth. And just remember that when the caste system originated, it was only and only on the basis of profession.
Right.
But now it was on the basis of birth.
Okay.
So all these things you can see in Kanishka's rule.
So actually,
And
when I was in school and when I read about Kanishka, I was so impressed that it happened that we went to Mathura and there was in museum. There's a huge a statue of Kanishka without a head. So it is said that it's been broken by a few people who didn't like the empire. So I also heard that systematically Kanishka's history is being erased by people after Kanishka's dynasty, after Kanishka's death. Systematically, it is being erased from the history books. So, if it is true, then why it is done?
Politics, Kanchan. Because certain set of people, they don't like our Hinduism, Brahmanism to be popular, which is very, very sad, because India was a secular country, and India will remain a secular country. Every religion has was always respected in India, because see, in Kanishka's rule, Buddhism, Jainism, and Brahmanism, three were given equal importance. Though the king adopted Buddhism, does not mean that the whole public will also adopt Buddhism. Freedom was there. Freedom, a person had a right to choose. So why all these things got, deleted from our history books? 110% politics. And politics plus the people who wrote history that time, they had a Western outlook. So they glorified the Westerners, the Britishers, and the people who, they glorify Alexander. Alexander was just an invader. And what message you are giving to the coming generation by glorifying an invader?
Right.
So see, the good historians who wrote very, very authentically about ancient India or medieval India or modern India, those books are not recommended in our universities. It is very sad to say that.
Okay.
Very sad.
Okay. Yeah.
But our children should know that, India, see, before Britishers, you never find any word as communal or secular in our history, because it was not there. If you come to Hyderabad and if you read about the Qutub Shahi dynasty, they were so secular that the Golconda Sultan himself got constructed a Kali temple inside the Golconda fort for the Bonalu festival.
Okay.
And every Ram Navami in the Bhadrachalam temple, the first offering would go from the Qutub Shahi Sultan, who was a Muslim, and the Lord Rama was offered those things by the Qutub Shahi king. So India never witnessed all that before these Britishers came, and they adopted this policy of divide and rule. And then some few Indians got so mesmerized by the Britishers that they thought that whatever Britishers are doing or whatever Britishers are saying is only true,
Right.
which was not the case.
Right. So, ma'am, how you will summarize the personality and the king profile of Kanishka in few words?
See, I can just say that he was one of the greatest kings of Kushans, of India, who did very, very, commendable work in propagation of Buddhism. Not only Buddhism, all the religions which were prevalent that time, Brahmanism, Jainism, they also got equal importance. Their literature was also developed that time. And he patronized people from irrespective of their caste, creed, or religion. If you have that caliber, he patronized. Suppose I was an author, he respected that, and he used to sponsor that person. So which is because that's why we have so rich literature to refer to. Otherwise, see, when you see the Indian historiography, in medieval age, when the Islamic people, kings came, they only started keeping the chroniclers in the court to record the day-to-day activity. Before that, many good literature we don't have. Either it was burnt by the invaders, like Alexander when he came, or Mahmud Ghazni when he came, or Muhammad Ghori when they came. So they came to plunder the wealth. Plus, because they had no, they were not sophisticated people, barbaric. They knew only barbarism. So they killed, they destroyed many monuments. They destroyed, they burned palaces and palaces. So all our that rich literature we lost. So he was a very, very important king of Kushans, of India, and he will be always remembered for his work which he did in administration, in social aspects, in propagating Buddhism. So he will be remembered for that always.
It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, and we'll be meeting again in our next episode with one of the greatest king, again discussing about his profile and the impact of his rule on India. So till next time, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you, Panch.
Hello friends, this is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school, they will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home. So they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially it's the right time with the corona scare, that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this. They have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye-bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today. But I will like to welcome your comments and what do you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Mr. Akshay Gupta in our program. He is the Prime Research and Advisory CEO and founder. He joins us from Mumbai. We will discuss about the lockdown situation and many more things from Akshay. Akshay, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thanks a lot for having me on the show.
So Akshay, we are on day 17 of the lockdown. As you already know that there are certain pockets in India which are getting into total lockdown from yesterday. But having said that, do you see in your neighborhood and your community any innovation that people might have come up with to handle the situation related to lockdown?
Yeah, in fact, Chandra, we are actually seeing a lot of new ideas, whether with technology, using technology, not using technology, but certainly new ideas where the new scenario has been sort of incorporated into. For example, people have stopped going down to shop. Uh, we have shops in our own complex where we get the essentials, the necessaries, the day-to-day necessaries. But now that's been streamlined into a very beautiful way, where we give the order on WhatsApp. We are given a certain delivery time. We pay by digital currency, and we go and pick it up. So I think these are small innovations that are happening where the new norm or the new normal of the day called social distancing, of course, till this whole episode lasts, and my suspicion is it's going to last a long time. These new innovations probably will last longer than this epidemic or pandemic, because I think people will understand the convenience, the discipline, and the effectiveness of these measures. Typically, in the olden times, or the pre-corona days, people used to kind of climb on each other in those shops to get their essentials. Today, it's such a beautiful system. You place your order on WhatsApp or on a mail. You're given a certain slot. You come there, you pick up. It's all packed, pre-packed, and you pay digital currency. There are so many formats you can pay with. You pick it up and you come back home. So you don't have to wait. You don't have to jostle. You don't have to ask for change. You don't have to climb over each other. You don't have to spend that much time. So I think these are small things that are helping us in these times of distress. But as they say that necessity is the mother of invention. So we are kind of inventing these things.
Akshay, you have had a career of 3 decades. You're a brand by yourself, known in the financial world. You and your colleagues are leading the country from the front for so many years now. I know you personally that you are associated with such large brands and leading those brands into the market. So with your experience now, do you see any downturn in the business sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, without doubt, Chandra, I mean, business sentiment will get affected. Services sector, manufacturing sector, financial sector, because there is a clear-cut reduction in productivity in the country because of this lockdown. This will have a very adverse effect on GDP. This will have a very adverse effect on economy. Whether it will be -2% or +2% is something that one needs to see over the next 6 months. How long this will last, one has to see over the next 6 months. But certainly this has put India's growth story into a sort of grinding halt. And this will take at least 6 to 12 months for it to normalize. We are seeing a lot of services which are called consumer touch services businesses holding up, like restaurants and hotels and airlines and theaters and what have you. And those guys will take a long time to recover. When those guys default, people will be sacked, people will be laid off. Those people will stop contributing to the financial sector. There will be defaults that will be adversely affecting the banking sector. Except for consumer staples, which basically means that people who have to consume those items on a day-to-day basis, most of the sectors, whether it's discretionary spend or services sector or banking sector or technology sector, budgets will be cut, people will be laid off, and there will be an adverse impact. And I don't want to sugarcoat by saying that it will come back very soon. My estimate is that it will take at least 2 years for us to get back to where we were pre-corona.
So I think we are going to get into a recession, a very bad recession. I think from your point of view, what the government of India or various respective governments of each country should do to revive the business sentiment in order to bring the GDP up of the globe of all different countries, what measures they should do after the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I think first, India is quite different from the other countries. So I do hear about comparisons of printing money of a certain percentage of GDP, which is called the fiscal stimulus. I think we also have to do that, but I think in the short term, what we need to do is to protect the poor. In the short term, we need that people should get basic things. They should survive. Today, there is a problem of survival. I think survival is the key in the short term. And if these people are not in the right frame of mind to survive, who will do the various onerous activities they conduct? Like, how will the farm labor, the industrial labor, the services labor work back into the system if these people don't have food to eat? So I think survival in the short term, to me, is the key. In the medium term, people have to be given money into the hands. India has to print money. The Indian government has to print a lot more than what they have announced. And I think they will do it. They will see the Western world do it. There are constraints in India, like there is a constraint of the fiscal deficit, which obviously then has a bearing on the credit rating of the country. If you increase in fiscal deficit a lot, if you print more money than you should, there is a bearing that you will have a credit rating question mark or downgrade, because of which a lot of money will not come into India. So I think the government has to do the fine tightrope balance and has to try and get survival and money into the hands of people. And I think the growth story is at least 1 to 2 years off. I think we should just get the derailed train back on track first, and then we should look at how fast it can run.
So you also see, from your point of view, the old business models will just vanish, and there is a need to evolve a new business model for everyone?
Without a doubt, CK, because I think this working from home, online usage, internet, digital, pharma, the pharma companies in the index and in the economy were completely sidelined before Corona. And, just for an example, in the Nifty, which is the index in India, the NSE index, 40% weightage is for financials and only 3% weightage is for pharma. Now pharma weightage will go at least 10 to 15% and financials will come down. People will realize that there is value of intellectual capital accumulated over the years. So I think there will be a paradigm shift after this. How long that paradigm shift continues and lasts, nobody knows, because I remember after the 9/11 in US, a lot of people said that offices have become dangerous places to work. One should start working from home. But then in the next revolution, we saw that offices became the best asset in terms of return. And people were investors like Blackstone and GIC and all were buying those offices left, right, and center across the globe. So things do change. Paradigms get changed over a period of time. But certainly in the paradigm of online, digital, redundancy of going to office every day, these paradigms will emerge post-corona. I'm quite sure about that. And I'm also quite sure that things like healthcare and pharma companies will get far more importance than the traditional companies like banks and manufacturing companies, because people will understand that these are the lifesavers, and we need to give far more weightages, far more P multiples, far more importance to these industries.
Akshay, you are a leader. You have led so many large organizations. I'm sure you will be at the forefront when the lockdown is lifted. We wish you all the best and your company. And we look forward to the leadership from you in order to bring us out from, you already mentioned that the growth story will be halted for some more time. So I think the sustenance part, we will see your leadership coming in the forefront. So for today, we have limited time, but it was wonderful talking to you, and your words of wisdom, your advices, your direction is really valuable for me personally and for our viewers. It was a pleasure talking to you, Akshay.
Thank you very much, CK. Appreciate coming on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technology and you are welcome to the show. Today is a wonderful day as usual, and today we'll be discussing about one of the most important land reform which is being done by central government about Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir, because earlier before 370 article, no outsider was allowed to buy the land, but this bill is passed and Kashmir is for everybody. Now anybody go and in Kashmir and buy. And this bill also being passed on a very important day, that is Infantry Day. That means yesterday. To discuss more about this bill and the repercussion, we have Siddesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio and also a very keen critic on political scenario. So welcome to the show, Siddesh. How are you today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this conversation yet again. And it's so close to my heart, Kashmir, and I am yet to see it fully. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, wonderful. Things are okay, and I'm celebrating this particular law which is being passed by central government, because Kashmir is it remains in my heart, because I passed my childhood in Kashmir, and when we see Kashmir for all, I think that gives an immense pleasure and happiness.
That's right, Kanchan. The biggest tag that has baffled me, and actually it has hurt me many times, is that before last year, I was not a permanent resident of the state, categorized inside the law. And therefore, I could always go to the state as a tourist, the state which was my own, the state that I cherished in the 1960s movies made famous by Shammi Kapoor Sahab and his famous Kashmir Ki Kali movie and other movies of after that. Times have changed. 45, 50 years later, last year when it was made, Jammu and Kashmir was made as a union territory, then there was a hope that this particular tag of permanent resident of the state would go away from the section 17 of the law. So this notification which has come yesterday runs with 111 pages. And it also applies to the farmland as well as the residential land. But I'm sure government will not allow a big bang approach, knowing the sensitivity of Kashmir and the Jammu region. And therefore, this has only paved the way for any Indian citizen to buy land and property in Jammu and Kashmir. And outsiders will now be able to purchase the urban or non-agricultural land. Contract farming will also be allowed and permitted in the agricultural land. But as we are seeing the kind of protests happening from the valley leaders, it is very disheartening. What do you say about it?
I feel that is a bit disheartening, definitely, because now Kashmir is permanently part of India in terms of law and centralized law and other aspect, because this the most important amendment has been made in Jammu and Kashmir Development Act that deals with the disposal of land with the center omitting the phrase permanent resident of the state from section 71 or 17 of the law. This means people who are not permanent resident of the state can purchase land, and this kind of attitude should be celebrated by especially Kashmiris, because now this is a way towards development. Many more companies will come, not only people from India, but many more companies will come, and Kashmir will see a height of development which first I feel was stagnant to shikaras and stagnant to the the old tradition which was there. Now, the youth of Kashmir has a lot of selections they have in front of them in terms of career, in terms of going out, and in terms of agriculture, what things they want to do on their land, and especially people who go out who are not resident, and if they go and buy a land, they will also add in the economy of Jammu and Kashmir. And in case people who are against this, I feel this is really disheartening. Isn't it, Satish?
So I think, Kanchan, the changes that have applied is only applied to the Jammu and Kashmir and not the Ladakh. And that is something that makes it little more interesting. And since last year, the former state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, was also protected by Article 35A. But now that was repealed last year, and which created a lot of flutters and sensitization in the valley. And a lot of local political leaders were put under necessary house arrest kind of situation. And the yesterday's decision will actually make it easier for an Indian citizen to feel at home while he or she is in Kashmir. And I think until and unless a region is secluded or segregated, something like Hong Kong enjoys, something like Macau enjoys, till then, Kashmir should be a integral part of India. And when we say integral part of India, they cannot have a separate flag, they cannot have a separate anthem. And of course, the land buying, going, staying, and should also be as homogeneous as it is by everyone else feels in every other state. So the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, he claims that the agricultural lands were not up for sale to non-local buyers. So the amendment that has been done to encourage the investment. And that investment is a very important aspect of Jammu and Kashmir to make it a world-class destination, even if it is for the tourism purposes. What do you think?
Yes, definitely. I agree with your point because at the moment, I think Kashmir is not at par with other states in India as far as development is concerned. So I think that's a great move of central government, and that also give way for immense progress because as it is, Kashmir is known for tourism, but then if there will be rise in tourism after this, and there will be more settlement or more places a part of what are being existed in Kashmir. So people will come and see the people who will come and buy land and they may make a recreational spot. So that is also becoming easier for people. And since I have lived in Kashmir, I can very well understand sentiments of people who are opposing and also sentiments of people who are with this law. Especially, I prefer that the law, I appreciate this law, I am with the law because now maybe people who are not against this law are not supporting this law. I think they maybe later on start supporting when they see economic development in the state and they feel proud of this day.
Right. So Kanchan, there has been basically a 4 major land laws in Jammu and Kashmir, and because of these, the first 2 laws have been abolished. The last 2, where it talks about the permanent resident clause, has been deleted. And therefore, I can proudly say, or we can proudly say, that we are equal citizens in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir. So after eliminating the protections, the Home Ministry will push the changes that would definitely shake up the Jammu and Kashmir's largely self-sufficient rural economy. I'm not saying that it will not be shaken up. It would be shaken up. But it will also lay open the industrial and the commercial forces from outside. There will be development zones, and these development zones will bring in designated industries. So earlier, the development authorities could acquire land under the former States Land Acquisition Act, which was said that it was allotted or leased out for residential purposes to anyone who was not a permanent resident. Now land will be acquired under the central law, which has no such restrictions. They will have an industrial development corporation, and that will help building up some commercial centers related to various industries. And this corporation will manage the industrial areas and the industrial development zones. And the government is also required to keep the land at the disposal of the corporation and acquire the land under the central acquisition law. And there are strategic areas that need to be developed that will be available for development in all this. This will also allow for low-cost housing, and the land will not remain in the hands of few big landlords, as has been seen. And therefore, government will be able to push for promote public-private partnership for affordable housing. There will be fast-track approvals, and if this law is amended, it can be sold to any Indian citizen. So maybe we can think of our next plot of land in Gulmarg, isn't it?
Yes, sure. Why not? I also want to put across this fact is that This law is being passed on Infantry Day. So in a way, it is respect is being given to soldiers and their families and people who are being affected during this war in Jammu and Kashmir in 1947 when intruders came in Kashmir. And these soldiers had to move from house to house to clean up these intruders. So I think this is a very big gesture of central government, and I appreciate this law and I support this law. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sudesh, and we'll discuss some other topic tomorrow in the next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm going to explore properties under magicbricks.com.
Please give me also information regarding especially land buying in Kashmir.
Yes.
Okay. Bye bye. See you.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to today's edition of CEO Roundtable. In this edition, we want to discuss about ways and means of handling the negative criticism or negative feedback. The negative feedback can happen from your bosses or from your clients or anyone from the industry. To discuss this subject, let me introduce my guests on the panel, Mr. Naval Gund. He joins us from London and he's the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
Pleasure to see you here, Naval. Our second guest is Farida Charania. She is the CEO of a very new age HR company called Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week so far. I'm very much looking forward to the weekend.
Yes, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. And our last guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India and she is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hi, how everybody? How everybody is?
We are all fine, Kanchan. So let's start the discussion. See, many times when we face the people, when we are in public life or even work with 5 people, there is bound to be some sort of input for us. And what I feel is that when somebody is giving negative feedback, anyone can give positive feedback, but if someone decides to give a negative feedback, it's not easy for that person to come out and give that feedback. People tend to know this, yet they don't take this as a constructive feedback. They get into shell. So let me call Naval in discussing this further. How should we actually take this negative criticism forward?
Well, it's a really good question because it happens all the time. And in fact, it happens more often than we care to think about, because whenever we hear negative things around us, we tend to shut down and stop listening because we don't like it. We don't like confrontation. But underlying all of this is we need to realize what feedback is all about. Feedback is, break it down, feed. We're feeding something that we need. We're getting really important information back. So for what reason? So we can understand what we're doing better and we can do things better. So it's to grow. They say feedback is the breakfast of champions. And I talk about this all the time. Why is it breakfast? Because it's the first meal of the day. And you should enjoy feedback. So part of this is not giving negative feedback because people won't listen to it. So you need to stop yourself doing it. And I'm sure we're going to get into some of that discussion of how you can do that. But more importantly, keep your ears and eyes open to receiving feedback. And even if it is negative, take it on the chin, because there might be a nugget in there that's really important that will make your life a lot easier if you listen to it and take it on. So this is such an important subject, really. We're not taught feedback. We don't have a lesson on feedback, do we? We don't start our school career having feedback lessons, and yet we get feedback all the time. So open it up to everyone here, because we've got a really diverse audience, a diverse panel this morning, which is really good, because we've got lots of different views from different parts of the world, and we've got that great feminine male mix here. Because ladies, do you like people shouting at you? Do you go to areas where people shout at you? Do you enjoy being shouted at? I don't, by the way. I mean, this isn't a male or female.
Kanchan, you want to go first?
Yeah, I also want to tell you these are few important points which we are discussing. As Bill Gates says, the most unhappy customer is the greatest source of learning. So feedback gives you a opportunity to learn. Now, when a feedback is given, then it should not be taken as emotionally, and you should not maybe ask a person who's giving you feedback in a negative way. Don't speak to him in a negative way. Where rather you find out, you say thank you, because there is an opportunity of learning in that process. And you can always think that where as a manager or as a product manager or as a service provider, where I am wrong. So, and then you should be giving thank you to a person who is giving feedback, and then maybe take time to reverse back whatever the fault is, and also give information that this is how we have changed based on the feedback which is given by a person. So in this process, what will happen? Though you first encountered a negative feedback from your customer, from your friend, or from your boss, but when you correct it and then you inform these correction to the concerned person based on the feedback, that person feels good, and eventually there are chances that that person will become as your customer, or maybe somebody who look up to you for further guidance. Isn't it, Farida?
I think excellent point. And to answer Neville's question, whether we enjoy being shouted at, I don't think a lot of people enjoy being shouted at. But feedback is it's a tough animal to tame, honestly, because we all kind of say that we are good to get feedback, but most of us actually are emotional about this feedback. So like Kanchan was advising, that don't take it emotionally, but the fact is that we are humans, we are all emotional. So I have a 3-step process for absorbing any kind of feedback. One is listen. So listen to respond, don't react. Because understand, in a work setting, the feedback is not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And feedback is basically an opportunity for the person to see where there are gaps and understand their developmental areas. So first is, listen and understand, don't react, don't get defensive, because you might just put off the other person, and then it is your loss because you are not listening where there are gaps. Secondly, absorb it, understand as to what part of the feedback is something that you can actually work with, what are things that you can do, because ultimately it's about your performance. It's about how you are in the workplace and what you can actually do or tweak to make your performance better. Also assess, because there are two types of feedbacks. One is negative feedback, which is for making you aware of the developmental areas the other person sees it, and one is there are just some nasty people, so that you can always kind of keep aside, because that's criticism and sometimes it might not even be constructive. And as a person, we are able to understand that if we listen, we don't react, and we respond and we absorb. Absorption is the stage where you start evaluating all the points that someone has actually told you. It might be negative, but you need to pick and choose what you can actually work on, you can change, and it can be something that's constructive. It will be useful for you, it will be useful for the people that you work with and the organization you work for, or even in general if you are in school, etc. And the third step is basically follow through. So now you have realized after evaluation that I was given this feedback, it sounded negative, but these are 3 points that I have picked up as an individual which I want to work on. Follow through, have a plan for yourself where you have, for instance, if there was feedback that you are very scattered in your brain, whenever there's a meeting, you are never prepared. It's a very straightforward feedback, it is negative. But the thing is, that, and it will actually be useful. So next time, the follow through means that you understand what things actually you could change in that approach. This is not an overnight process, but it's a gradual process, and eventually after actually following through for a while, you might yourself see a difference. So the 3 steps which I like to summarize again is listen, absorb, and follow through. So this is my take on it. And of course, coming back to somebody shouting at you, I don't think that's acceptable. In any setting, nobody should be shouting at each other, because we are all professionals, or we are all grown-up human beings, and when someone talks to someone, it shouldn't be shouting, it should be a conversation.
I love that, because it's contextual, and that's the important thing. And let's look at listen, absorb, and follow through. LAF. If you start to say what LAF, it's laugh. Have a laugh. Because that's what feedback should be about. Have a laugh, enjoy it, get it forward. So thanks, Fareed. I mean, I've learned something there today, because I can now give someone else. You should have a laugh. Feedback, you have a laugh, mate, and it's nice having that East End accent on it, because they spell laugh, Laugh, LAF, because it's quick and easy and we can all understand it. But just picking on that is contextual. So Kanchan was talking about in a customer service type arena. I mean, we're all customers. I bet we've all walked into a shop really angry about having bad customer service. And yet we're all on here talking about you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't be shouting at people, you should be giving feedback to the assistant. I mean, the assistant didn't make that beautiful dress that actually has got a stain on it and should never have been given to you and should never have been put on the hanger. The assistant's just an assistant. They're just there as the front line of that organisation. But how many people do we see in an ordinary week as we go around the shops where someone is having an argument, a real stand-up argument with a sales assistant who is probably paid a lot less than they are? So contextualize things in a way that we really should be thinking about it. And then we'll have a laugh.
So I think I'll take the opportunity to summarize these very nice advices given by the panelists. But before that, I would like to clarify that shouting is not really a feedback. I just want to draw conclusion around it, shouting is misbehavior. So I don't think anybody should take shouting lying down. They can take it in whatever way they want to take it. The feedback is really, positive feedbacks are there because many times you have the intuition, you already know what is working, what is not working. But I think people, when they give negative feedback to different people, it needs courage, because giving a negative feedback, it actually would result into snapping of ties. And yet some people give negative feedback. So I think it is our responsibility to break it down. And I will take on from where Farida stopped, which is follow-ups. So I think from my point of view, you take the negative feedback, analyze it, um, see where we are going wrong. Second thing we can do is talk to other people about it, because you never know, you may be doing things which are absolutely wrong and you don't even know about it, and just that one out of the blue person has given you this feedback, maybe you should check it out. Maybe you should find out whether it is reality or not. So you do a little bit of survey, and then having found certain things about the feedback, you should go back to the person who has given you as a follow-up. So I think these are the 3 steps that we should do uh, as a first, in the first instant. But then the negative feedback can also become a strength. So I leave it open how to make this negative feedback become our strength. And anyone can come and talk about it.
I like to pick that up because I strongly believe that negative feedback is better than no feedback, because you're getting something back. Uh, One of the things that, if it's really something that bothers you as a person, ask for time to process that feedback. Because if you don't get feedback, you would go on doing the same thing. A lot of people might think, but like CK said, it's a very courageous thing to give negative feedback to someone. So that person is actually taking that step and telling you that there is something that needs attention. Yeah. So absorb it, ask for time. Sometimes there are, if the person is very defensive, sometimes people start apologizing right away. That's not really something that should be the reaction. If you really feel very, very bothered by it, and if you feel that, oh my God, what has happened, ask for some time. It's all right. Just relax. So there is an incident which, I'll share. Many years ago, this is a lot of you people watching might not be born by then, but this is very long time ago when I was in school. And I I was always used to having positive feedback from my teachers, because I was one of those kids who was good at everything, at least I believed so. And then one day I had my physical education teacher give me feedback saying that, your stride is long, but you don't have speed. Now,
Let
this
me
is
tell you
very
the
simple
compliments
thing,
that
but
made
I
me
actually
second
went
guess
into a
I
depression because
admire your
I couldn't
ambition.
take that
I
feedback.
love to listen to
I
your
said, no,
opinion.
I've been winning, trophies for my school, and I am good at it. But I was very young, because at that, the age of 12 or 13, you don't really kind of understand how to process that feedback. So it's the same thing. Some of us grow up, we still think that way because we can't process the feedback. And it impacted me so much that I actually stopped running. And it went on for a while before I picked it up again, and I picked it back in my 20s. So this happened when I was maybe 12 years old, and till about 24 I didn't run at all. I didn't do any competitive running. So the cusp of the whole thing is that if this feedback is impacting a person negatively, honestly, the person giving the feedback is not going to, bear the brunt of it. You as an individual are going to bear the brunt of it. So be happy that someone gave you that feedback. It's an opportunity. If it doesn't apply to you, I mean, it's all right. But if you can take something back from that, why not?
I think that's a brilliant example.
Yes, it is, and I would like to take it from what Farida is saying. Taking feedback positively is also very, very essential, because many times people don't know that how to get the information about that particular feedback. So, and they become disoriented and they don't know how to get data. So that is also very important to really take it positively. That is first step. And second is that get more information, what is wrong and what is right, how can we improve this, and what, because there are always a scope of improvement in any services, or we can even improve a little bit in a product also. So I think to get more information, to get more inputs and get more data is very, very essential, rather than becoming disoriented during this learning process.
Yeah, it's really important that we can get disoriented. You're absolutely right. And the key message that I think we need to be telling people today is, if you're giving feedback, I don't like this positive and negative issue. It's feedback. Why am I giving you feedback? Well, I'm either going to be praising what you're doing, and when we praise people, actually, we praise in public, because that shows actually everyone else how good this person's doing. But we never criticize in public. We always criticize in person, away from everything else. But as I say, we're giving feedback for two reasons. We're either praising you, and one of the best phrases I had from a boss of mine who wasn't really forthcoming in very appreciative words, but he used to tap me on the shoulder, and it wasn't very often, by the way. He used to tap me on the shoulder. He said, "Well done, Neville." Now that meant everything to me, because I knew that praise from this person was like winning the gold medal. And we all know what that feeling is when we've done something really well. But we don't need that praise from someone else to be told we've done it really well. We know we've done it really well. So give feedback to yourself, because that's really important. Look in the mirror and say, you did this really well today, and you could improve on this and this and this. Notice that's not negative, is it? So it's how we're delivering it. And remember, we're giving feedback to somebody else. So who's it for? It's not for you, it's for them. So you need to get them in the right mood to accept it. And Farida, as you said, you were in the mood to get something, but it was very negative. And then for 10 years, it was so negative, and yet wasn't that negative really when you look back on it. It was, you can improve this, but it was given to you in the wrong way from a teacher. I mean, that's the embarrassing thing. And more importantly, when that teacher saw the effect it had on you, they did nothing about it. So we've got to remember that when we give feedback to somebody, we've got to think of the consequences. And we need to be there to help them with the consequences, not just to say, well, I've given you feedback and now I'm just going to clear off. So there's in a business context, you're there all the time, so you can actually see the consequences. And I'm going to go back to this, have a laugh, because it's where it should be. In a business arena, we all want to be the best. We all want to not be the weakest link in the team. We all want to be part of the team and pulling in the right direction. And the only way we're going to do that is to get feedback. And it's as simple as that, really. Let's not make it too complicated. And remember, if it's important to give it, find a way to give it in the best way you can.
I also want to add one point is that if you get some critical feedback, so don't take it in isolation, because it can impact you in your necessarily or emotionally. But rather than you can seek help to people who have more experience or somebody who's closer to you. So in that way, you are more sound in really accepting that negative or constructive feedback. That is also one important aspect.
So let me summarize this. So we're going back to the same point where we need to analyze the feedback. We need to do a little bit of survey, do market study of that feedback, and then we have to follow with the person who has given us the feedback. But how do we utilize this feedback as our strength? So in my opinion, the strength would come from doing all this exercise and then adapting the best method way forward, because all the feedback, I mean, if you look at the journey of all other leaders, Neville was talking about feedback is the breakfast of champions, and so on. So all these champions we have seen, I don't want to take any specific name, but I think they have been criticized almost like 90% in their lifetime, in their career, and this 10% is what that makes them a leader. So I think the leadership journey is based on negative criticism and feedback, and this is how you can convert all feed. In fact, you should demand feedback, and you should not look at positive feedback because it is already known to you, but you should more specifically look at the negative feedback, because that is what will determine your future journey. Neville, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a really interesting conversation, and we've given people, lots of little tricks of the trade to get out there and do it. I think if you're not very good at giving feedback, start with yourself. Look in the mirror on a daily basis and start the day off with feedback. Feedback is a breakfast of champions. Start the day off. Look in the mirror and saying, today I'm going to do this, 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 and this. And even put a sticky note on the mirror. And at the end of the day, go back and look at the sticky note. Did I do it? Yeah, I feel great about that. And immediately you're giving yourself some feedback. And if you didn't do it, you say, actually, I didn't do as well as I thought I was going to do, but tomorrow I'm going to do this differently. And as soon as you start to do that yourself, all of a sudden that practice will move into practicing with other people. This isn't difficult to do. We haven't been taught how to do it. We've been taught to do science and languages and maths and goodness knows for many years, but we've never been taught how to relate with other people and have a conversation, because feedback is just a conversation. Nothing more, nothing less. And I think that's where we need to start. Have a conversation with ourselves and start to be honest. And then we're in a really good position to have a conversation with other people.
I'd like to add to this. So George Bernard Shaw actually said that the biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it's already happened. Yeah. And I think feedback is the same thing, because a lot of us actually live in our own silos, and especially now in the COVID prone pandemic world, we are all working from our homes, we are working in isolation. There is very little exchange. So if there is feedback, it shouldn't happen the way I took it when I was a child, because it put me off something completely and I was too young to deal with it. But I think any feedback that comes is an opportunity, and now more so because we work alone, since we are working from home and we are not in an office setting, so it's very difficult to even understand the body language of the person who's giving you that feedback. So use that opportunity, don't take it personally. Remember one thing, in a work setting, it's not about you as a person. So if I'm getting feedback, and this as a child, when I couldn't relate to it, it was not about me, Farida, as a person, it was about my performance. And had I taken that feedback, spoken to somebody, I would have been able to improve. Who knows, I could have made sports my career. But I didn't do that. So I think I have learned from my mistakes. And the same thing I would say to the viewers, that if there is feedback, don't react. If you need to talk, respond, because understand what the person is saying. Sit back, take a deep breath. Again, I'm stressing, it's not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And it is an opportunity to actually change some things. It's a developmental area, and it's eventually going to be in your benefit. So
feedback is better than having no feedback. Negative or positive doesn't matter, but feedback is important and somebody is actually putting time to give that to you. So use it.
Good point. Very good point.
Kanchan, you have any last comments?
Yeah, I just want to add that don't dwell on the feedback, rather find out the solutions. That's very important. And take it as a chance for improvement. Take it as a chance, at least somebody has taken pain to really come up to you and tell what other person feels about certain service or product. So take it as if it's a learning rather than you start arguing and taking time and positioning yourself that you are right or other person is wrong. So that gives a very, very bad impression. So I think you should take up a feedback very positively in a healthy way and try to learn out of it.
And one closing point, and it's picking up again on Farida's experience. She was a child. We all know children, and some of us have got grandchildren. When we speak with them, that's feedback. Just think about what we're saying to our children and our grandchildren, because they believe you. Remember, you're the person they love. You're the person they believe. And if you say something about them, they'll believe it. And it might damage a blossoming career, as we've heard, but you just don't know what you're doing. And this is the problem. We need to understand what we're doing with that conversation. And with children, please be careful, because you could damage a very blossoming career down one arena because you've said the wrong thing.
So I think we had a great learning from the panelists today, and it's a very large subject. It's a huge subject. We can go on. It's a never-ending, and feedback itself is a very big subject. So we have shared certain tricks to handle it, and this is just tip of the iceberg. So if you want to know more about it, you can engage with us, and we can take you through the journey of handling the feedback. It is not for the benefit of the people, but it is your benefit, because if you are able to take feedback, then you will become a better leader and successful one. So with this, I will end this discussion today. Do engage with us, do write in, and we can get you the right teacher for you to learn the tricks of the trade. And with this, I'll say goodbye, friends. I'll catch you again in the next CEO Roundtable next Friday. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Three. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you're welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing professional, IT professional worldwide. He is also having close relation with radio broadcasting. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, great day and great once again to talk to you on this show. I'm very impressed by the conversations that we choose and we talk about. And I believe it has generated quite a good amount of interest amongst our viewers and listeners as well. So let's begin our today's conversation.
Yes, now you are based at Bangalore, and I'm sure you must be missing Johannesburg days when you are going to office and meeting your colleague. But now you are at Bangalore, and you also have a deep interest of history. So we'll be discussing more about Karnataka, the heritage and the culture. Today, I thought let me ask you about Vijayanagara Empire, which was there 500 years back, and we have a great architecture ruins are there still, and it was established by great king. And can you guess?
Krishna Dev Raya.
Very good. Out of 10. It's yeah. It is said that it's last Hindu empire, and Tenali Rama, you must have heard about him. He was minister to this king, to this empire. So let's discuss about this Vijayanagara Empire, which is a world heritage nowadays.
Well, Kanchan, history has been my loveliest of the subjects, a subject that always takes me back to the imagination. And as I said earlier, that in last 200 to 300 of years of the history from modern history, I can visualize what would have happened, how would have things moved around. And Vijayanagar Empire has been in my conscious for a very young age. One, I remember reading about Vijayanagar Empire in Amar Chitra Katha, if you remember those comics. I think now they are published in the digital version. But I remembered reading the first instance of Vijayanagara Empire and Hampi and those famed kingdoms of those days, medieval ages in Amar Chitra Katha. As I grew up in the school, I read through the history books. But when I actually went into the professional life, I actually did my own research, own television viewing, internet explorations. And by virtue of staying in Bangalore for over 10 years now, I met a lot of people, the local Kannadigas, who speak proudly about this Vijayanagara Empire. So happy to talk to you about it and its great contribution in India's history, medieval history.
So it is said that he was a great Dani, I mean the king of Vijayanagar. He used to give lot of alms to poor people, and it is also said that there's lot of alms were given to the temple Tirupati, and now whatever gold which is covered on the temple is given by Krishna Dev Rai. So apart of this, he was very, very benevolent, very, very intelligent king. He has a lot of love from his praja, from his people. And then Tenali Rama was his minister, which is, I think he's world famous through the stories. I'm sure that you must have also heard and maybe told stories of Tenali Rama to your kids.
Yes, Kanchan. So I always imagine that when Tenali Rama was on the scene, probably that was the time when Birbal was also there in the Akbar's court. Could be around the same time, or probably a difference by 100, 150 years. So India has a great tradition of those interesting, witty and intelligent courtiers, and Tenali Rama's name comes at almost very, very top level on that. And but Kanchan, the important part is to realize that before the famed king Krishna Dev Raya, the founding of the Vijayanagara Empire by the two brothers, which were the Harihara I and Bukka, from the Sangam dynasty, and that was somewhere around 1336. So if you can take your thoughts back, it was the time of when the sultanates were attacking from the north side, and India was primarily being attacked on the northern side, the Delhi side, by those sultanates. And these sultanates were trying to get into the southern part of India. And at that point of time, Vijayanagara Empire in the medieval ages, it was established. But from 1336, Kanchan, it took almost around 150 years more to establish Vijayanagara Empire as we know it today, and we talk about its famed glory. When the whole of south of India, as we know today, including Sri Lanka, was under the control of the Vijayanagara Empire. And I was more astonished to know about the importance of its capital Hampi, which is even mentioned to some of the texts in the Kishkindha Kand of epic Ramayana. And it is close to the place where Lord Rama and Lakshman, his brother, they met Hanuman and Sugriva. So the capital of Vijayanagara Empire and that particular region is very, very rich in its history. Lot of leaves of history are buried there. It needs to be told, retold, brought about, talked about, and probably we need a national level of a television program like Bharat Ek Khoj once again in the modern context to talk about the famed history of Vijayanagara.
Yeah, you raised a very good point that Hampi has a long history. Even Hampi is being mentioned as Kishkinda in Ramayana. So that place has so vast and so old history. We should tell to our young people, and we should put one lesson about this. And you know that even the architecture is world class. If you have been to Vijayanagara Empire, you know there's a place which is called Musical Mahal, and there are pillars. And each pillars, when you strike with any stick, it gives a different sound. So you don't need any orchestra or any instrument. You just keep on hitting. It'll come saregama pa kind of from every pillar. It is said it's usually this is how they used to play music when there was some utsav was there, some festival was there. So it is awesome to really see this architecture and praise this architecture. This is awesome. What do you think about it?
I mean, you couldn't have been more right about it, Kanchan. And as I said, we need to appreciate these individual kingdoms which were actually the real nationalism of today was being showcased by the Vijayanagara and those kingdoms of Hoysal and Kakatiyas and the Chalukyas and the Pandyans, and how they were being fought by the invaders or the crusaders who were coming from the the Iran side of India as in the modern world, modern India. So it is important to understand the stability brought by the Vijayanagara Empire and how it was probably the last time the whole of South India was under one empire's control, and it was a successful for almost 200 years, starting from 1336 and going up to 1646. This is around 200, little more than 200 years of a history. We see great architecture. We are now aware of the great governance and the welfare systems, the bifurcations of the state versus the executive versus the judiciary in its early forms. And that was like a mini country in a big country itself. And that definitely needs to be spoken about, talked about in small pieces, in an interesting storytelling way. And probably the schools have a responsibility to take the children on the school trips. And then in the college time, college trips, not just picnics, to these areas to make it appreciated. I'm sure that the tourism department of Karnataka and India, they do a good job. Archaeological Survey of India does an amazing job by keeping and preserving these monuments and architectures. But we need to do more. The Hampi area is also the UNESCO World Heritage Site. But we need to do more in terms of the preservation, in terms of preaching about it, in terms of showcasing it, in terms of bringing international attention towards this part of our history, which will actually contributed to the Indian subcontinent or Indian peninsula's history. Because these were not just few states of today. They reached up to in modern Asia Pacific levels.
Yes, you have pointed out rightly that Krishna Dev Rai established a good administration. He had strong ties to foreign countries. There were trade relations were also established, and he has done a water management system established at that point of time for irrigation. And then he also enhanced the culture of Kannada, Tamil, Sanskrit, and whatever Carnatic music we learn, it originated from that era only. So all these things are so awesome, and I think one episode is so short time to really discuss such a vast and powerful empire and the powerful king. But then we may be discussing more about Vijayanagara later on in our next episodes. And do you want to add anything or message you want to give?
Definitely, Kanchan.
Youngster.
Kanchan, I thank you more that you again rekindled this interest, which I had kind of made dormant for some time, about knowing our own history. We live in this modern global village where we try to know more outside our own states and provinces and countries, and we try to find out less and probably know very less our own states, capitals, and its historical contribution to the modern culture that we have. And therefore, the subject of Vijayanagara and the Hampi that we picked up today, it has got a very interesting history from the 3rd century BCE, from the Ashoka's time till the modern history. It's probably more than 1,000 years of recorded history that we are actually sitting on. So of course, we may not be able to do justice with one of the episodes, but probably we will reinvent our conversation around such subjects as we go forward, and when we bring other states' cultural contribution and historical contribution to our Indian Union.
Yeah, it was so nice to talk to you once again today. We'll meet with another subject or maybe this subject in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Good day, take care.